whichever.
Oh, you're not interrupting anything.
So anyways, it popped up. They shipped it. I got it. It's a full set. I don't have a Laserdisc player right now, so I brought it over to Adam's house. We watched the first episode. They have bonus features, so it's Ben Affleck like in a whale museum talking about whales. And like,
it's legit.
Wow.
It's legit. He kept saying he's like smoking in between the breaks.
but audio
Putting
was
his cigarette out on a humpback whale's like wing.
exactly.
They're going to be around forever. Don't worry about it. Ashing in his blowhole.
Hey, guys.
Audio was great.
Are we live?
We are live.
How do you,
we are
you
live.
guys look? Do I need to adjust your camera?
No, you're good. Just don't
I'm trying not to hit it again.
don't
I'm
anymore.
an Italian. I'm expressive. I use my arms.
I'm just gonna check to
my
make sure that
legs.
we've got audio. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Be bad if for a podcast live stream we don't have audio.
Yeah, well, it's happened to me several dozen times. So, hey, I heard myself.
Hey.
Heard
There's
myself
yourself.
coming
That
There's
through.
a
means it's
delay.
working.
Oh God.
Jared's always fascinated with new technology.
Everything sounds okay. Chat, just
Yeah.
let us know if it sounds like hot trash, and I'll fix it.
That's on brand, though.
It is on brand, but I'd like it to not be. So welcome in, guys. This is officially, it's crazy that we've hit 100 episodes, right? 100. It's crazier that you've edited 100 episodes, because
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
madness. But
Oh, you never forget your first 100. Just kidding.
I'd like to say that I've gotten more efficient, but I really haven't.
No.
no, you probably have. We've just gotten longer.
I do like that I was like so insecure about my editing skills.
They're
that
blown
we were,
out. Fuck. All right, let me figure this out. You guys can keep talking.
We were at a convention last week where they had like some other podcasters on there. And I was like, hey, so you usually find that your editing takes, about a 2-to-1 ratio from what you record. Any tips to do it? And they're like, no, that's it. That's just the suck.
I didn't, but I just found like as long as everybody on mic has edited before, they will do things.
They'll self-regulate
Yes,
themselves.
yes.
Yeah.
It's something I.
Wish everybody here edited.
Every time someone's like coming on our
don't think
podcast,
you'd
I'm like,
let us.
do they have a podcast? I'm like, oh, thank God, this is gonna be so much easier to edit.
You'll know because if they flub it,
Yeah.
because if they flub it, they'll just do it over again.
Just keep going. It's fine. It's fine. We'll take out all your anti-Semitic stuff after the fact. Like, don't wince. It's
I don't know. I've heard some really
non-existent things.
weird podcasts.
I
Spotify.
if some. That's a dumb question. We're live. I
Not,
can't ask it.
not that we won't take your money, Spotify. We love you.
Yeah, give us like 1/400th of the Joe Rogan money, and we will be fine.
Yeah.
And a lot less misinformation about vaccines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Not as blown out. All right.
Oh,
I want to hear
You
if
guys
the
need to
stream
talk.
can hear
Yeah.
the weights. Because this is what we deal with. We're next to an Ironman gym. And so every recording, there's usually 500, 600 pounds being dropped about 15 yards away. Luckily, it doesn't ever get picked up on mic, but I'm
Steve
wondering
said
if
he
the
didn't hear
stream
the
does.
weights.
Oh, man, that's
Oh,
that's
man.
the
Can you
ambiance.
talk?
It's
part of the
pre-
experience.
That's pretty amazing because they pretty much shake the walls. So.
They do. You
Yeah.
feel it in the
I think
floor.
I think audio is better now. You guys tell me though.
Yeah. Nuts to all these classic arcade games. The real experience here is the dropping of the weights. That's
Yeah.
what you want to.
Well,
that's
that,
what
we
you wanna
might
be
get a
here for.
train. We might get a train.
Train, yeah.
There's a train.
And then if we go really late into the night, we play the game fireworks or gunshots.
Yeah.
Oh man, still gunshots around here?
Well,
Yeah,
it was really,
Tallahassee.
it was really close to the fourth, so we were like,
Oh yeah.
But we're
was
pretty
a
sure the
toss-up.
last one was a gunshot.
Sorry,
That's-
Mom Secret Recipe thought that what the special guest was going to be the busker from the parking lot, but unfortunately it's not. Our special guest though
Mom's secret recipe. How you doing?
is Antista.
I was I was this close about hiring a violinist to actually come out here just for a little
But
bit.
you don't even have to hire a violinist. You just have to hire somebody that
that
acts like they
pretends
play
like they play a violin.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can do
That's-
that. 1 year in a program. I was just talking about like the silly gifted program, and like it started gravitating away from fun stuff like cartooning and claymation, and then I just see this thing electronic strings. I'm doing that, whatever that is. Then I
Yeah.
get them like, welcome to violin class. Like, you should have said that. There's no internet to check this.
You got duped.
Oh,
Yep, they did
so I
it.
You
played
got duped so
violin
bad.
for a semester.
That was on purpose.
Well, now you
All
can go out
right.
and busk.
So when we get started here, guys, just as a heads up, I thank you guys all for being here. We're gonna go ahead and leave chat and everything up, but we're not gonna interact with chat while we're recording. Obviously, at the end of the show, if you guys stick around for all 11 hours of this episode,
Oh, come now.
This is a 2-day stream.
yeah, we will go ahead and obviously hang out and answer questions and things like that. So, thank you guys again for being here. I will be reading chat, and I might be able to do like this or this if you guys have questions while we're recording. But don't think that we're ignoring you because we're not. You're all lovely. Well, most of you are lovely. I can't say all of you.
Well, we will be ignoring you, but just not for mean reasons. I mean,
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, this is episode 100. We're gonna go ahead and get started. It's still crazy that we're here for 100 episodes. So
obviously, we wanted practice before we live stream, so we needed 99 episodes to build up to this moment.
yeah,
we think we're there yet, but we're probably not. It'll
Yeah.
probably be a disaster show that we were completely wrong, and it needed to be 199 before we
it's possible.
finally started it.
But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Hopefully, you guys are ready to go. So we're good.
Oh, am I supposed to do stuff now?
You're the
I
one
thought
who
you were
always
doing this one.
No, you. I don't have the You have
All
it
right,
in
so
your brain.
we'll go through. I don't know if there's any other topics that you're wanting to bring up before we just get into it. But
No, normally
Fluoride's in the water, man. It's making us all crazy.
well,
When
yeah.
do we get to that? When do we get to that?
Well,
You just said you were not about misinformation.
I'm sorry.
Birds aren't real.
I
Earth
was
is
just going to
flat.
say,
Holy shit, where am I? You seem okay, Rob. Can we leave?
at the end of the month,
Yeah.
I always listen to, there's like a normal show that I listen to, and then at the end of the month, they do a conspiracy
Is
show.
it normal show or is it
And-
just a less
Yeah, what is normal?
less conspiracy show?
It's like news and random stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they invited on Flat Earth Dave, so I got another podcast with him. It's exciting stuff.
How did he travel there? That's
the
what I want to know.
best thing
Underground.
yeah.
The best
By a
thing
rope
about the
swing.
whole episode is it started out and he was like, somehow they were like, oh, well, what about Stephen Hawking and some of his, theories with this and that. And Flat Earth, they kind of laughed and said, oh, he's not real. He's a puppet. And I was like,
He's like an
that's
animatronic.
amazing.
Explain the robot voice, man.
He was
I
real
can't.
at one point. Like he was a real person, but he's like, nobody with
small world
ALS
him?
has lived like, they don't live, people don't live that long.
If he's so
with
real,
that
show me an
disease.
autograph. Show me an
And so-
autograph from Stephen
How is he
Hawking.
so knowledgeable about like things like diseases, but not just basic?
Do you remember the autograph he
Curvature
did in
of the earth.
Futurama?
The what?
The autograph he did in Futurama?
No.
Where they're like, oh, sign this. And he'd put the pen in his mouth, and it was just like a
As long
inappropriate, but it's topical.
No, but he was on The Simpsons as himself, even
Yeah.
though he didn't have to be. so-
Futurama as well.
Yeah, couldn't speak for Futurama.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, those weren't real versions of him. So I mean, Flat Earth Dave does have a point.
Why am I even
He was
here?
yellow in one,
Yeah.
and yeah.
I should be somewhere
Maybe he's
pantsing
onto
Eddie
something.
Redmayne for playing a ghost.
I won't be as excited, Steve. He said I'm peaking on audio
Yeah,
a little
you're
bit. I
fine.
won't be as excited.
Your mic was a little high. It should be better now.
Those words have
Talking
never
about
been
the
uttered.
game.
Jared's peeking on audio.
Right, exactly. But I won't be as excited talking about the game as I was about talking about Flat Earth Dave.
If you've seen my career trajectory, peaking is not a possibility. It's long past.
All right, we should be good to go, guys. All right.
Yeah, you tried that before; it didn't work.
I know.
So this is not going to be a typical episode because normally we do what you just heard for about 45 to an hour and a half more.
Yes.
Before we actually are like, okay, guys, we really got to record this episode. It's getting late.
Uh-huh.
We got to go home at some point, so we'll skip most of that. I won't have to nearly go into the episode as much to cut and bring it back.
My fear is the only reason why I'm trying to get started is he's here.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this during the episode.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get it there rather than
Get
before.
us started enough.
The
Yeah.
real bad thing is now that I'm on video, every once in a while I'm going to look like I'm Stevie Wondering, but it's just I'm always amazed when I come in here and just, oh my, Charlie's Angels pinball back class. Oh, yeah, ADD.
You're
Is
going
not,
to get anime eyes?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
start
I was
sparkling.
right then, and I just realized how silly I probably looked.
I like how, of all things, that's what you looked at.
I
Charlie
haven't
Angels.
seen that one before, and you got
Going
rid
down the
of
line.
you got rid of Bad Cats, but you put in an homage to it.
Well, yeah, we left that one.
Yeah.
I got to get my Bad Cats back glass up in frame,
Yeah,
too.
that'd be
Still
neat.
got that one.
Bad Cats.
Heck yeah.
Bad Cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
That was for Steve.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are all cammed up. Hi. Good.
All right, so we'll just go into it, go a little bit into the history. Again, I'm relying on your
Okay.
expertise on this one, which is great. I didn't have to research all this. It's
No
fantastic.
problem.
And then, yeah, let's get into it then. Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything should be good to
Tell
go.
me what to do, and I do it.
All right, for everybody watching, this is actually isn't a pre-recorded thing that I put on the last 99 episodes. I actually do this one live every time.
Yeah.
I just am so monotonous, it sounds exactly the same.
Exactly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Podouken. This is the podcast where we take a deep dive into the world of video arcade games and discuss the history, the story, the strategy, the art, the music, and the fun. So if you like what you hear, be sure to listen to more Podouken on your favorite podcast listening service or at lasertimepodcast.com. My name is Sideshow Rob, and joining me on this, our 100th episode.
Hey, this is Jared, aka Mr. S&K.
Um,
I'm taking it back to the
can't.
100
with force.
with force.
It's my fault. I did not bring the questions to make the decision on who is the rightful heir to the name.
I'm wearing an 80K shirt.
It doesn't matter. It looks like we're retiring with me owning the title of Mr. S&K.
It's not happening.
It's entirely possible. This is also Past Blaster, by the way. Hello,
And
everybody.
we have a special guest.
Yeah, we absolutely do. One person that when we decided that this was going to be the 100th game that we talked about, there's only one person I know that would probably know more than all of us combined about the topic.
Matt Green.
Yes, he was unavailable,
Oh,
or
okay.
he just didn't respond to my emails. But close second, right behind him, is our buddy Chris.
Hey, hi, I'm Chris Antista, and I have a big butt, and my butt smells, and I like to kiss my own butt. And that is a very specific Mo Sizlak reference. From
That
the
baby
Simpsons.
laughed at you.
You're just looking at me like I'm nuts, like talking
No,
about
that.
but okay, good. As long as we're there. Because, man, I've been taking that audio a lot as I've been pranking my co-hosts with AI programs.
So good.
Yeah. Nothing too offensive, just how big their butt is and how much it smells and how much they like to kiss their own butt. Simpsons.
Yeah.
We are in the midst of our cartoon miniseries.
Woo! Hope so.
So this one, I think, would probably be a pretty obvious one. Of course, we have TMT'd it. We have Bucky O'Hare'd it. We are not straying away from Konami yet.
You did those first?
We
Yeah.
did this first. We pace ourselves.
We had to.
Yeah, we start with a banger, and then one that needs some attention, like Bucky
One that
O'Hare.
I feel like is a
I love
banger.
Bucky.
Yeah.
And then we hit that peak in the middle, and then this is just like the 3 acts of a movie. We just kind of move it
The
all
Bucky
through.
game has more potential than the entire cartoon series and anything else that the game was based on.
Yeah.
I wish I would have seen it when I was little. I would have cared more for Mr. O'Hare. So I'm interrupting the intro again.
No, you're fine. This is what we do.
This is literally
Oh my
what we do.
God.
You're fine. What? You can talk. It's fine. You
I
wanna
can
go
always
up?
edit this. That's what
Yeah,
I do.
I know.
Yeah.
Will you turn me up in the cans real quick?
Oh,
Thank you.
Hopefully that's better.
A little down. That was like double what needed to be. Because,
You
We'll
good?
be specific next time.
well, it was all
I
the
need
way
a present.
down.
I need
decibels do you want? 2 ticks up.
Is that good, Jared?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Thank you.
All right, so if you haven't guessed it, if you haven't looked at our episode title or description yet,
Yeah.
we are talking about The Simpsons.
ay caramba.
Quick question before we get into this: attract mode. Is this the worst of the Konami attract modes? Let me rephrase: most annoying of the Konami attract modes.
Not for me.
Not the music.
Well, what?
Bart.
I got 3 words:
Yeah.
turtles in time.
That's what I'm saying, but not the music. Besides
But
the
it's a
music,
pack-
because the
it's a
music,
package. I
the
mean, you
music,
can't-
Turtles in Time, I'm with you. It gets on your nerves.
I love it.
But Bart going ow, ow, ow constantly, it's teetering on Metal Slug.
It's teetering on the Dhalsim level and Street
An
Fighter
elephant,
too.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking again, not music. I think it's the most annoying attract.
I always give it credit for the thing that annoys me the most, and probably get into this later. This comes out very quickly after the Simpsons cartoon show, and when the Simpsons starts, I am Bart's age, and the attract screen reminds me of that every time. And then when I used to say this, the spiel was, and now I'm Homer's age. Now I am graduating high school 2 generations
Your Grandpa Simpson.
before Homer. Yeah, like I am way. Homer said I think 36 in that intro screen.
I hate that.
And that's not only a long time to like something. That's a really long time for this to be a property that is just as relevant, has been on average as relevant always the entire time.
Yeah.
I'm sure Simpsons fans will argue peaks and valleys, but like in terms of the television ratings and worldwide viewership, it's never really. It's always been right around here, humming
That's
right around here.
bonkers.
It really
That's
is.
so crazy.
It really is.
How many seasons is it up to now?
36 starts.
It is Homer
In a row?
aged.
Yeah, it is Homer's age.
is
yeah.
Homer
in a,
aged.
In
Is
a
that
row.
including me?
In a row.
Every time I hear it, Kevin Smith ruined my damn life.
Try not to make any more episodes on your way out to the parking lot.
Yeah.
Damn, you guys are fast. Okay, all right. I haven't done a podcast in a live room in a while, so I'm gotta get ready here. You guys are
You need
quick.
another monster? You good?
No. They're not sponsoring, and I've had 2 of these Walmart rosés. No, Ultra Strawberry Dreams.
Walmart Rose.
They call it rosé instead of like berry for some reason.
Yeah.
Were they LaCroix?
It's a monster. No, Reddit. I'm not
LaCroix
drunk.
LaCroix is, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Chris,
Simpsons.
Simpsons.
Is that where we're gonna go with this? The Simpsons.
Tell us how the Simpsons got started. I think everybody's
I will
pretty
tell you how The
familiar, but
Simpsons
just as a
got
refresher.
started. Depending on where you want to put this, Matt Groening creates a small alternative comic strip called Life in Hell, starring little bunny characters Binky and Bongo and Akbar and Jeff. Kind of an underground sensation. James L. Brooks, who at that point had directed some really great movies, Terms of Endearment,
I think
Broadcast
it's
News.
James Hellbrooks.
James Hell Brooks.
Thank you.
And this fledgling Fox network had asked him to make a show, and that show became the Tracy Ullman Show. The Tracy Ullman Show in 1987, a sketch comedy show by the indelible Tracy Ullman, and they wanted shorts or interstitials. And I'm not sure how this happened, but like James L. Brooks is like, yeah, we want Life in Hell. Matt Groening says, yes, I'll do Life in Hell. And all this is kind of like off the cuff. You guys can correct me all you want listening or in the chat. Somehow it was going to interfere with like Matt Groening's ability to keep making the comics. So at the last second, he's like, I don't want to do Life in Hell. I want to do this thing about this family. And I have no idea. If you ever worked in that business, like, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to do something
They don't
completely
take
different.
changes.
I didn't
well,
come to
sudden
you.
direction.
Yeah, I didn't come to you for this thing that you did not pitch to me. I came for you to this thing I already liked. And even like the pitch and like and there's these characters and they're all named after my real family, because other than Bart, they are. That's all Matt Groening's family, down to little Maggie. And for 87 to 1989, they air as Tracy Ullman interstitials. And I think while I may have caught them, and maybe you did too, I didn't care. And at some point, the Fox network becomes like the network I'm watching. And I don't have a great timeline on it. I think they just had the best Saturday morning cartoon shows. Sidebar,
Absolutely.
when Saturday morning cartoons were failing, part of that was because they allowed the toy industry to completely take over what they made.
Yeah.
Or they were making like, you know, I love Back to the Future. I don't care at all about Back to the Future, the cartoon show. Whereas Fox is like Bobby's World, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes,
Eek the Cat,
Eek the Cat, like
Tick.
really weird, cool stuff. And I'm watching that, and I remember they're marketing this show called The Simpsons Christmas Special that is coming out, like I think December 17th, 1989. And I don't remember why, but it's like I'm there, I'm popping in a tape, and I'm recording it. And I don't know how much history you guys want. Going back, why The Simpsons is so important as a brand. Animation has struggles through periods of history, but from where I was obsessed with cartoons. Cartoons aired at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and Saturday mornings, and in the monoculture, you had nothing else at all. There was a home video market where you could watch cartoons, but not only that, we were watching older cartoons made from a very, very long time ago. We were watching Jabberjaw, like awful cartoons that got canceled in one season. There definitely weren't cartoons in prime time. That had not happened since the first like 3 seasons of the Flintstones in the 60s. And there had not been any adult-oriented cartoons in almost my entire lifetime. With apologies to Mr. Ralph Bakshi, I'm sure my parents weren't letting me watch that. And one of the things that instantly gravitated me to The Simpsons was it wasn't only like more honest, it was a little more rambunctious, very controversial at the time. Where it's the monoculture, and I have a 1 TV household. I'm laughing and my dad laughing. That never happened. There was never a program where my dad and I were laughing at maybe not the same things, but in the same program.
It's so bizarre. Like my dad refused. He hated The Simpsons. He'd never watched an episode of it.
I mean,
but he's just like, I refused. I'm like, why? And he never tells me why. He's like,
It was branded that way, right? When it came out, I was like, oh, I can't believe they're airing such a irresponsible child and
Right,
Bart, and he's
yeah.
telling people to eat shorts and you know,
they have-
eat pants.
Oh,
awful
no,
things.
eat shorts.
It's going to ruin the country. All the kids are going to pick up on it, and you know, it's
Yeah.
just going to be.
I mean,
the apocalypse.
it's like, I think it's the first TV show, I'll just say, the first cartoon show, the President of the United States slammed it in a speech. People should be more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons. And that guy died, and no one cares. And I'm just saying, like, never do that in any position. How bad you'll look if this thing's legacy outlives yours, and you're slamming something like that. Go watch like all those people pre-Ed Sullivan slamming the Beatles because their kids are into them. You look like idiots.
Yeah.
Like, just don't comment if you're not watching something. But The Simpsons, one of the things I like in regards to the arcade game. There is not a lot of the show when the arcade game even comes out, but that is because The Simpsons had like those 2 years to kind of figure itself out in between Tracy Ullman. Because I love that like Milhouse debuts in a Butterfinger commercial because the Butterfinger people had already like signed them on as spokesmen before the show.
Is that why they're yellow?
No, they're yellow just as a simple decision, like to make. I think Matt Groening said it was suggested to him by someone that would make you stop your television dial. Not only were there no cartoons on at 8 o'clock on your TV, they weren't yellow. And you're like, you'd have to say, what is this? What is this? And like the way we watch things now, you can't even imagine that. Like the thumbnail has to do a lot of speaking.
Yeah.
And so if you think of it like that, The Simpsons is eye-catching immediately. I'm just going to see what this is. But what's the funniest thing about it, in a streaming age, all that stuff, like the way things become popular, it's a lot slower now. And it even was back then. If you think about like Breaking Bad had like a season or 2 before the world was talking about it. You have to wait for everybody to discover it. The Simpsons, that was instant. and you saw that in. Do you remember what most of the merchandise was of The Simpsons?
Early on, just Bart like T-shirts, right?
Like technically really lame, underachieving, proud. I'm Bart.
Yeah,
Bart
Cowabunga.
Man. Yeah, and all Bart because they had to like capitalize really
Don't
fast.
have a cow, man.
Like Burger King was faster to producing merchandise than The Simpsons was because it was such a like. It aired as a Christmas special. I'm not reading trades. And neither were any of you guys, so don't pretend you're better than me. It's December 17th, 89, and like, this is amazing. And the rerun comes on. I'm like, Dad, you got to watch the rerun. And then it's like, hey, you like The Simpsons? Coming January, second week of January, The Simpsons is a TV show. And in my mind, like, well, they must have decided that in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But you know, the reality was the Simpsons Christmas special is like the 7th episode. They were having a real hard time getting things ready. The Rugrats people were in charge of animating everything, and there were a lot of clashes, and they tried to get rid of them until they did in the 3rd season, and it went to the Garfield people, the Film Roman people. But yeah, The Simpsons was such
That's a great name for a book, from Rugrats to Garfield.
some Rugrats. I mean, it's kind of backtracking at that point.
Yeah.
But The Simpsons takes a long time to make. And that's what I think is so crazy, because I love comparing it to TMNT because they have similar trajectories, fandoms, and very similar arcade games.
Right.
But like the Eastman and Laird comic had been out in like, '84, and then I forget what the company is. They take it over to like make it a merchandising phenomenon. Like they have games. They have games in action figures in production before an episode of that airs. The Simpsons did not, but you can also see how the NES cover, how they're like all red. It's like the 4th issue of the comic because they didn't have much approved. So like, get it out there. Who cares if they're wearing the same colored mask? But The Simpsons, I think it is like 2 months after the airing of the first Christmas special that the arcade game goes in production. That is breakneck. Like, and I don't think anybody had prepared for that. And like, it is. In less than a year, there are play tests in the United States of a completed Simpsons arcade game. That seems, I don't know much about development time of that era, but that seems like crazy fast.
Yeah, it is very fast. And you did a good point too, because typically we're used to, so far the games we talked about and what Konami's done, with the exception of this, X-Men, and Asterix, I guess, is that, the toy company grabs a property, they turn it into a cartoon, and then they make a game from it.
And
that's
just
what
part
we
of that
saw
merchandise.
with TMNT. That's what we saw with Bucky O'Hare. But this is something that is at the same time, but is already a cartoon, organically to begin with, that Konami's then like, okay, we got to replicate that TMNT magic, and they're just gobbling up everything they think might turn into that. And that's what they do with this as well. But so it starts on Tracy Ullman show, or Ullman show.
Hey kids, let's go out for some chocolate frosted
Isn't Bart like, Dad, what is death or life?
Yeah, yes. And Maggie has like existential dreams. It's very weird because, and it's supposed to be. It's part of a sketch comedy show, and even cutely, like Julie Kavner and Dan Castellaneta, they're cast members on the Tracy Ullman show. They are not remembered for that.
Right.
And Tracy Ullman's like, I'm not going to do a voice. You should have.
Yeah.
You should have. You'd have won that
more money
Showbiz
in your
lottery.
entire-
You'd be making $1 million an episode for 36 seasons, lady. Oh
That's
my goodness.
crazy.
And she would eventually try and sue them to take the money they initially offered her.
But I don't remember. So just growing up, I would have been 9 at this time. I don't remember that show at all. When I first remember The Simpsons, I remember it as airing on Fox
Sunday nights
as its own thing.
Yeah.
And then the entire, and I don't know, all the media stuff, because I remember TV guides and all that stuff. Did that coincide with like the Christmas special, or did that coincide with the actual release of the official Simpsons series?
Normally, like, because obviously what animation works a little differently, but like normally you're talking like airing a pilot and then we respond to the success and then make more. And like they were hastily making more as this thing was becoming incredibly popular. And as far as I can remember, I'm not always there on day one when things are popular. Shout out to Nimona, which I did watch on release day. Watch that, people. But like
On Netflix.
I was there when it started, and I was just there to watch it all happen. I was there for like, stop talking about the Flintstones, but there was nothing else to talk about. That had never happened. This is the second animated show ever, and an animated show to be marketed in prime time. Yeah, you had to say it in the same breath. It took 10 years to stop mentioning the Flintstones, who never had a good game, right? Podouken audience, yeah, they only that stupid egg game. but yeah, like it would the trajectory was insane. Like it didn't go away for like 2 years. And a part of it is having good merchandise. People like their shirts, and the game was stellar. And you guys might be able to help me here a little better, because like I just remember no other cab other than Donkey Kong was this color, so it was immediately you could see it wherever you are. And I remember it came out, and the first couple levels are like real friendly for a belt scroller, but I could, oh man, does it ramp up after that? But it's like I'm a kid, I have a $2 allowance, trying to split this among the arcade. But it was, I remember, wherever we travel, it'd be in gas stations, and I don't know how well it sold, but it felt like it was everywhere. But I didn't get to beat it till like, I think my friend turned 12. We had a birthday party at Cyberstation, and we did the unlimited plays, because the game obviously is, your typical.
It'll take your quarters.
Yeah. This is
It's like
it's
30 minutes, but I played it again today, and like a quarter of your quarters are going to go to that last Mr. Burns fight.
Yeah.
That is about to. But no one knew. I don't know what kind of phenomenon it was, but it's crazy that like TMNT, what instantly grabbed, I think, all of us was at a track screen. I've never seen the theme song recreated in a game. Simpsons did that too, but it's the voices of those characters. You did not have the voices of the Ninja Turtles in the Ninja Turtles game, or at least not in a recognizable capacity.
Fire!
But ow, my toes! Who was
you,
that?
You get them, but they're not great. They're very like digitized.
Yeah, but the Simpsons, it seemed crazy, and it was there so quickly to capitalize on the phenomenon. To me, it's part of it. It's part of the rocket ship takeoff of the Simpsons as a property. And you can stop me whenever you want. I will babble for a really long time.
Well, no, but when we're getting into it, the first season comes out on Fox. And what year did that debut? Was that 89 or was that 90?
89 is the Christmas episode. It's like January 10th, one of those. It's not long. It's the first episode.
So 1990 though, right?
1990.
Yeah.
Yeah, January 1990 is the first episode, but it's like a 3-week break between the Christmas special and the first episode. And I recommend, other than the most recent season of The Simpsons, season 1 is the most hated. But I recommend watching it because
you have to.
Well, I want an alternate reality where, like, how we got those like Star Wars comics based on the Luke Star Killer, and like I want make some season 1, because they're a little darker. Like, oh, Marge is the drunk. And there's characters that never appear in the game. You'll see that reflected. There's not everything has been hashed out. Characters' designs aren't finalized, or their Korean inkers are making Smithers black and his hair the wrong color, which is reflected in the game. Or you think Howard is going to be a more important character than he ever would go on to be. But he's like, if I were introing my own monologue here, I love that Howard is in the game, because the biggest thing for me, now that if you heard me establish, we're watching cartoons in '89, but they're usually based on old stuff or they're set in a fantasy world. The Simpsons looked a lot more like my world. He's watching wrestling, lack of anything else to watch on Saturday morning, and it's the first cartoon ever to have a character play a video game, as far as I know. If you can think of another one, I'm sure there's probably a Saturday morning cartoon one with a crappy joystick, but Bart has a home console, and he's beating Homer in a game, and Homer has to go to the arcade because somehow those punch outs are wildly different. He's not learning any, but he gets taught by Howard to beat Bart in the boxing game, and that's Howard's only real moment, and he's in the opening, like the first level of the Simpsons arcade game, because what are we going to work with?
Yeah.
You got characters like Sherry and Terry, who are, they're around, but they were really important in the first season, and then they're like Pip in South Park, or like Stewie wanting to kill Lois. Like it hasn't been around for so long you forgot it existed, because at some point Sideshow Bob hands you a power up.
Yeah, he gives you a turkey.
He's got
a cart.
He's got 12 episodes as a good guy. And that hasn't happened yet. And there's some other trivia in there.
There's all kinds. I mean, you got like Krusty. You got a Krusty balloon that's like the enemy's, which is Smithers. The diamond robbing Smithers. His mode of transportation is a Krusty balloon, which doesn't really make any sense.
I think you're supposed to read that like he's taking Krusty's helicopter from the TV station.
Well, he's in the balloon. That's how he flies away at the beginning, and then he's in the helicopter.
But it's also like enormously disrespectful to like the actual intelligence of Burns and Smithers, like you don't need to take the whole baby because it has a diamond in its mouth, and
Total sense.
and
I don't
now
know
that
what's
you
fine.
know more about Smithers, like, you know, an openly gay man abducting your baby is a lot closer to current day LGBT fears brought on by conservatives. Like this is, you're beating up a groomer, but no, Smithers is a kind man. Kind man. I did not phrase that joke very well, and I wouldn't fault you for cutting it out. But never forget, listening audience live.
But Maggie does get her revenge eventually.
It's a great
Against
scene.
Smithers,
like because most
the cartoons,
there
so.
aren't a lot of like real deal cutscenes in a lot of these endings, and there's like there's a cool ending. You can only see this moment if you beat the game, and it's brutal.
Yeah, and Konami did that a lot. So
Yeah.
we were talking before in the past episodes how TMNT looked kind of like the what was the paint by numbers
Video
video
paint.
paint thing?
Yeah. Did we confirm? Was that Lindsay Lohan? It is.
It
right?
has to be
Has
Lindsay
to be.
Lohan.
Yeah.
I am 99.7%
you.
sure it's Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
The facial structure and everything. There's a couple of years difference, but I think she just was a kid for a while, which is perfectly
It's
normal.
possible.
But yeah, this to me is the worst offender of that. This is just click paint. Everything's the same. There's no shades.
Color a dinosaur.
Line art, yeah, filled by
a little
number.
bit, but like part of that was Matt Groening. I don't know this because I think I said it off mic. What sucks about the Simpsons arcade game is the people who made it don't do a lot of interviews. I think you got to get Jeremy Parrish to go over there and bother them and find them and unearth them.
There's almost they're not as bad as Taito,
yeah,
but Konami is
kind of tight-lipped
It's
until
just
you
like,
leave.
they made a game.
And you tightly, it's not a miracle. It was just my job. And Matt Groening and everyone else in The Simpsons, it was not cool to be out as a gamer. And I don't think I've never heard them talk about it. I don't think they were. I
don't think they had any involvement.
Yeah, I
with
think it was just another piece of merchandise they signed off on. So like, there's not a lot of people left to talk about it. And a lot of what you're hearing, I won't claim to know everything, but like just trying to absorb everything I can and piece things together with what I know about working on licensed arcade games for my professional experience. Yeah, but The Simpsons, it's a real miracle because I still think that. What do you guys think? Do you think the game's pretty good as far as?
Oh, the game is amazing. This is. We were trying to figure out what our favorite, not the best, but what our favorite Konami beat 'em up is. I know you know. Everybody knows yours. Mine, I still think my overall favorite is the original TMNT, but
Yeah.
Simpsons is a close second.
Again,
I don't think it's the best.
No. I'm
But
telling.
it's just my personal favorite. Growing up with it, it was like you said, it was everywhere. I remember
Yeah.
seeing the cabinet,
Being-
seeing the side
being-
art. It was everything.
Being a fan of The Simpsons on day one, like it was so surprising because we didn't get announcements that this was going to happen. It just showed up one day.
Yeah.
TMNT, by the time I was like into it, the arcade stuff was already happening. So it was like, for me, it was shocking for The Simpsons to get an arcade game.
Yeah.
And still kind of is. Because like we've had other hit primetime shows, but there's no Bob's Burgers fighting game out there.
Dude, I really I hope that we get like a Simpsons like Shredder's Revenge kind of treatment.
Oh, that'd be great. Yes,
like all
I
of
mean
them.
that's
like Toxic Crusader's getting one.
I just want a Bob's Burger time.
oh, why not? Why
What
not?
was it? Burger Boss? Wasn't that the
I
game?
think it was
in
Burger Boss, yeah, which was
Bob's
Burger
Burgers?
Time. Yeah.
So it's all
Bob's
cyclical.
Burger Time would be amazing.
That'd be great.
Someone do a ROM hack, please.
Yeah,
and
do
I'll
like
put it in mine.
a Wreck-It Ralph version of it
Yeah.
or
And
something.
I know you guys. You might have feelings on the arcade 1-up folks, but I want to give them some credit because.
You got to.
All right, we're gonna cut this.
Hold on. Regardless what you think of the hardware, or any of that stuff, like
Hardware.
Software? I mean, that's the outside too.
I invited this on myself.
Collapse
You guys
it.
keep going. I think a lot of people aren't aware the pitfalls of licensing games, and majorly what people don't seem to consider is certifying them. To put a game on a platform is like a $250,000 endeavor to get it on like a PlayStation. Arcade 1-Up, that game came out on the 360 and PSN for a year and disappeared forever.
Yeah.
That is the only time there has been a home release. And Arcade 1-Up right now sells the Simpsons arcade game for $700, but it is like you can buy it for the second time in 30 years. And they managed to skirt a lot of those things that make games impossible to re-release and be available for new people to play for $600. But NFL Blitz, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, no way to touch those games except for Arcade 1-Up. And I do have that Simpsons arcade game in the box. I don't like the way it looks, but I just wanted to save it from a Walmart. I would much prefer the original, but like yeah, like that game's out there. And Simpsons Bowling, which I'm looking at out of order.
Oh my god, game's a nightmare.
Yeah, it
uses
no
a
affection at all.
SCSI CD-ROM drive that we had to buy on. Yeah, that's right, and on eBay.
It's Jared Tech.
Yeah. Can you fix that,
I was gonna
please?
say, I'll take a look at it afterwards.
It resets and it's a pain in my ass. That's it.
We'll figure it out.
But the Simpsons arcade game is a certain kind of bliss for me, and I'm sure a lot of people listening might have a similar experience, or if you're around the same age, because the Simpsons was like unavoidable.
Yeah.
If you were in school and had never heard of it, you'd hear about it the next day. It was on everybody's clothes. It was everywhere.
I distinctly remember. I was born in '85, but I remember for sure having like Bart Simpson's T-shirts when I was like 6 or
really?
7. Oh yeah.
Yeah, my
In
parents
like preschool, I remember like they didn't want me. The first time my parents got
he
called
wasn't going to watch the show, but he's going to dress.
they
in it.
didn't
Yeah.
they didn't want like Simpsons clothes. Like they didn't want kids wearing them, and I went in with like a jacket or something, and I took it off, and they like call my parents.
I remember it was banned from schools.
Yeah, that might
like they
yeah, it
banned
was.
like some of the stuff
because
from
he said
schools.
underachiever and proud of it.
Yeah.
And my parents drew the line. Like, no, you will not be wearing this character in a shirt, but you and your dad can watch it and giggle. Sundays at 8 o'clock. And yeah,
I think Simpsons though, it's a top contender. I think for if you just ask again like Family Feud rules, like go poll 100 people and say what is the Konami beat 'em up that you remember the most. TMNT is hard to beat.
I still think TMNT would be the top.
But I don't know. Simpsons may be because Simpsons just hit.
Yeah.
Everything was Simpsons.
Yeah.
And it had, not just the show, which was already established at this point, but you had the arcade game, you had all the merchandise. You didn't have all that merchandise at the time.
No, it was real
with
rare.
TMNT. This was like a cultural wave that happened with this, and the game was already there in arcades when that happened. And you're hearing the music, and
I just think I think having 2 Turtles games that are so similar just gives it the edge.
Well, but I don't think people take that into account. I think they're combining them.
But I think there was a better chance to see a Turtles game because there was 2 of them. Is my thinking.
You'd be close. I think Simpsons would surprise you though if you just just polled the average person.
We should do that.
We
should do that.
Yeah, we need to make
I was just going to say my only criticism, because that was my same argument when we had this discussion on the TMNT episode. But now after
that was 2 episodes ago. I
researching
don't remember that.
and going back to a lot of the trade publications, a lot of Replay, a lot of Play Meter magazines, going through them, distribution and just overall percentages of everything was high for Simpsons, but I think it was bigger for longer in TMNT.
For Turtles.
It was.
Like there was still months where TMNT was still showing up on the charts when Simpsons was was out.
Does that take into
And was
effect
starting to fade.
like conversions though? Because I guarantee people that had Turtles caps put Simpsons in it if they sold like.
Is that a thing
So-
that Konami encouraged people to do? Like,
Well, they sold like two-player
Two-player
versions.
okay.
That you could like pick your character and stuff.
The
so.
preferred one they released was the 4-player dedicated.
Yeah.
Right.
But then they had 2-player world, U.S. and Japan was exclusively 2-player.
Yeah.
So
Did US get kits? I couldn't get a clear.
so they had to have, because there's U.S. ROMs that are 2 players, which I know from the Replay magazine, the articles and that it was like, hey, it's exclusively a 4-player dedicated cap.
That's what I was seeing being
I
pushed.
think it was at
so-
the time.
Okay.
I think later on.
And they're like, hey, we can make more money by releasing a 2-player version. And then they did that after they had initially did it. But where you were saying about TMNT and Simpsons, TMNT paved the way, right? TMNT had the longevity, absolutely. But Simpsons had the big bang moment. I mean, that first show where it comes out, they are selling thousands of units at the show. That's not something to happen in TMNT because TMNT grew to be that thing. Simpsons cashed in on it right away.
Correct. The only thing I'll say, overall Simpsons, yes. But if you look at the numbers, they don't necessarily. And it's funny because the Simpsons pinball from Data East is showing that it had about a year on top of the charts. I mean, it was going gangbusters, whereas the arcade game wasn't quite that level.
Right.
Well,
and
here's the distinction I want to make is I love it. This is why I love the show, is because I text Adam every once in a while asking, like, you have sales information for the original market? Like, it's something you can't, it's hard to Google unless you're going through those magazines. But in terms of, TMNT was made to make little boys into crack addicts. The Simpsons.
Correct, and it worked.
Yeah, the Simpsons.
It clearly worked.
Is a primetime show.
Still buying the TMNT
Me
stuff.
too. The Simpsons is an 8 o'clock primetime special that is now enjoyed by me and I haven't mentioned her yet, my sister. There's a character for her in this show. My dad and my mom. I remember being like in the Grand Tetons and in the Grand Canyon. There's like a Simpsons machine in this rustic lodge.
That's
and
because someone just pushed it over the edge at one point.
but it's almost a better bet than TMNT, just because like this has much wider appeal.
Yeah.
Like everybody loves The Simpsons, not just little boys. And when my parents didn't play a lot of games with me, but my dad would jump on and, ooh, can I be Homer? I'm like, this is the one video game question I can say yes to. Yes, Dad, you can do that. Because he'd get sick at a lot of games. But he loved Homer, and you could play as Homer. But, of course, you want to play as Bart.
Lisa's good.
Well,
Marge isn't bad either.
no, not bad. But Lisa is like, she gets her jump rope caught around herself.
Yeah, she does.
Nobody else has a hampering like that at all. Like, why? And I couldn't figure out how to reproduce it. Like,
I don't know.
I think it's just part of the hit animation. If you get hit,
That's probably what it is.
yeah,
I
there,
didn't notice.
That's part of it, right? So that's why I think if you just asked Joe Public, not old operators, because I was surprised too by reviewing the longevity of Simpsons. I thought it would have had a lot more staying power.
That's
But what you saw is it hit huge at the beginning from units sold. I think it was the second most highest selling of that year, only beaten by this little tiny game called Street Fighter 2.
Yep.
Never that guy.
Yeah, it won the Diamond Award that year, and then Simpsons won the Platinum along with the MVS. Yes, I know that you're going to put that in anyway, but I'm Mr. S&K. I get to insert that kind of knowledge. For the public, I think what Chris said, that's part of it too. It's not just what was more popular, what had the staying power, but there's something about the timing when the Simpsons game came out and it just being so branded to be everything that you saw from the cartoon. Because we talked about before, TMNT, the arcade game, does not look like the cartoon. It has the opening, but when you get into the gameplay,
It's different, yeah.
it's not like the cartoon. It's wonderful and I love it, but it's not that. This is the playable version of the cartoon,
it's the
and it was
closest.
there, within a season.
And what's that? There's probably a term for. I'm ruining your show so much, but
you're
like
not.
the idea of
Have
like
you listened to the show? You're fine.
yes,
Yeah.
but like how?
I mean, this is your second episode,
But
so
this is all
if-
like information I don't know, especially when you talk about, and I love hearing that. But like, what about how much it would generate? Does that what do you call that? Like how
revenue.
earnings.
Yeah,
like
earnings,
the
yeah.
revenue from the game. You don't. I'm sure you don't have to split that with Konami, but if you reported that, wouldn't they want to cut?
Well,
But
no, that's part of it. They are putting it on location, and they are and this type, like you said before, they put it in Chicago. They put it in a couple of different locations. They put it on test for a month or so, and then they use the earnings that it makes to report to the operators of these shows and go, hey, guess what?
Okay.
This game in a week made $1,200.
Wow.
So think about if you buy this game and put it in all your locations, how much you're going to make. Buy this game for I don't know what was the typical price for a dedicated. I'd say maybe around 2,000 to 3,000.
Yeah,
I was
I was
going to say
thinking
25,
three,
I think, yeah.
but
So right
25
around
is
there.
about right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So like
I could have
let's just
bought this for $600 like 3 years ago.
buy
I'm
this
so
game,
mad.
and in 2 weeks you will have made your money back, and everything after that is pure profit.
Yeah.
And that's how they're pitching this. So they want it to go on and earn as much as possible, so they can turn around and tell the operators, hey, this is a money making machine that you should order right now. They get the unit cost. They don't get residuals from the play.
But just because I would bet, given how deeply Simpsons had penetrated the zeitgeist, if you had a Simpsons machine in there for 5 years, I think it may have made more money than a TMNT, because I saw the Simpsons in hotels and gyms and in places I didn't really see anything but super old arcade machines.
Yeah, and I was gonna say you would probably kind of like you were saying you were on vacation.
Yeah.
You would see them in bowling alleys or some of the
Yeah.
areas where the market was a little different
Yeah.
than the traditional arcade game or the TMNT. Like I would see those in putt putt. TMNT
Yeah.
would be in putt putt, but the bowling alley would have Simpsons. The movie theater,
Yeah.
some place that would have older
And because
people.
that's why I think I remember it so well, because it is a shade of blue that I think was declared illegal sometime in 1997. Nothing could be colored that anymore. So you'd see it from you could see it for miles.
Yeah, it's not quite Smurf blue, and it's not quite sky blue. It's like in
very
between.
Donkey Kong blue. Now that I'm
Yeah,
looking
it
at
is.
it,
Yeah.
but it's a little brighter than that. But nothing else looked like that, and it was just. And I just remember seeing the side art so much because I'd see it in places where it wasn't crammed next to a bunch of other arcade machines. It would just be this.
And in '89, at the end of '89, you got TMNT coming out. Think about the competition in the arcade. Through '90, into 91, which is when we get The Simpsons,
Yep.
there's a lot more competition in the arcade that is like The Simpsons when that comes. So I think it hits big. It just doesn't have the staying power because
Right.
at that
Because
point,
there's other
Turtles was the
things,
only
yes.
thing out for like months and months and months, up to a year.
I want to point out I am not crapping on Turtles and trying to.
No, not at all.
I love the Turtles very dearly.
I think it's probably just the reason why I feel different is it's probably just your perspective, right? Like when I grew up, there was only that I remember there was only like one, maybe two Simpsons machines.
Were you
Ninja
at a
Turtles.
desert island?
No. But I mean, like the Stop and Play had Simpsons, and then I think there was one at like the Walmart or the Kmart or whatever. But I remember Turtles at like the gas station. I just remember Turtles was everywhere. So I think to me, I was just exposed to way more Turtles arcades than Simpsons.
And just where I was,
Or maybe I just was like a bigger fan being a kid of that at the time that maybe I just remember.
well,
that more.
I where I was, and shouldn't count towards anything. Fell in love with Ninja Turtles first, obviously. Was still simultaneously in love with Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles is on every day. Simpsons is on once a week. I would tape it and I would watch it every day because cartoons end at 4 o'clock at best, and nothing else comes on. There's no Cartoon Network. I have Cinderella on VHS. I watch The Simpsons. So The Simpsons I lusted after. TMNT was like, I don't want to say overexposed, but
No,
like,
you were, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like way
It
more
was
exposed.
your stable thing, though. You didn't have to seek it out.
You
It
had
was always
50
there.
episodes a year with The Simpsons, like 13. We might make more. I don't know. Let's see. And I don't know if there's a to be continued sprite buried in there somewhere. And I read somewhere that probably was the localization or the
testing.
the location testing.
Yeah.
Because why didn't they follow up on this ever? Like, it is baffling to me. Maybe the console market was that much more lucrative because the Simpsons games, if we haven't said it, are universally terrible.
Yes.
There are two good ones. One you need to play if you're a Simpsons fan, and everything else.
What's the other good one to you? Obviously, the arcade game is one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit and Run.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Is
that's a crazy
amazing.
taxi
That's
one,
a
right?
fantastic. It's like GTA kind of,
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's an open world Simpsons
but it's
game.
kind of like there is like Crazy Taxi-esque missions in it. Though.
No, there's the Road Rage is Crazy
Oh,
Taxi.
Road
Okay,
Rage.
that's
That's
what I'm
right.
thinking of.
It is Crazy Taxi, and the Simpsons movie game that EA made.
Yeah.
It's like at the time it was a 6 out of 10 and very not great.
Mediocre. Yeah.
But like all the voice cast
Yeah.
and like new cutscenes and
Bender.
the,
at the end.
you
That's-
fight Matt Groening who's defended off by Futurama characters. Like it's a you have to see it at least, but it sort of sucks to play in a lot
Sounds
of
like
parts.
a whole Stephen King self-indulgent cycle thing
Yeah.
of I'm going to write myself into my own novel.
But I don't know of anything else because as far as Ninja Turtles goes, like their gaming history is like amazing compared to The Simpsons. The Simpsons only has this to be like, this is a really good game that came out of the height of its popularity.
I think that's all because of the licensing. So, you know, when TMNT came out, it set that blueprint for Konami. Again, that's, you know, sets the stage for the early 90s. And then that's the success that Konami is basically trying to Xerox for the next couple of years. It's just find me something, copy it, do it. We talked about Bucky O'Hare. But they get The Simpsons. You said this aired like the first month or two of 1990, right?
Yeah.
Konami starts development of this game in February of 1990. That means they were on top of it. They had already gotten the licensing deal to do this and started development in 1990, which is just insane to me considering October of 89 is when TMNT came out.
Well, that's where I get confused because I thought I had read in a situation with Konami and TMNT, like TMNT had a Western marketing machine in place. When this comes out, it's going to be a huge hit, and we're going to have a bunch of stuff to meet it at the market. So I don't know if Konami who comes to who in this situation.
So in that case, Surge Surge is the marketing by Mark Friedman, I think.
Oh, thank God! Jesus,
Who started peddling this in '88?
yeah,
and got Playmates involved, and then just kept like, who else wants a piece?
roping up a bunch of
And got in touch with Konami of America, and then they sign on in '88. They start development. Game comes out at the end of '89. But again, it's not established like this. But I mean, they would have had to have been talking, you know, pre-Christmas special, you know.
No, I don't think they were.
Well, I mean,
Like,
but that's to sign that licensing and get that thing going so quickly that it's in development by February 1990 is super tight.
I keep meaning to check because I'm just very unclear on the Simpsons legacy in Japan. Because
is there one?
So
I
they
think there
definitely
is.
had like custom like banners and stuff for this game. That,
Yeah.
like, when it came out on arcades, because one of the guys recreates it, and it's the side art, but it's just super weird seeing all the Japanese text and everything on it.
I-
But I don't know if it's a huge. But
It
dude,
did not do well though.
They love.
I'm a massive
They love King of the
animation
Hill.
fan.
King of the Hill is like,
Do they?
dude, it is.
Well, they're just fans of propane and propane related accessories.
maybe, but there are like pictures of like stores, like
Ooh,
Japanese
Gribble-san.
like, pop culture that have like just whole King of the Hill sections of weird
Well,
stuff.
I've been to Japan. I'm a huge cartoon nerd. Ton of representation, not a ton of Simpsons representation, and that's just from my experience. Like 8 years ago, that's the last time I've been. But like, you know, Simpsons was arguably pretty hot then too. But I just don't imagine Konami seeing this animated sitcom and like wanting to come to the table for the Simpsons. I imagine someone's got to push it on them. And we've been talking on Video Game Apocalypse about like just how video games were such a smaller industry that like, you know, a Tokyo radio station come to town and like make a Mario Brothers movie out of our just do it, and like you wouldn't get an email through Nintendo with a request to make us a game. So yeah, I just don't know. Sorry, I'm derailing everything.
Well, but I really think the Japanese version was an afterthought. It was not the primary thing.
Yeah.
This is licensed originally Konami America. They take it to Konami. They make the game.
That's
over
probably
there. It comes out in March of 1991. So March 4th, son's birthday, 1991. I'll have to remember that for the next time. It's like, no, you will have a TMNT or a Simpsons themed birthday party. It comes out in 91. It does not come out in Japan until August 11th of 91.
yeah,
And
it's
when
way
it comes
later.
out in Japan, it does not do well. I think it charted at like 7th most popular game the month it comes out.
Yeah, and I have to double check. I was looking up here on Game Machine magazine, which is a Japanese publication. They had it listed as 12th in October, but I think it was only on the charts for 2 months.
And it dropped off
And it
completely.
dropped off
I mean-
completely. And that's the top 25 video
I
cocktails.
wish I would have done this research.
So that's separate than
Oh.
uprights and cockpits. Like it's separate than deluxe. So top 25 video cocktails is what they call them. And in October of 91, so 7 months after it came out,
Yeah.
it was number 12. And that was only, I think there might have been one other month that it charted,
But you also have to
but it was, I don't even know.
remember. I wish I had this data. Like the Simpsons didn't air in England simultaneously, where now
Right.
it's a huge phenomenon. It's like it's always existed. It took like a year or two. So I don't know. Was it airing in Japan at all? Is this an animated game?
I can't
with
imagine it
no-
was.
I can't
How
imagine
would
it
that
was.
even translate? Because
Right.
I mean,
How
Simpsons is-
quickly were we getting Japanese animated
Yeah.
programming? It definitely wasn't.
Yeah,
even
much later.
Simpsons is
later.
all about the American culture
Yeah.
of that time and about this very low middle class family living in it and the difficulties and all that stuff. You know, like that. One of the early Simpsons episodes I remember probably the most, and this may not even be like first, second, third, or whatever season, but it's the Christmas one where Santa's Little Helper.
That's the first
That's the first
episode.
Is that, okay, that's the
Yeah.
first one. That one stuck out to me like crazy because they were essentially impoverished, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have enough money to buy Christmas presents. They don't have any of this stuff. But then, you know, everything with the schooling, how does that translate to the Japanese audience at that time? I don't know if it even,
I'm not sure.
if they even
I
take a
wouldn't-
flyer
I
on it,
wouldn't
right?
bet on it. I would bet way harder on Ninja Turtles or something like that.
Well, I wonder if they did like our Shin-Chan that we got. They just went in and they pulled episodes that they thought we could relate to, and then just completely changed all the pop culture like references. So I wonder if in Japan, if it did air, I wonder if they just picked a few episodes from season 1 and 2 and
It is.
changed it.
I've had a couple conversations with people in different territories, and it is really they do change pop culture references, and sometimes I think in like the case of the Mexican one, like they hire someone who's like a hugely recognizable voice person to bring this character, so he's like partially credit for making the character popular in a different territory because of who they cast as and like stuff that we wouldn't
Yeah.
think about.
what did they change I Caramba to?
Oh my god,
The Mexican version.
like
oh man,
it's funny. I know this. It was "Oh My Car."
All right,
Yeah,
that tracks.
Are you serious?
No, no, no. I'm not.
I can't
serious.
tell with you sometimes because it sounds dumb enough to be true,
I've
and you
only
said
been
it
on
with
the-
such conviction.
I've
dude.
only been in the final fight in Simpsons episodes of this. I just hopefully you're fans.
Well,
will
now
make sense of
we
it.
need that sticker of Bart saying "Oh my car."
Oh my car.
Oh my
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
there you go. I was going to mention the only other thing, and
There's
it
the
goes
paper.
back to
Show
yes,
the
guys,
screen the paper.
He's got it. Look, it's actual.
I-
Hang on, see it real quick.
I have very few. And,
Hey,
and Chris, you might find this interesting. We talked about it. This goes back to kind of some of the finance stuff. Is a lot of times distributors, like bigger companies, would distribute for these Konami and other
Right.
companies. So me as an operator, I might be in debt to my distributor. So I might have bought like tin of some stinker. And so like I'm trying to pay them back, and I'm slowly paying them back. With TMNT, what they were able to do is I saw how popular that was, how much money that was making. So I actually went to my distributor and said, listen, I'll write you a check and pay off my debt.
Here's my house. This is the deed to my house.
If you will sell me some TMNT games.
Wow.
So like, here's a fat check for all I had. Yeah, exactly. Paying off my first one.
Inject it in my veins.
Exactly. So I can get these cabs and get them on route. And so Konami, I think, was trying, and in the articles I'm reading, they're trying to replicate that. And they were doing that by licensing a bunch of
Let's see if we can
cartoon.
pick up on the next big
Exactly.
cartoon
And
phenomenon.
literally the three main US
Everybody in this
Konami
picture looks
people.
like Don Mattingly.
Hey, that middle guy doesn't have a mustache.
Yeah, he's the imposter.
Yeah. And you know what I love about
Those
this?
are
Body snatchers.
healthy
Gonna do a
mustaches, dude.
Body snatchers scream at him.
Exactly. And these are actually mild compared to a lot of the.
Oh no, those are full-on Hollywood headshots compared to most of them
Yes.
we get. It's usually like them in a junk room smoking a cigarette.
Exactly. Michael Cuban, I love this. It was great. He actually worked for Stern Electronics. He designed a bunch of he designed Nugent. He designed
The Ted Nugent
Trident.
game.
Yes, he was the designer on a bunch of the early solid state pinball games, and then he went and worked for marketing for Konami. So I love the connections that you always get. But Steve Kaufman was talking. He was one of the heads up in the U.S., and he was talking about how where is it here? So Konami is looking ahead with success written in the future. Will licensing go this way? It depends on the property. From time to time, we just sign contracts until a game is, and the game comes out about a year later. Basically, we're just looking like we're going through and looking
Yeah.
for licensing opportunities.
I mean, that's
And
why there was
some of them are
licensing
gonna work,
conventions.
and
Yeah.
some of them aren't. And we kind of
Bucky
we'll
O'Hare, the arcade game, did everything right.
Yes.
As opposed to Bucky O'Hare, everything else.
And still fell completely flat.
Yeah.
Because
I didn't
it
see it
just
until decades later.
Yeah, so I think some of that explains the timing and just the we don't know anything if this is gonna be good.
But if this is TMNT again.
and it's conceptually something that we can translate to an arcade game, and we can probably do it in a beat 'em up TMNT fashion.
We can use the same
Actually,
hardware.
Yeah, we can use similar stuff that we're already developing.
I did look at that,
in
and,
Team, so-
going off what you're saying, like TMNT, the arcade game, is out when the Simpsons. It's out for a few months when Simpsons is airing. So if TMNT is like an instant success, the likes of which they've never seen, we need another 4-player animation-based game right now.
Yeah.
Who do we look to?
Cowboys and Moomessa.
I love the game, but yes, Simpsons. Oh.
But yes, but anything we can think,
Yeah, they're scooping
we
up
can
everything.
see and think.
They got
that-
TMNT money. They're throwing it around. Debts have been paid.
100%.
They're flush with cash. They're buying up every property they can.
this show.
And then they just nail it with The Simpsons again. As we said, they were able to turn this game around so quickly because they essentially take everything that they did with TMNT and reskin it. They put it on the same hardware, the same board. And I really think the only extra gameplay element that Simpsons has that TMNT didn't is really the tag team component of like being able to pair up with another character, which is an awesome mechanic.
Yes.
It's one of the things I remember the most from that, and seeing it the first time. It's like, how are you getting them to roll around the screen?
Something that I think they should have
Is that
done
what
a better
sex
job, a better job about like explaining to you, because I don't remember growing up knowing a lot about that.
But that was the arcade at the time.
Was
You
there not
didn't.
I know,
you didn't.
but
You
like,
went there and you watched and
I
you
feel like there was
explored.
an on-cabinet explanation of that.
I think that they definitely had it when they redid it in 2012 on Xbox, and it was
Okay.
part of their whole like, here's
Yeah.
all the commands of the game.
Yeah.
I don't, and there could be. I don't really read control panels or bezels or anything.
I think that's one that we have never had.
correct.
We had X-Men.
we had the boards.
Okay,
obviously.
okay. Why?
Come on. Come on.
Why have you never had a Simpsons?
No, we have the boards. We just don't have the cab.
Yeah,
Why?
because they're big.
They're huge.
They take
yeah.
up space.
You have to have a TNT, and you have
We
another
have, we have
TNT.
several TMNTs.
I know,
okay?
but
There's a
I
reason.
spent all my cab money on X-Men's.
That's and these man. And
I
all-
don't regret it.
All
We're
of these,
saving room for the 6-player, just in case.
and that-
I am.
That's
Dude,
what
one of my buddies.
Liquidate this wall and just put the 6-player on.
One of my buddies just opened an arcade in Virginia, and he got a 6-player X-Men. You know,
Address?
I can get it for you.
What's their operating hours? When are they not there? Are there cameras?
He's probably in chat right now. But
and yeah, that's why I did want to tip my hat to Arcade 1-Up as someone who, like, regardless of the money, I'm in San Francisco.
Go ahead
like,
and edit that.
I'm in San Francisco and can't put a cab in my house, but I desperately wanted to play X-Men, TMNT, and Simpsons, and there was one beautiful, bright, shining year where those came. They were available commercially, and it never. And they were delisted like immediately. And
So what you do is you are stupid and you get a candy cabinet and then spend way too much money on PCBs.
She
like
said
me.
3 titles. They all came out right like $600-700 a piece.
yeah,
So you're talking about $1,800 to $2,000 if you buy all 3 of those titles. My problem with where arcade one-ups are now is they're toys,
right.
flat out toys, and in a lot of the cases, Blitz, for instance, you can spend
boy.
money to go get an actual arcade version of Blitz for what they're charging that. And hey, guess
Pretty
what?
ridiculous.
It's got like 44% more of the violence that they didn't take out and edit the code on. So the thing with the arcade one-ups, and this is what turned me off to them originally, is the guy just flat out said, hey, we were looking for the most popular thing we could exploit to make money, and it happened to be arcade games, and so we're just making them, and that's
it
it.
could've been
That's it. We
anything.
got no love for it. It's just a spreadsheet.
I don't think
And-
that's the case. I know. some
I
people
mean,
over
there's
there.
an interview. It's exactly that. And I know you like arcade one-ups, and
No,
I
no,
think
no,
they
no.
had their place.
There was. Did you see that article like just last week about game preservation, accessibility? Like no one's making a lot of space in that very small subgenre of licensed arcade classics. They're really hard to justify obtaining a license and then $1 million to put on even Steam or iOS. It's just not happening. And like it's available. It is a glorified plug-and-play controller.
Yep.
But it is, but it's not available anywhere else, and it may never be ever be available anywhere else.
And,
It's a
and
bummer to
that's
think about.
absolutely true. I guess my thing is I wouldn't consider that game preservation. I don't see like an arcade one-up being in a museum like 20 years
No,
from now.
you're
or
not
30
wrong.
years from
That
now.
and they're-
I see the code and I
they're
see the
changing it.
preservation of like the ROMs and everything else.
You're
as
not
part of
wrong,
that.
but you also need to think about the people out there like myself who like to scam Walmart out of things and wait for these things to go on sale for $100, which I've never paid any more than that for an arcade.
you
one-up.
ruin-
Speaking of scamming Walmart, I have my very own scamming Walmart
Ooh,
story
do
related
tell.
to this very game.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It is not one-up related, but remind me later in the episode.
Ooh,
We'll
okay.
discuss it.
Fantastic.
Did you ruin the Star Wars one yet? Did you cut
No,
it?
no, I still that's the I keep moving around. I keep that one out and
Nice.
playing. Just
Good.
'cause
Don't cut it.
Oh, come on, man. Let me mod that thing.
No.
Oh, come on.
So yeah, and again, I know when I get on arcade one-up stuff, I come up as snobbish, as like, oh, well, you can have a real arcade game.
Well-
And a lot of people are like, well, no, I can't because space and price and everything else. But they're just so close to that
Well, and-
on
and
some
Now-
titles. Where,
nowadays, yeah.
yeah, Simpsons, you're not going to find an arcade game in The Simpsons unless you're paying $2,000.
Yeah.
But there's ways to emulate it. There's ways to play it. You can get a cab, like you were saying, get a candy cab,
Well,
and
But
the
it's
price for that.
Mister it, or there's ways to do
From
it.
someone who's not collecting arcade cabinets, there is something Arcade One-Up is doing in making current games more playable, and then you can put those other places. Whereas, like, for a long time, people thought the Simpsons game was lost. You'd never see it again. And it came out one time for 13 months, and we thought that it was the case again. And,
which all of them did at that time,
Right.
and it's
Yeah.
poof gone. Yeah,
and now whatever arcade they're opening up, talking to those licensing people, and they are changing the ROMs a little bit to make them playable and other things. I think as things become cheaper, something between the PlayStation Network store and the Switch store, which is a just garbage fire of like sub mobile $2 garbage, something in between there, so we could get some of these. It doesn't seem like a miracle every time a classic arcade game actually gets to belong or available to people for a reasonable price.
or good. That that Capcom's done collections like that. Digital Eclipse just did it with TMNT. I mean,
But you'll
there's good
notice that
anthology
the
things
Marvel
like
stuff
that.
is only happening there. Like those agreements are not being signed to be certified on modern consoles or Steam.
Yeah.
Because it's expensive, and Marvel wants the biggest cut of all time.
Yeah, and I it made me think when you said that a little bit more and have a little more sympathy for Arcade One-Up, just in that, like, okay, you're dealing with Konami, who, as of late hasn't been the friendliest.
Yeah. Does this have metal balls in it?
Yes, exactly. Like if they're not, and then you're dealing with the Simpsons IP, and
Yeah.
you're dealing with multiple people. You're dealing with, maybe some, speech people that you're dealing with multiple licenses, license holders, and you've got to coordinate all that, make everyone happy, get everyone paid, and then still come out with a product. So
That does remind me of my favorite, deepest irony. because I'm playing the Simpsons second level, which is a level set in an amusement park, and it's rad. And like at the time in 1991, Disney, in regards to the Simpsons, they are like Dover boying that piss, like, oh, what is this filth? And meanwhile, like at the same time, they're licensing like Ninja Turtles to be in Disney parks, and Indiana Jones and Star Wars and Ace Ventura. It had a thing in Disney for a while.
Is it where you come out of the rhino?
Dude, that'd be
I'd pay for that.
On the Jungle Cruise.
That's just the exit.
right in the
backside of a
jungle.
rhino.
Oh my god!
You got to fast pass it. But I mean,
But like Disney didn't have to say it. They're just like, we are not this. And then 30 years later, look who they own and who they don't.
Right.
Like you never got a hold of the Turtles, but you got the Simpsons somehow. It's unbelievable. And another really great thing about the Simpsons arcade game is it's pretty well known trivia, but it's still awesome. Matt Groening made Life in Hell, and breathlessly, with no explanation, there are Life in Hell characters in the Simpsons arcade game. They not only open up every level, they sometimes will tell you to piss off and stop asking for power-ups.
yeah, they live in trees or in the theme park.
Yeah, most famously, all they had was, I guess, whatever roadmap the Simpsons was working with. And I've seen this written different ways, but when Marge gets shocked, you see Binky's ears in her hair.
Yeah.
And it was eventually to be revealed that Marge was one of the Life in Hell characters, and that is the relation. I also think it's funny, the other part I read is that was supposed to be in the series finale.
Right.
That of all the predictions everyone got wrong, you predicted the Simpsons series finale.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't know that it won't be yet.
And, I don't see it coming.
But that's a perfect. So again, you said like Konami. You can't find out about the development, right?
Right.
It's just very vague stuff. We know a credit list, and we know what games they did. But it's stuff like that that gives you an insight into what Konami was given to work with.
Yeah.
And that was the developers were basically handed season 1 and the information behind that. And they obviously had some sort of guidelines about where Simpsons was planning to go. Because that tidbit.
There's no telling because of how, trying not to curse, bad every other Simpsons game is. Even if they had a character bible or an approval process, nobody was following it. It sucks. Those other Simpsons games are so bad. I do not imagine.
But Konami had to be privy to things beyond just that first season because they knew about the ears for Marge.
But that might have been like in a season 1 outline because But what's funny is Sideshow Bob is there pre heel turn, but then there's a level in a news station, and two things are great about that because there is no Kent Brockman because I don't know that he exists yet. But it's also one of my favorite things about this is clearly a Eastern developed game. We're going to have a level in a TV studio. What happened to that TV studio? Well, news and a samurai show. Do you not all have samurai shows? They
got to make money with the kabuki.
And Phoenix Wright's like, yeah, we all have local samurai shows running it all the time at our local television stations. And then there's a moment which I'm just surprised Twitter hasn't flagged it oh man, you fight this stereotypical character. Oh, this wasn't made by Americans. That's not a Simpsons character. They did this. Konami did this. That's on them. But yeah, all of this stuff is hysterical. Because even the Simpsons hadn't gone many places. There weren't that many locations. Yeah. And there's an entire mountain level with where the boss is a bear because there had been a bear in the 6th episode of the Call of the Simpsons. You fight the Bigfoot version of Homer he is mistaken for in that level. And my favorite, it's Blinky the three-eyed fish, and that was a background joke before it was a really central moment when Mr. Burns runs for governor, in a season or two later. But that's what I was going through it today with a fine-tooth comb about how little anybody here knows about the Simpsons. And it almost looks sometimes like they're predicting a character to become more popular than they will be. And then lastly, my major compliment, all the, what would you call them, grunts, the henchmen, they're so well designed and on brand, and there is no basis for those characters at all. Especially that fat colonel looking dude. There's
I believe he's credited as Fat Henchman.
Fat Henchman. It's not just me. it looks so good with next to all those other Simpsons characters.
Yeah, it
You
fits
think
right into that world.
they look they look like better Simpsons characters than some of like Seymour Skinner in a brown suit. Those guys look better and more adaptable to the Simpsons than actual Simpsons characters.
Aside from the main Simpsons characters that you play as and Maggie, the enemy characters are except for Smithers, are so much more well done than the background characters you see throughout the game.
Yeah.
Because some of them are barely passable.
Yeah.
So
Which is weird because the Moe's Tavern boss, which is just
drunk.
like a drunk.
A
like
drunk.
who looks like if Moe went on a bender for 40 years.
And lifted a bunch of weights.
Right. That guy, I finally found him. He is a background character in the 7th episode. He exists on the show, whereas like the spy twins, like that just seems like, is this just final fight? We're going to go downstairs and enter a bar where Moe's is not in the show.
It's not
That's where he
John's
keeps
sub-basement floor of the cemetery.
We're going to fight 2 guys, and then we're going to walk into an entrance to a bar that nobody could ever find.
You got to fight the orca he keeps down there.
But like the big boss in here is I think he has a line in that like, you guys should have rumble. Like, I don't know how he was built into a character because the first, I had one takeaway that had never occurred to me before. Krusty is not in this game.
Yep.
Even though he is
Imposter Krusties are, which are fat henchmen.
there's so much Krusty rep, but no actual Krusty, and I was like, well, why is that? And like, well, he probably wouldn't help you, and he probably wouldn't kill you, so he doesn't belong in the Simpsons beat 'em up. He's a selfish man, that Krusty. Hey. Where are we at?
So getting into the story and the characters, we kind of touched on it, but this game starts with that extremely mischaracterized Smithers robbing a bank in downtown Springfield, and on his way out,
the means, sir.
he
Stealing
bumps-
the whole baby.
he bumps into the Simpsons, and the diamond goes flying up. Good animation on the diamond.
Yeah,
They even have
really
like the
good.
light kind of switching around on it and everything. And then of course lands in Maggie's mouth and becomes her new pacifier. And then logic. Smithers kidnaps Maggie and runs off with her, and the family, which is Marge, Homer, Bart, and Lisa, take off after him to rescue Maggie. So
One thing I noticed, I will say about that, is he doesn't smash the glass to the jewelry store until he's exiting,
It's a distraction.
Yeah, it's
which
like,
also threw me off.
that way it looks like a break-in and not a break-out.
yeah, if you've ever left a bad restaurant or had a real great breakup, it's always nice to knock something over before you leave. And that too.
Which means he had the keys, and he was trying to cover up that he had the keys.
And
So-
why,
Yeah, or maybe
So
it
Wiggins
automatically
wouldn't
locked
yeah.
when they hit the alarm. I don't know.
And the information I most seek for the Simpsons arcade game relates to that, because it, like we had expressed, it was a real big feat to have original voice actors reprise those roles in a game less than a year after it debuts, except for very notably Harry Shearer. And Harry Shearer is a notorious grump when it comes to The Simpsons, even though I think he's right about a lot of stuff. He just hates Rupert Murdoch. I agree with a lot of Harry Shearer's politics, but not his attitude towards The Simpsons a lot of times. But Hank Azaria isn't there either. So I don't think they asked him. But it is sort of weird because Smithers sounds very Japanese, and they just reuse a lot of voices. But I think also these characters weren't crystallized in the public's consciousness yet, so it didn't really matter.
It wasn't as glaring of an issue because you're like, oh, who's going to remember Smithers?
Yeah.
Right.
No one knows what he sounds like.
Yeah.
And
No one's going to remember this black guy in the first 3 episodes.
no one's
which
going to
he is.
remember that Mr. Burns isn't 10 feet tall, evidently.
and how many boss phases? Like 6.
Well, he's got transforming hovercraft and everything.
Just saying, 1 diamond. You're already a billionaire. When is it enough? America, I mean, Mr. Burns.
It's probably a blood diamond anyway.
Oh, 100%.
It is after all this travel. Poor Maggie, cutting up her gums like that.
Each of the characters was just kind of interesting too. Most beat 'em ups, you get a weapon. All the characters in this, except for Homer, have their own weapon they come with. So Marge uses, probably not as politically correct now, but a vacuum cleaner.
That's how women fought their battles in 1989.
Bart has his skateboard and Lisa has her jump rope, and Homer just flails around with everything.
Right. And another one of my favorite things is I'm sure always feel like I'm embarrassing myself in front of you guys when like your character dies and you come back and you have that moment of invincibility. They come back as superheroes, and I forget how far back Bartman goes, but you really got to like pause the game to see it. But every character has this cool superhero outfit, and if you can time it right, they'll fly in the screen and just like knock out like the entire screen. It was awesome when you had like 4 people playing. You could sometimes like clear a screen in a way that only you could only do in the Japanese version just by restarting.
Yeah, the super easy Japanese version made everything less painful.
Yeah, and I don't know episode wise, but Bartman, they had, because there's art and stuff for him, like a full panel, kind of like we were saying, video drawing, full panel that you see at the end, post credits. With the full Bartman. So
I think there had been something in the Tracy Ullman show where he had done that. So like that art was so ready to go. That's why the T-shirts were everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think Bartman does anything on The Simpsons for a while. I think the writers kind of resented it.
And I didn't know
if
that was part of, and I was going to ask you if you had ever heard that, was if there was any superhero stuff that was going to be pushed out to the other characters, and that's where they came up with that?
I think it was because a lot of early Simpsons episodes, Bart is, what do you call it? Imagination episodes.
Yes.
That is like, does not happen with Bart anymore. He does not pretend like a kid. He is wise beyond his years. He is practically Roger from American Dad. Lisa might get a little of that, which is fun because there's a dream sequence in the game based on the 2nd episode. Yeah. And it's not set on clouds, because I always thought that was the one where Homer falls asleep and there's kind of a risky Beatles song in there somewhere. But no, it's Bart is as cheated to become a genius. It's a really good episode, that first episode of The Simpsons, Bart the Genius, where he gets bumped into the gifted school where he doesn't belong. And he's got this dream sequence where he's on a train with the most off-model characters ever seen on The Simpsons, and before or since. They look like little thumbs, but there are a bunch of numbers in the background. He's trying to figure out a math problem, and that is the basis of, you'll get letters and numbers to fight in this level, in this cool black and white level, which I don't... It's such a specific, stupid video game trivia question. Like, what was a game where you went and bought in black and white? Like, no one... I don't
Mad
remember.
World.
Nobody remembers Mad World. Oh, my God.
I do.
Yeah, for the Wii?
Yeah. My favorite Greg Proops role. The Black Baron stops there. You want to see things that won't hold up now to political correctness? Everything in Mad World. It is. I was capturing sounds from it, and I just like scrubbed in, and like I just heard, and just somebody just yells, "Hobo chode!" Hobo chode! Like that's just a line of dialogue in Mad World.
Well, it's Bender. It's just what's that actor's name?
Why did I forget now? I've met
John
him.
DiMaggio.
John DiMaggio.
Just him yelling things. It's great.
Yes. But man, this game fascinates me up and down, because I get to say this a lot, but in the monoculture, 1991, you don't have a lot of choice. There's no on demand.
Right.
And if you love The Simpsons and Ninja Turtles, like going to arcade is like the only time like I am choosing to do this right now. I can access this when I want it. And I think that's what made me gravitate to arcades in general, because I missed all the Donkey Kong era. It was like, I can go visit the Turtles without having to wait until 4 o'clock. It's a Sunday. It'll be hours. Yeah.
The controls in this are pretty basic. Of course, you've got your attack button, your jump button. You can do a jump and then hit the attack to do like a dive attack or jump attack.
And it's so powerful.
But then you have your pressing both attack and jump at the same time will trigger their special leap move. And so each character has their own special leap move. These are, of course, the moves we know and love, just like TMNT. You hit both of them. It's a free move. It does not cost any energies, no mutant power or anything else. Marge is probably the funniest because she just sticks her ass out and just whacks people with her ass.
The thickness was ahead of its time, the way they drew that.
I mean, that's another bunny indicator, right? She's just hopping around.
And she might have a cottontail under there because it's much more pronounced than her butt would ever be on The Simpsons, I believe.
I did like to, we mentioned the electrical shock of the bunny ears, which evidently are, ears are skeletons now, or bones. But they also had an animation when she's doing her combo attack, her vacuum gets a little too close to her hair, and it actually, for a frame, sucks her hair off of her head, and you see yellow ears.
Really?
So there's 2 places in the game where there's sprites that relate to her being a bunny in this.
I'm going to reveal myself as being a bit of a sexist pig. Don't play as Marge a lot. Don't play as Marge a lot. I did today, But I was shocked that like Lisa actually feels worse to play because I swear she got her jump rope tied around her and was incapable of fighting, and there was nobody near me. But I was playing the Japanese version, which I'd never.
Maybe it's her idle animation.
It might be, yeah.
Because they have
time
idle animations as well,
I
where
was
they're
in the
saying the stuff.
middle
but-
of fighting stuff.
I thought the same thing. I played her a couple times
Yeah.
because I tried to go through every one because obviously just growing up it was like play as Bart.
Yeah, always.
I'm gonna real quick hazard a guess as to Chris's situation in playing Marge. You loaded the 4-player ROMs, didn't you? And then you don't have a choice. If you player one, you're Marge.
I resent you saying that, and I don't appreciate it, but maybe.
And it's accurate.
And whatever ROM was on my cabinet or Pi, which was a 2-player mode.
Okay,
mod,
so
yeah.
you could character select that.
Yeah,
Because in a 4-player ROM, if you just select that, then you are Marge.
Yeah.
Right.
If you have your control slave to player one.
But I got that arcade one up, just sit in the box. Gonna protect it.
Don't want to hurt the value. That's going to be a collector item someday.
Gotta put an acrylic case around that whole
You
box.
send it off to get
Dude,
rated.
please get it CGC graded.
I got it graded. I got it graded.
Comes back in a clear
Came in a
coffin.
forklift. No, I just wanted to save it from like $100. What do you
Yeah,
argue?
no, can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Homer does his best Luigi jumping impersonation
Wiggle kicks, yeah.
from Super Mario
There's
Brothers 2.
a lot of little flares like that. And
Yeah.
I think it's just something the Simpsons did. They messed around with frame rates on the show, and still sometimes do. But at that time, it was much harder, and I saw it was cool to see that reflected in the game.
Bart takes his basically a two-handed swing with his skateboard and hits in front of him, and then Lisa twirls around her rope, so she kind of does like a attack, which is pretty quick. And so these, pretty much how I play Simpsons is hitting both buttons all the time. Boss fights,
dive
anything.
kicks and
Dive
both
kicks for
buttons.
bosses.
Yeah, because these will one-shot enemies just like they do in TMNT. They do a lot more damage to bosses. They're usually safe for a lot of boss battles and phases. You can usually get like 2 of these in and then get out of the area. So if you're moving vertically through the boss, get 2 on your way, and then you're clear
Until-
before they have their reaction.
Some of those bosses are just like, oh,
Until the
here-
final phase of Burns.
Even like the bowling ball one, like this is just where like the quarter theft comes in. There's
So
no
I
describable
had a
hitbox.
tremendous amount of success doing that with the bowling boss.
Yeah?
Specifically, I was completely safe on his final loop around form just by staying in the
Just
middle and
getting
doing that.
knocked out when I'm like the opposite side of the screen
Right.
horizontally, and like, dude, I'm not even like overlapping him.
So if you're like on the character and doing
Mm-hmm.
that, especially for the bowling ball, you're almost safe. Right
Yeah,
in the middle.
there's
I think I
cheese
got hit
spots.
once or twice.
There's
the whole
definitely
fight.
cheese spots on most of the bosses, yeah.
Yeah, I found one for Burns for the first time. But again, I was playing the Japanese version just because I had the least experience with that one. Even though it wasn't, if you play the 360 one, you could like cycle between all that.
you could
which
choose, yeah.
wasn't normal for ports. So
And then finally, you had that team up attack, like we talked about before. Very inventive in this game. Essentially, if both characters stand really close to each other and just you don't hit a button, they'll activate this. So the combinations of this are Marge and Homer. They'll perform a rolling attack that can move around the screen. And again, this is kind of one shot on everybody as it happens. It's probably the best combination
I think
attack.
it is, yeah.
The only one that would possibly be compared to it is Bart and Lisa's.
Bart and Lisa, I think,
they
are very
hold
similar.
hands and then run around clotheslining all the enemies.
right, I forgot about that.
And
Can't
then
do it
you
alone.
have a lot of people, and I couldn't remember this either. I was like, okay, well, what's like Homer and Bart's
Lisa,
or Lisa's and Marge and
piggyback.
so yeah, for Homer with the kids, and this is for both of them, he'll essentially give them a piggyback ride, and then they continue to attack. So it's not like a running around attack. You don't have that that one hitness that you do with those other 2 combinations. So you still have to trigger the keys to hit. And then with Marge, she will, with either of the kids, essentially throw them across the screen where they rebound back to her and go back again. So it's kind of like just a full screen attack. that you
Beautiful
can do with
metaphor
her.
for parenthood. Unbelievable.
So, and that's true for both Lisa and Bart with either Homer or Marge. So
I was playing today and like, I was recently just being obsessed with like, beat 'em ups. And I'm like, man, this game would be so much better with a dash attack. But I did forget about the team ups because back in the day, I never played. In '91, I never played The Simpsons alone. There was always someone else
Right.
there. It was always a friend or relative there with me.
Stranger.
And nowadays, constant loneliness. So that's playing alone at The Simpsons. But it lacks a dash move. But I'm sure that might look weird with the world of The Simpsons.
which at that time Konami wasn't putting it in dashes. So
Yeah. It
this
wasn't?
is-
No.
This was prior
Okay.
to any of that. The same with TMNT. TMNT doesn't have a dash.
Is it just Turtles in Time? Does it have one?
Raphael has a rolling kick. But that if you do his two together, that'll do that. And then Turtles in Time has a dash.
Okay, that's
just tun, all around the screen the whole time.
That's the same with me though. There's certain things that I have in my head that I'm like, yeah, pretty much all of these have that move. And so like I would tell you like, oh yeah, that has dash. Much like I assume like, and even though I'll play it and I'll realize it inherently, I won't use the double button attack because in my mind it's energy waste. Like energy is going to get zapped, and that's just something that's always in my head.
There's only one thing guaranteed in beat 'em ups: elevators.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah,
it's the only guarantee in a beat 'em up.
At least this one's from a graveyard. Spooky.
Into a bar.
The Japanese one you can bank energy.
Life. Yeah, you can go all the way up to 200% if you keep getting food.
Yeah,
which is a pickup item. That's one thing that can restore your health and stamina. And then the final thing on that is there's lots of objects that you can pick up and throw as weapons. And then there's some that you can pick up and wield for an amount of time. The hammer is one of those. And the hammer differs. Like the hammer is different in the non-Japanese version. It's not as powerful than it is in the Japanese version. You can actually still have the mobility with the hammer in the Japanese version. But you also have a mop and a slingshot. And I think everybody remembers the slingshot the most. I don't think anybody remembers the mop.
It's because the slingshot owns so hard, even though it's really weird to imagine. I'm gonna fight for my baby. Give me the slingshot. Like it's hard. Marge looks weird wielding
a vacuum cleaner and a slingshot.
But I love how the hammer roots you right in 1991. Because what do the characters say when they pick it up? It's hammer time.
Do they? Yeah.
Yeah, they do. They yell hammer time, and nobody got sued.
One thing I don't know if anybody remembers in this, you can pick up very heavy objects, like the cop car on the one level.
I tried to do that.
Two characters are required to do it, but two characters can pick it up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why I said you probably don't know this.
I didn't know that.
And some of it was what made me think when you said there was already other people playing when you played this in the arcade. That was one thing I remembered. It was never just playing on my own, but when you were playing together, if we accidentally did a team up, somebody was mad because like they wanted to be playing, right? Like they wanted to be playing. So like, it would be one of those things where almost like they should have advertised it as like start a second player and just to do the team up yourself or something like that. And it would have been like, I would have never thought as a kid, like, let me spend another quarter on the second player because I can do something with them.
It's appealing to Richie Rich, the target audience there, because man, you're doubling your. How much lunch money did you have?
Spending 1/8 that was set aside for squeeze pops. I don't know why arcades and squeeze pops because they're so gross. Toothpaste of lollipop.
My favorite object to pick up and throw is of course the mini nuke. It is in this game.
Yeah.
But it is only in the Japanese version. I think Mr. Burns does use it in the U.S. version as doing it out. But the mini nuke in the Japanese version appears on almost every other level, including the first level. And this is the only thing where you can throw it and it can damage you.
Yeah.
If you get within a radius, which is about half a screen.
It's pretty big.
Because I always keep thinking, I'm pretty sure I debunked my headcanon because there's a ton of things I appreciate about this game. I love the boss teasing. Like bosses come out, and you won't fight them until like levels later.
Yeah.
And there's a moment in both the forest level where you knock down a beehive. I'm like, I bet it wants me to take this beehive to the end of the game where it's going to be an instant kill against this bear, or I can pick up Snowball 2 right before the fight with a balloon, and the cat holds its claws out. And I'm like, surely this is a mega damager. And I don't think the game has that in mind at all.
It doesn't.
No. I hate it. I wish it did because like, why is this here? These are both things we associate: balloons and cat claws, enemies, natural enemies, bears and bees, bears and honey receptacles.
Right.
This should do something, and it doesn't. I had to check today.
Yeah, this is there to damage the player, and then the Japanese version too will give you a lot more food items and weapon items spread throughout the level to use, but.
Yeah, I was curious if that was a Konami thing or like a Simpsons. Like, here are a set of characters that we need you to like integrate somehow because there are those one-time cameos of somebody that's not even really bringing you food or anything.
Yeah, your best friend Nelson Muntz.
So, right. So I wondered like, was that part of the contract?
I don't think
versus,
so.
You know,
You
like
played the game,
we
right?
need the pets, you know,
Yeah.
to show up or something like that.
I mean, if you've seen those, like, what do you call them, like show Bibles? Like, I got to download a couple of them that like were sent to like licensees, and sometimes they don't show you characters they don't want to emphasize. And I don't know who was like, who were you going to use? Herman, the vet with his one arm, and he probably could have helped you out with some power ups, but like. Yeah, I can see you maybe don't use that character. So it all depends on what they gave them. I'd love to see what that looks like, because someday I'll show you one of the couple that I do have of like, here's what these characters do. They're not showing me a character for some reason. I wonder if they don't want me to use them.
Do you think they gave them anything? Because there's very little that ties these characters to anything other than just them being there on the screen.
I have to imagine Konami was given whatever character Bible towel makers were given. Whatever, seriously, like they didn't. I don't think they were given a lot to work with, and I don't think Matt Groening cared at all.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's the
or
feeling I
anyone
get
else.
with this game. Is they
got
had
really lucky.
season, and they just like, hey, there's a character we can go ahead and create a sprite for, put them in the game. It's just, let's fill this world with some background characters, and I don't think they really cared who it was or what sense it made.
They got really lucky that Konami could had the expertise to half-ass something like this. If you can consider this half-ass, which I don't, but they could, and they might have, because like I don't think there was a prolonged approval process, because
There couldn't have been from development to release, which includes testing and hardware and creation. You're talking 12 or 13 months.
Because man,
Right.
if y'all can imagine approval processes, you don't know how hard it is to make licensed game. It sucks. It sucks.
Do you think it was as bad in 90?
No, I don't think
Yeah.
the Simpsons weighed in. I don't think they would weigh in at all. I think
Yeah.
they would consider it just as unimportant as the other stuff.
Yeah.
They see something that's
Well, we run into that when we're trying to research games. Like like a lot of companies, Konami, Data East is notorious. Like it was just a job, so there's really not information unless you just find some random interview that Jared has in his stack of magazines. It's hard to
What
find.
do you mean you didn't keep your memos about the copy toner being low? And that's going to be for posterity in decades from now.
No, it's weird, but like games like Mortal Kombat have like the most defined history.
But
of
that's how they
everything.
treated that at the time.
Well,
was
right.
just like,
It just sucks for us sometimes when we're trying to find stuff like that, and then you find these weird little nuggets, and it's like the best thing ever.
Or if you're working at a company and a guy who hands you wires is in the credits of one of your games, like what? Why are you here? What is
Special
going on?
thanks.
What is going on? Like why are you? It's
you're
so-
the best boy.
I can't even begin to like
That's my goal, is to be the best boy credit somewhere.
to wrap my head around Japanese game development. But like a lot of people from this period, if they were going as their own name, have been relatively quiet. If they're still with the company, there's no reason to talk. There are people that bother to go to Japan, get stuff translated, but it's just like that Venn diagram is very small,
Yeah.
which is
Well,
why
there's
we
some
only have a
great
few people.
there's great resources too, especially when it comes to arcade games like Smupulations and stuff that'll translate some of those interviews that were only Japanese based and do really good jobs, because that's it. That's like, that might be the only source for information that has ever existed.
There was, I think this is on the very lighter side of things. There was a lot of, I think there was a train of thought from mostly Japan that like, we don't want to tell you how we made our game because these are trade secrets.
That's exactly right.
And whereas Ed Boon didn't give a like, of
Yeah.
course he'll tell you everything.
Well, and it was an active cultural difference between the American game makers, which very early on had their developers being like, no, I want notoriety.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get all my notoriety. In addition to making you this game and you paying my paycheck, I want notoriety. So the next game that I release, I've got my own fans and other people are and that's going to help you. And so that changed very early on in the whole arcade culture, even with Atari back then.
Right.
It did not take effect in Japan until like the 90s. And even then, some companies were still guarding everybody. Where
For
if
poaching,
if you see the credits, it's just like,
Who?
K Taka's-san.
I want B.
Or-
Lugosi to work for me. This Castlevania game.
So there wasn't even enough information to kind of even phone book them.
Yeah.
Right? They were protecting
And
it
there's,
to
there's
that
still
extent.
in all parts of the industry, there's like little tiny companies that don't say a word, that do heavy lifting on a lot of this stuff and don't want you to know who they are. Still exists in Japan. Sorry, I'm elongating this.
So
Simpsons is so cool.
No, it is. And even when I pull out the paper and we get articles from the, like, that's obviously a marketing piece too. So you got to wade through like that. Okay, well, they're spinning it to try to sell units. So like, is there some actual information I can glean off of this, that type of thing too. So
Yeah,
Read through the bullshit.
yes, exactly.
It's difficult because, like, again, that's why I love talking to you guys, because arcade culture, there weren't as many people asking those questions because all the questions for arcade game makers were like, how much does this make?
Right.
And will I lose my house? Not what.
So, did development of this game go well?
Yeah.
it went
Yes.
great. I think we've made the best game we've ever made. It's sure to make operators money.
Was
Right,
it fun
well-
making Zaxxon? No, yeah. Weren't people asking that question?
Well, there would be, sometimes articles, presumably like that, but there always
Yeah.
is a spin. I mean, I had uploaded some of these articles for all of us, and I had found some other ones that weren't directly related to Simpsons, but
Yeah.
I thought they were hilarious, so I uploaded them. I don't know if y'all looked at any of those. Like, there was one from IREM, and they had a paragraph that was like, the arcade industry right now, it's really making waves with stuff like Gun Force, Street Fighter 2, and The Simpsons really, setting everything on fire. And I'm like, I love Gun Force from IREM, but like putting it next to Street Fighter 2 and The Simpsons.
Yeah, I was wondering. My
like,
brain was
what-
going like, "Remember Gun Force? Don't embarrass
like,
yourself for the Podouken guys."
Right,
that was
like,
your point.
Yeah, like what? Like obviously that's
They're so bad in those interviews, you almost
Yeah.
expect them to forget to not read the for immediate release part when they're answering a question. Because it's straight from a press release on that thing. But
So-
the other thing to point out is those are all sales guys.
Yeah.
None of those interviews in Replay or any
From
of those
dev
had
guys.
like the developers. I'll say none. You're going to correct
Well-
me. There's probably one or two out there.
There were, I mean, they talked to the president, and they talked to some of the VPs that were
Sales,
here, but a lot
sales.
of times when it was a company like Konami, here they weren't doing.
You had Konami of America, who
like,
are all sales. They
yes,
weren't doing any development.
exactly. Even if you had a title that was something different, you were basically doing sales.
Right.
So
Yeah.
And I love that you mentioned IREM because like I worked at Capcom. If the listeners didn't know, and
You worked at Capcom?
I know, come on, and I was working on something about the history of the company, and then you just see like and blah 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 the IREM, and then they formed Capcom, and like those two sentences are the only thing anybody knows about how IREM, and I'm sure hopefully people know more now internally. Like, I'm not saying nobody would answer the question. It's not like I was pestering people about it, but like it wasn't talked about, and I can't imagine there's good feelings involved with somebody leaving a successful company to start an even more successful company
And taking a lot
But,
of
like,
people with them.
Yeah.
Dude, that whole history is written in 2 seconds, like 4 years of what makes one of the biggest game producers ever. How did the Kickle Cubicle people become the Street Fighter people? Like nobody knows. That's the only IREM game I can pull out of my head. Sorry, is that IREM? Yeah, it is. And is that how you pronounce it?
I'm
Yes.
shocked that that's the one you picked.
It's my
of
favorite.
IREM's catalog,
Yeah.
Kickle Cubicle.
It's the best. It's the best. Stewie Griffin game before there was Mr. Do, Kickle Cubicle. Sorry.
I love it.
But yeah, the history of Japanese game development still largely a mystery, and hopefully, I just want to plead with both those people and people. I know some of those people get those interviews. Like, people are going to die off, so like, start talking, and don't wait to get fired if you're still at the company. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Which Konami has an amazing retention. A lot of these credits that you see from the people involved in making The Simpsons
Yeah.
is still going on
so
with
impossible.
Beatmanias and DDRs, and they're still involved in the arcade scene with a lot of this, which was pretty impressive for what you normally see. Which is like, yeah, they got 20 credits, and they're all between 1988 and 1994.
Now,
and
they,
they
sweep
got out
up,
of
now
it.
they sweep up the warehouse.
Still cool.
Another reality, seriously, in that world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the other highlights of the Japanese-only version is in the game we're used to. Whenever you beat up an enemy, you get a score, right? You get
Yeah.
How much do you get per enemy?
One.
One.
Is it
So
really
You
one?
my
get
score
one for
was
a
very
henchman.
low by the time
Yeah.
I
You
finished.
get
Oh,
one
okay.
for a boss. You get one for everything.
Did it reset? It resets though when you die.
Oh, does
in this
it?
game, right? For the world version.
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I didn't have it reset. I think I finished with my Marge playthrough on purpose.
It's because she was throwing ass.
Yeah, I just threw ass all over the
Yeah,
place.
there you
That
go.
was just how I defeated everybody.
Yeah.
It was like 294, I think was my final
Wow.
score. So 294 enemies defeated, and I skipped past all the cloud heads.
Yeah.
I just ran past those. In
Oh
the,
my
in the
god! Oh
Dreamland.
my god!
But
It is the only. Is there another game that asked Homer to punch Marge in the face? I was playing at him when I played that today. Those cloud heads. Oh,
you don't remember playing The Simpsons Domestic Abuse? That was never a.
I mean, I
one of
played-
the bad LJN games.
I
that
played
came
the
out or
rest
anything?
the wrestling game. That one,
about the same.
Oh my God, Simpsons games are bad.
I was having flashbacks of Bart. I had Bart versus the Space Mutants growing up on NES, and that was, obviously, like all of us have talked about, that was the game that I had to play for that whatever year or 6 months.
And also,
and it's like
Space Mutants, another thing that was huge in like kind of the marketing of the first season of The Simpsons. Bart went to go see the movie once, and it like Space Mutants are codified as this, and Bart never does that again. Like almost ever, the Space Mutants never figure into The Simpsons, but you get to pick one up and throw it in the arcade game. And the whole first Nintendo game is about that. That game, by the way, that first level is crazy and feats of ingenuity that it doesn't describe very well. And then it's a lie that brings you into the rest of the awful platforming and just like one of the worst games ever made. Simpsons, Bart versus the Space Mutants. But I would tattoo the box art on my body. I love it.
Speaking of that game, a lot of people consider that the first Simpsons game, but
No.
Simpsons, the arcade game, is the first official Simpsons game ever made. Bart versus the Space Mutants came out on April 25th. So
mom's
the arcade game came out on March 4th. So
That's still crazy.
Almost
that
2 months
that
prior.
early. There was 2 games out. That's freaking nuts.
And it went fast after that, like real fast. Because
Yeah.
they will release like
turd after turd after turd.
well, after
On
Space
different
Mutants
platforms.
was Krusty's Funhouse, right?
no, there was Bart versus the World,
That's
followed by Bartman versus Radioactive Man, and then there's all this Game Boy stuff, Bart at
right,
Camp
right.
Deadly, and there's I think a port for the Genesis of Space Mutants, and then Acclaim just completely retrofits one of the best console Simpsons games, or let's say bit Simpsons games, is Krusty's Funhouse, because it was already a good game. They just threw Krusty into, and all the other famous Krusty characters like Corporal Punishment is in the game.
Hey.
Hey.
Is that Damon Wayans?
My favorite sound clip
wish.
from the Krusty's Funhouse. I could still do it. Whoa! Like whenever you get hit. Whoa!
I thought you were gonna do a full sentence or something. Nope.
Whoa! He does it over and over again. Whoa!
So
they were on it early, though. I was just
Yeah.
going to say, and going through these magazines even before the arcade game, because I'm trying to locate any mention of stuff, when things are at, and at that point they were really pushing for the claw games. So in the back of the magazines, a lot of times they'll have sales ads from these different companies, and you could buy the, so pre Konami game coming out, you could already get the characters, the main family, as like
a
little
big choice.
stuffed animal
for
with
plushes.
plastic
Okay.
heads for your claw games, because they were like, hey, buy this lot of stuff and we'll throw in this amount of
So
Simpsons,
weird,
or
'cause the action figures took a while. There was like one line; they never readdressed them.
Buy the
And
whole
I said
family, get a free
plastic heads
blinky.
because that's the set I had, but they probably were all fabric at that point.
Maybe.
Would be my guess
See,
for the claw for the.
I
standard
remember
claw
the
machine.
plastic head ones in the claw machines because I made bank when I was a kid on claw machines.
So I don't know.
Because
If
the
you,
operators were too stupid to adjust the claw settings.
I don't know.
And
If
they
you,
actually grab stuff.
you remember the first line of action figures, which led me to believe, like, does this need to be released in waves of 3? Because do you remember what was in the first line? You got
Gotta be Bart.
to be Bart, Homer.
And there's got to be just a weird off character.
You don't overthink it. Marge, Lisa, Maggie.
Okay.
That's the first. I think it was a wave of 3.
I thought you said
I know.
3. I
It
was
is.
trying
The
to figure
sixth
it
one?
Oh,
The TV. it is the TV. That was the. I think
Because you wanted to create the living room.
Yeah, it was the TV.
or the
That's
couch.
The
yeah.
couch is next, yeah. But it's a couch former.
the TV. You never would have guessed it. I should have just told you that. Yeah.
So 1 point in the non-Japanese, and the Japanese, they actually put 2 more digits at the end of it. So you're not just getting a point. At minimum, you're getting 100 points, and each character is variable, and not just the henchman characters, but mid characters and bosses especially. So basic henchmen are worth 100, and then characters like Bigfoot are worth 500. And then from the bosses, they went all the way between 2,000 and 20,000. So much more robust point scale on the Japanese version that exists there. They also had, as we mentioned before, the vitality bonus that was given at the end of each stage. And so that counted up your remaining life, which meant at the end of each stage, you got your full health bar back before going to the next level because it calculated it up. It gave you time bonuses on the 2 mini games. So, now you can mash the buttons. That score really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It's not related to time or how fast you do it. You get like a little bit of a thing related to it, but they actually give you a time bonus for remaining for
It's
each
just
one.
a ploy to replace your damn buttons.
Right. Yeah, you'll wear them out with
Yeah.
The health items that you pick up, if you're full or near health, as we said before, you can max out your health beyond 100%, and that goes all the way to 200%. The hat throwing enemies in the non-Japanese version, they boomerang, right? They go forward and back. Not in the Japanese version. They just toss their haberdashery once, and it's.
I thought I was
and that's
having
it.
too
It's
easy a
so
time
weird to
today.
me. Like, why change that? Like, you look at some things, and like sometimes they're changing like cultural foods or something.
Here's
like that.
why.
Like, hamburgers don't do well, but like, why go through that?
Well, and I like too. You mentioned the hamburger thing. There's multiple places in the game where they, in the
swap
non-Japanese, they swap it with a hot dog or a hamburger. But it's not that they eliminate the hamburger.
they just
or
swap
the hot
'em.
dog. They just move them.
But that's what I'm saying.
Different levels are
it's
different
such
ones.
A
Don't eat a
weird,
hamburger first. The hot dog is your appetizer for the hamburger.
it's just a weird thing that they go through and they make these changes. Was it just to like fill time or development time?
Remember, 5 months
Yeah.
between when the North American or American version comes out and the Japanese version comes out. They proceeded to game balance the Japanese version.
Sure.
That's why all these changes came from play. They realized this was too tough of a game for
And?
the Japanese audience to enjoy, especially with not being as big of a license.
Sure.
Throw it at the Americans. They're idiots. They love it. They'll eat up anything.
Right.
They'll keep putting quarters in no matter how difficult we make
We
it.
have
They were correct.
But over here, we need to make a good game.
But why
that's
change the
actually
hot dog and the
balanced throughout.
hamburger?
Well,
What I
that
don't
doesn't
get.
make as
That
much sense.
doesn't,
But
but-
the other things, I thought, hey,
Yeah.
we've talked about not understanding some of those things before, but this made sense to me because they're, like you said, they're balancing it. Score makes more sense. You're coming in, you're sitting down maybe by yourself, on a 2-player cabinet, candy cab, playing that game. You're looking for a goal. So obviously complete the game, but also score. So they balance that out, make it an actual score, not just a couple digits.
I wish I knew because I've done a ton of research on this, but I don't know how the Simpsons phenomenon went in Japan, and maybe it was just an interesting looking game that like we need to balance this out a little bit or make it less hard because I want to say when like day one of work on this game started, Simpsons was already pretty mega popular. I don't know that, but they said 1990 is when they started working on it. So
Well, I always, you can look at sales and like, what games made, but that's not the full picture, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, I wonder how all of these Konami beat 'em ups did in there. Like Turtles wasn't as big in Japan as it was here.
But it's a lot better crossover.
Sure.
Than
Yeah.
Simpsons.
But I'm saying like compared to here, there's no way they did what,
But there's also that delay. I don't know. We couldn't
Sure.
get this information, couldn't find it anywhere. But my guess is they probably took a very basic change to the American version and put it on test.
Yeah.
And it probably did horrible because the property wasn't known and because people
way too
played
hard.
through and it's like, oh, after the first level, this game
Yeah.
is
Ramps it
awful.
up,
Like
yeah.
it's too
Oh
hard.
yeah, and like I just saw today that like all these characters have deleted block animations.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
if you think the
And
game's
that's something
hard
they pulled
now,
out.
yeah, they yanked that out because it was already too hard.
Yep. So they probably did that and be like, oh, we're not going to make anything if we
Mm-hmm.
release this in Japan. Let's go through and make it easier and more balanced throughout. Again, it's pure speculation
no,
on my part.
the
but
balance change makes sense. It's just
would make
why
sense.
swap the hamburger and the hot dog? I want
No,
answers.
that's
No,
just
but I'm
people being.
starving. Oh, do you have any hamburgers, hot dogs? I'm really hungry. We do have a hot dog place down the street from the studio.
Yeah.
If they're still open.
It's true. So yeah, basically everything in the Japanese version is easier, more health, more weapons, easier bosses. They don't have the invincibility frames in some of them that they did in others. So compared to all the quarters that were spent, many yen were saved, both by just not playing it and by having an easier game to do it.
Yeah.
The biggest thing that I saw beyond gameplay though is the final scene when you finally beat Mister Burns. Spoilers. Instead of being surrounded just by the Simpsons family, you get a bunch more of the supporting cast. So you have Principal Skinner, Nelson, Milhouse, Sherry, Terry, Santa's Little Helper, and Snowball 2 that are all there surrounding Mr. Burns' dead body.
Yeah, watching him
as,
rot.
as canonically it shows in the cutscene with
Yeah.
X's through his eyes.
He's dead.
And the coolest thing I think is the credit sequence is taken from, I didn't write down the title, but it's the Marvin Monroe episode of The Simpsons, which at the time, anytime you saw a news story telling you about how The Simpsons was controversial, it's the one where they go to family therapy and shock one another.
Yeah.
It's in Die Hard somewhere. It might be the most famous thing The Simpsons are known for. And at the end of that episode, they walk with their backs to camera away after rebuying their television. And it's like, we talked about it a lot on the Talking Simpsons show, but like before there were like computers, you're recomposing like every shot of the animation. You'll never really see them do that anymore. Like make a unique shot like that, and it's really cool that it's the credits for the game, The Simpsons walking home.
Did they have the gradient frame out?
No,
like in the game does?
Oh man, that
Different
awful,
shades of blue that are just
like the
Windows early screensaver.
The first year of The Simpsons, the walls of their house look like they're like Miami sun bleached.
Yeah.
And my least favorite thing about it, audible footsteps everywhere Bart goes. Anywhere anybody goes, you hear footsteps.
You mentioned before the unused graphics, like all of the characters having blocking animations. There's a ton of stuff that they left on the ROMs in this game.
Yeah, a lot of the cutting room floor is fantastic for that.
Seriously, they've animated it. Those guys are brilliant.
Yeah, we spoke about the mop, but Principal Skinner has a couple of sprites where he's actually handing the mop to players. Like, you see some of the other characters hand out weapons.
The text bubble's the best. It just says mop.
It's a mop, children. You'll enjoy it on as many levels as me. That's wrong.
The zombies, that was one of the cool things.
How cool is that?
The
second
zombies
Michael
rip
Jackson
off their
reference.
heads and then hold their heads
And
around.
I would just like to point out, The Simpsons is one of the greatest Halloween traditions of all time, thanks to Treehouse of Horror. It did not exist. There is no Simpsons Halloween episode yet, and yet The Simpsons has a Halloween level. It's
that's
an
true.
astonishing coincidence, and it's awesome, even though the ghosts look like ass.
You have Moe serving a pie to a player. Again, that's missing. You have Barney holding up an item and waving to kind of get your attention. That wasn't used. And then the coolest thing that I saw here, aside from the blocking stuff, is there's animations where you could evidently combine multiple items of the same type to form a more powerful version of an item.
A crafting system in my arcade game?
Yeah, that's what it looked like, because it showed multiple sprites of things like Smithers bombs, where you could combine like into 2 or 3 or 4, and they have throwing animations too, where they're spinning through the air.
Yeah.
And the same thing with like bottles and some other stuff. So it looks like at one point they were toying with the idea of you being able to build up more powerful throwing weapons by grouping
So
them.
cool. God, this is great. I'm so happy to be here. Just saying that. Happy 100th, because I'm having a great time. Sorry, listeners, if I'm babbling too much and ruining the show.
No, you're doing great.
That's why you're here, buddy.
And then finally, from the cutting room floor stuff, we have, and there's a bunch of stuff. Like there's boss sprites and all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to go into all that. But we do have some unused music and sounds that are on the ROMs. We have an entire track that's not used, but it's speculated to have been for Smithers' boss fight. It's about 33 seconds long, and evidently it's coded to loop. But every time it loops, it gets faster. So for a prolonged fight.
At this point, I think The Simpsons show has a little more Alf Clausen, Danny Elfman music, but there's not much music associated with The Simpsons yet. It's just that theme song.
And then the other thing is we had a "Come On" from Professor Werner von Braun.
How did I
that
not
wasn't
mention
included.
him? One of the greatest fictional wrestling characters of all time, with a fantastic name, Werner von Braun.
Professor.
Professor.
Yeah. He didn't spend 4 years in wrestling school.
And the way he comes,
get
the way
that.
he drops down, he's in a full tuxedo and comes down from the lights and hits the ground almost completely naked. It's like the best wrestling entrance in video games. It's comprising so many eras in that one shot of professional wrestling. It makes me laugh. Oh, it makes me happy.
So, Jared, did you want to go through the? We're about an hour and a half into the episode, and we haven't talked about the
We
gameplay
haven't
or the
talked about
stages.
the actual stages. We've talked about them a lot, but haven't gone through them in detail.
Is that the format? I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. We'll just hit some of these. Again, we won't spend a lot of time, but this will be an opportunity to call it any of the weird stuff or any of the characters you see or
Yeah, definitely. So
any of that.
you started to talk about the intro, and we talked about the door, the jeweler door getting broken outward.
Which
after
the
after
door
the
things
house.
are
So-
great too. I know you're talking
Yes.
about different door, but the door openings
Door
where you'll
openings.
get smacked across the screen, and you've got that beautiful animation where you hit the fourth wall
Yes,
and
It
flatten
is-
your
the
the
face.
character comes towards the CRT that you're playing.
This
on.
is, I don't need it. It's really interesting if you look up, part of Simpsons history was the Rugrats people, Klasky Chupo, working on the first episode. And Groening was pretty adamant that, like, I don't want this to look like a Disney cartoon. It needs to look like a traditional sitcom. We can do cartoony stuff, and they would go and do full cartoony stuff. But, like, that's why I want I want some fans or them to address the first season's tone. Anyway, you can see a version of the first episode of The Simpsons that they hate, and it's like camera flying through the walls, and it's totally jarring, and not like The Simpsons, like throw it out. And the arcade game, I wonder if they had that spec too. Like, do not make this very cartoony. A dash move might be out of character for whatever Matt Groening was going for.
Yeah. So in stage 1, you start in downtown Springfield. So at the very beginning, you're basically dropped into what we were talking about, the jewelry heist.
Right outside downtown Springfield Jewelers.
The great single diamond heist of 1989.
Exactly. Of everything in the building, just
Curses
just
foiled
the
by a
one.
baby.
So right before Smithers runs away, also you see some of the extended family, which is another one of those like, hey, we see these people once and if you blink, you've missed them.
Yeah.
Yeah, cameo. Send me my check in the mail.
Exactly. So Grandpa's there, and Selma and Patty
Yeah.
are on the sidewalk, and they exit stage left very quickly.
Wow, The Simpsons used 2 twin characters in their first game.
Which I guess in the series they were actually slightly different.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
were
they're
just
going.
straight
Konami's going after that double mint money.
Yeah.
Not
They're
so
trying
much
to
Sherry
get-
and Terry, but Patty and Selma have just different hair.
Yeah, whereas this in the game, they're definitely just color palette swaps of each other.
But should be smoking.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be this character, but as you scroll down the street, obviously there's an arcade and there's like a restaurant.
Noise Land, which is very accurate.
Yeah. Is it Lunch Lady Doris?
It looks like Lunch.
It
Lady
looks like
Doris,
her, right?
But
But
like, I don't know that she existed yet.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not positive.
because it looks a lot like her.
But again, I
Same
don't
apron,
know the
same-
show Bible. I just don't imagine they were deep enough into season 2 work to have a lot of characters in there. But again, they have 2 years worth of shorts,
Yeah.
and like if you see those early Butterfinger commercials, they look very good. The Simpsons finds its style with those commercials, I think, because they have more money than they were playing with the Tracy Ullman show.
And they could have had access to sketches for characters
Yeah.
that were still kind of
Right.
in development, or just, hey, we haven't used these yet, but they could have just grabbed some random stuff like
Concept
that.
art or something,
It's
yeah.
too close to be coincidental.
That's what I'm saying.
That's-
Like, it looks 99% like her.
Yeah, I was going to say that was my thought too, going back and trying to track down some of the characters and figure out, okay, when was this person introduced?
Just Howard. Howard is the real big outlier because like that he does pop up in some backgrounds, but has no significant work outside of. I forgot the name of the episode where Homer plays Bart in the boxing game.
But there were a lot of the other kids in Bart's class. I mean, where you don't really, it had had 3 or 4 rows of kids,
Yeah.
but a lot of them don't. Really
Oh right,
come
yes,
up.
you get to
So-
see almost the entirety of Lisa's band
Yes.
from the beginning. So there's Sherry
So-
O'Terry
so,
in there too.
Yeah, I would think there would be some of those characters that are just
Yeah.
kind of background, but they had enough to animate them and to make them look similar to somebody else.
This is where you get the cop car.
This
So
is
the cop car is
gotta
sitting
try
there
it.
on this stage, so you don't have to go very far. Get a friend. Riot in the Simpsons
I
arcade
was going
game.
to say, isolate that Antifa over here. You and 2 friends can lift up a cop car. Oh my god!
yeah. So
You
get-
wouldn't steal a cop car.
exactly.
Depends on
Don't
the car.
pirate
went-
a Simpsons arcade game. Buy the arcade one up instead.
You went 3D print a cop car.
I'm sure many
Yes,
people
I
have.
would.
Maybe the Blues Brothers cop car. I might.
So we mentioned Noiseland. There was the Rusty Barnacle,
Arr.
the pet shop and Springfield Fire Department that you
So
all
question.
go past. Yep.
Is this the first time we've ever had an evil fireman depicted in a
I
game?
mean, it won't happen a lot after 9/11 for a while, but
I mean, you've always had them. So you had like a fire truck from
Yeah,
Atari,
Atari.
and you had like the other hose game that Sega came out with, right? That
Oh, yeah. The
Brave Fireman or Brave.
yeah,
But
that was
you were
Dreamcast, right?
fighting fires. That was the
No, that's what I'm saying.
Blazing,
those are-
Blazing
I'm
Rangers.
sure one of them was a dickhead.
Is this the first
That was a-
villainous fireman?
and that was arcade only. That was Hycera. That did not come out on Dreamcast.
It didn't?
I think
Okay.
it might have
No.
been supposed to get a port.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't recall any others.
I'm gonna say yes. I think it is.
I remember even as a kid when I was playing this, I'm like, that's a little Alf brand, isn't it? Like they're supposed to be like helping you. You're not a fire. They shouldn't be fighting you.
That's true. What are they preventing you from doing? Mr. Burns really wants that diamond. Let's get these kids.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of goons that come after you. There must have been some type of cabal, and that's why I was wondering if there
And
was.
I had to search my brain actually because those are not in the Japanese version, the firemen at all.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I remember them specifically now. But I definitely did not encounter them.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I was curious if that was some of the backstories, like the city cabal, the leaders, like it was Burns, Krusty, like any of the like kind of, because obviously there's a lot of people involved in this one diamond
Simpsons
heist.
is not real life.
So
No, but
Okay,
and
so
Mr. Burns isn't very well defined right now. He is not Springfield's villain. He's a thorn in Homer's side for the most part. But like his biggest interaction with Homer at this point is being promoted into a job he very much doesn't deserve and still has.
And not give him like a Christmas bonus.
Yes.
I mean, that's like
So as you're walking, you end up at the bus stop. That's where you meet Milhouse and Principal Skinner. So
Children.
Once again, just one-offs, oddly colored, and
Yes.
oftentimes.
and you get the Voyeur brothers, who are just kind of staring on the side of the screen.
Brilliant. Like when those guys fall down and die, those are like shots that don't exist, like aren't posited that beautifully until like the Simpsons movie. Like some of that sprite work on those completely non-existent characters.
And so these are original.
I think so.
characters, right?
I mean, there might be a basis for it, but definitely not the short guy in the
Which is great, right? They're
too big jacket. That's not a thing.
I'm guessing just based on what we've seen, they're brothers. You've got one tall brother wearing a sized suit, and then you have a much smaller brother wearing the same sized suit.
A couple of mugs. and I don't know why. I just like when he shot his hands out, it looks like a shotgun barrel. It looks very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and seeing those too, that's why I was like, what is the backstory on this? Why am I
They're
seeing
just
all the bosses?
adversarial, right? They show up in multiple parts of the game before you fight them.
Right. And that goes, I don't know
It's
if they're
very
trying
cool.
to build a story. It is cool. I
Yeah.
mean, we'll talk about it. You see the bear earlier on. You kind of get a backstory on the bear. and
Do
what
you
he's doing.
though?
So
I have an issue with that. We'll
Okay,
get to
we'll
it
get
later
to it.
when we get to Springfield Butte.
We'll get to it. So yeah, sorry. Y'all bring up stuff and I've got to find it in my notes.
No,
because
no,
that's
I'm
like my
sorry.
next line where I'm at was
Sorry.
like talking about the NPCs and stuff like that.
Yes.
The two goons.
I took a giant dump on the format of the show and didn't realize
No,
it.
you're fine.
There's no format.
Anyone who's listened to our show knows there's no format.
Oh, there are 3 people here, by the way. You can see this with iPads. There is a format. They're kidding you. They do try very hard.
Don't forget,
they do a lot of work on this show.
This is the first. I think this is the least amount of paper you've ever. Or do you have a filing cabinet underneath the desk? I can't see.
I don't. So see, my difference was this time I uploaded all the stuff to Google Drive. I'm trying to get so I can pull up any of those articles.
I
There
just
were
don't know who you
there
are
were-
anymore.
I know.
He's online.
The other issue got to be
Like Lawnmower Man.
is this era I have more access to it, and I think they had more content, more articles,
Marticles.
right? More marketing articles where they would interview somebody than I've had previously.
Yeah.
So content-wise, there's more stuff, and instead of me doing this with paper,
That's the
trying.
charm.
That's
the charm
exactly
now.
the charm.
I'm trying. See, and the other thing was, since we're live streaming, I'm like, they're gonna think everyone they're just liars.
Quit
And
putting on airs for people.
Well, we
I've
are
got
now
my
because
nice
you
new
came.
13-inch.
You came with like 2 sheets of
X13,
paper.
Lenovo, and
You didn't bring the gas-powered laptop this week?
see, y'all always give me a hard time. I am running Linux on it, but other than that,
You always
it's
come
lies.
like a nerdy kid checking out books at the library and just stack of papers on the table that you're shuffling through the whole time. And no, I agree. I think people were going to think that we were mischaracterizing that the whole time.
You were 100%.
It was just too many paper cuts, wasn't it? They were getting infected.
So we talked about the quasi mid boss and the firefighter that pops out. This is also where you want to make sure they introduce the tree aspect. So you want to
Yeah.
punch or
Yeah.
kick the trees.
And where I always thought Bart was saying "nice fruit roll, man," because that's what I heard, but I realized no, I associate that with hitting the tree to get the fruit out,
Yep.
and then him rolling off. He does not say that at all, but it sounds nice fruit roll, man. He's saying like, "Let's go for it, man."
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But I thought he was saying "nice fruit roll, man" when I didn't have infinite access to arcade games all day long for my phone.
And that's the first binky that
Yeah,
you
I
see,
think
because
so.
if you keep
Well, you-
whacking the tree, and you get 1 fruit per player that's playing at the time. So just 1 fruit if it's 1 player, and then 1 for each. But after you finish hitting it, he'll pop out of the tree holding the sign.
Beat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if
Another
you
Michael
do,
Jackson reference.
Hey, whoa, they're all over the place.
They are. If you, I don't think we mentioned it directly. Maybe we did. If you wait and are just sitting and don't do anything,
Yeah.
eventually a hand will come out and like thunk your character and actually damage you, push you along.
Which is
and-
all the Konami games had that, right? You can't just have stagnant characters on the screen because
Yeah.
that means people aren't going to play your game.
There are people behind you.
Yeah.
Move.
So instead of missiles, Like you get an X-Men, which just blows up stuff. I think it's the same in TMNT, right? That you get some sort of bombs or something to detonate.
I didn't remember that, but
maybe that's Turtles in Time.
I think it's Turtles in Time.
yeah,
has
I thought
that.
for the first one it was just arrows and like, hey, go.
This is
Yeah,
great.
the
You
first
get-
one just sits there. I
This is
think.
great. Though.
Like,
In
you-
Simpsons, you
like,
almost get
counts
like
down.
the little animator hand. It's like, come on,
Yeah,
get going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so like one way or the other, you're either gonna lose your life and die, and we're gonna, you're gonna have to pay more, step aside, or you're gonna
No bathroom
play the
breaks.
game exactly. At this point, we do get health bonuses also before the boss fight. This is where one of the twins, either Sherry or Terry, comes out and brings you some food to kind of upgrade your health before meeting the boss. So the boss in this, as we mentioned, was Professor Werner von Braun, and he comes down on I
Via
guess
blimp, right?
No, it's like a
Stage
lighted
lights.
rig. It's stage
Oh,
lights.
okay.
It's mixing in a lot of wrestling lore.
Yeah.
here.
And so he's hanging on.
He needs
he's-
Michael Buffer.
He's got
in
a microphone.
He's in a full suit. I think he might have sunglasses on, and I
He
guess he's
looks like he looks like Bret Hart when
Yeah.
he comes
He does,
down.
yeah.
and I guess at this point he's electrocuted.
Yeah.
And
Yes, I think
something
he
about
is.
that electrocution
Disrobes him.
makes him fall,
Near
disrobes him just into the pants, which also have a hard time staying on because
Right. He's
Yeah,
got a
he
little
had-
King
King
Hippo
Hippo
going on.
Yes, exactly. So yes, he's lower down stage rig. He's got an orange wrestler pants. You just see a little chest hair.
Wow, you really analyzed this character.
Well, I've got I've put the pictures in my notes here, so I can remember.
I've
who I
taken
was
it off
talking
my
about
wall
exactly.
and brought it to the studio tonight.
You battle him in stand beat him up fashion. Just watch out for his punches, and he does a full body slam move.
Yeah. Just hit him 3-4 times and move down.
Yes, exactly.
There-
Get out of the way.
He's
try,
easy to beat.
Try to use the shadows or whatever you and this goes with all the characters or all the fights, but try to see where they are in
Gauge
the
your
plane
depth.
exactly. You basically after every victory, but you do your little victory dance. And then in the background, that's when the story continues, and you see a Krusty themed hot
story.
air balloon. It's got Smithers, who still has Maggie, and that leads you into the first bonus stage.
Hell yeah, we didn't talk about those yet.
Yeah,
Which,
so-
of course, if you got to follow a balloon, you need your own balloon.
need your
And
own balloon.
naturally,
It
if
makes
you're
sense.
going to float in style, you need one of your head.
yes, of your own head, and you have to blow it up with air, so that would be a great bonus game. So that's
Which
what
is
you have
just
to do.
air. It's not helium. They're pumping it up.
Correct. This is a bicycle pump.
We already mentioned Simpsons is not real life, so
It's just
so
very hot.
It's a
very,
but-
very hot air.
button mash section for.
It's like our feels like temperature around here the
Yeah.
last couple of days.
yes.
Hey, it's only 94,
I
but
think-
it feels like 118.
I
Yeah.
think Simpsons is not credited enough for that. We had a steady diet of like the Flintstones and Bugs Bunny, and that was all from decades before. And Simpsons reflected our lives while they were happening. It took 19 months and some Korean animators, but like it looked like our world,
Oh, yeah.
and like it was very grounded this first season. It
Yeah.
had cartoony moments, but I think that's why the Simpsons still sort of works. It is first and foremost a realistic family in a cartoon universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember that being so different because you're right. I mean, it
Yeah.
was Jabberjaw, and and it was stuff. This
This is the best.
Yeah, and I loved it.
Yeah.
And, when you were making fun of it, I'm like, well, Jabberjaw has its place. Like I'm trying to defend it.
No.
It's like
You
that's
if you've
what I
been to my
grew up
house,
on,
you
so-
ask Adam how much Hanna-Barbera crap I have lying around.
You have a lot, but you sure like to hate on them.
Yes, I do. I do.
And
But there's
looking
nothing wrong
back
with
on it,
that.
I can understand why.
I do, because it's like my parents' nostalgia that's been forced down my throat for a really long time. Where The
Yeah.
Simpsons is the only cartoon that has grown up with people for almost 40 years in real time.
Yeah.
Like that's not the characters, but like their TVs changed aspect ratios.
Yeah.
But their jobs change, their backstories change. They have phones for no reason. If it weren't for the writer's strike, I promise Barter Homer would be doing something to Chat GPT in the next couple of weeks. But the writer's
South
strike,
Park beat him to it, right?
they always do. You make an episode in 6 days, you're gonna kick the hell out of the Simpsons.
That brings you into stage 2 after you fly off in your head-shaped balloon. Stage 2 is Krusty Land.
Whoa.
Which,
One thing I do like, all the others pop, right?
Yes.
if
Yeah.
you fail, but
Yeah.
and then if you are playing a 1-player or 2-player or 3-player and you don't have all 4 to fill in,
You're just racing
you've
the
got like
CPU, right?
henchmen
Yeah.
that are filling their own up in
They
that one.
fall and break their backs. It's beautiful. to look at.
Yeah, and I will also say in defense of the video painter style intros, they are. I feel like they're a little more animated overall than the TMNT ones were, and then you do get some variation depending on who's playing character-wise. So
Yeah.
I appreciate.
But that's
that.
for like the mini game part, like the.
No,
or
I
you mean
think
like the
even
cut?
for the cutscenes, right?
The cutscenes, and I love that they represent whoever is actually playing the game.
Yeah.
Because up until emulators of the 360 version, I was never able to see a cutscene with like guaranteed 4 characters to be there because people were jumping in and out. And
So here in Krusty Land, you're immediately greeted by a Krusty the Clown balancing on a ball and
don't
attacking
believe it.
you.
Don't believe it.
Yes, but after a few punches, he falls and is revealed to actually be the old goon. in
Old
a
fat
costume.
henchman
Yes.
winners. Yeah.
As
He
you
would
ma-
be, he's George C. Scott. Like that's what he looks like.
as you make your way through the theme park, you'll see various attractions. You also see I assume it's the lookalike baby. It's like the
The baby with the one eyebrow?
yeah.
Really?
So he's,
Oh, wow.
He's
I
crawling
didn't
in the
see-
background
I don't remember
of
seeing
the
that.
theme park. He also appears on stage. I want to say in Moe's Tavern later on.
Why
Well,
wouldn't a baby
obviously
do?
he's drinking age.
Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's
I didn't
kind of
spot that.
The baby
no.
looked at
it's,
you.
it's kind of behind the train.
Okay.
So it's like hidden, like
that's awesome. The
behind
baby's
a
by the
couple
train.
layers of stuff, and there's no interaction other than that. I don't know why.
Maggie
And
didn't
this was
like
in the world
squint at her.
version. For sure, it was in the world 2-player world version
on the easiest setting that you played.
on the easy setting. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
With damage off.
No, you played
can't turn
World, so
that
credit.
damage off.
You could have
I
played the
played-
Japanese
I
version.
played
Yeah,
World,
so- yeah.
played through World, and just easiest, and then everything else was the same. There's no free play option in that version, which was interesting.
This is where you also get what Otto and Dr. Monroe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that
that
was
are-
coming up next. So as you make your way through the theme park, you'll see the attractions. You get different characters, as I mentioned, that eyebrowed baby. Otto and Dr. Monroe are manning some concession stands. Otto, of course, has his
This is canon.
Walkman.
This is canon.
Yeah.
Makes sense for Otto. Maybe not so much for Dr.
Yeah, he sells
Monroe.
donuts on the weekends, I guess. Maybe he's a endocrinologist and he's just trying to get everybody's blood sugar to diabetes status and
And
make
maybe
more
that's why
money.
Monroe's
more
there.
money.
Yeah.
So Otto hands out soda that you can, toss it at the enemies. Dr. Monroe, I think he has a stack of donuts.
Box of donuts, yeah.
Yep, for you to eat. So at this point, a lot of the enemies are the same. You do get a few variations as far as color and then what the goons are holding. So they'll
Yeah, it's-
sometimes have...
The goons are wearing Ned Flanders' color palette, even though there's no Ned Flanders in the game.
Okay. See, that's something
Stupid
that,
absent Flanders.
exactly. I wouldn't have picked up on some of those color palette things. So sometimes they're holding push brooms.
We wouldn't have
hats,
either, so I'm glad Chris is
Yes.
here.
Thanks, buddy.
Hats, umbrellas, dynamite. In Krusty Land, you get Krusty lookalikes and another character that we'll talk about here in just a second. So you have green suited goons. You have goons flying in on Krusty balloons, and the goons are in teacups.
This
So
is
as you
this is
go-
probably one of my favorite parts of playing this when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because I found out a way to like easily beat the teacups.
Yeah.
Like first it was like, this is crazy. I'm just
Yeah.
getting knocked over.
Yeah.
But you get your timing with the hammer. I found out today when I was playing the Japanese ROM, you can jump attack with the hammer.
Whoa.
And this makes this thing super simple. But didn't grow with that one.
Yeah, so my strat was make sure you grab the hammer and always
From
keep
Millhouse.
it as long as you can.
From Mill.
Everything's coming up Millhouse when it comes to
find
hammers.
if you let them land first, don't try and knock them out of the air.
Correct.
Hit them on the ground.
Yeah, so in teacups. You can also be on the lookout. You mentioned Millhouse. Santa's Little Helper.
SLP.
Is in
Santos
there,
El
though.
Halpor.
Which can be picked up and thrown.
Is he? Because
Yeah,
I bypassed
it's
it
terrifying.
and I wasn't sure if there was any point. So
You
you
feel
can
like a
pick him up
football.
and throw.
ASPCA
Okay.
is going to sue somebody.
So there was a point then. My I take back my comment before. There was a point to the animals randomly throughout the.
Oh yeah, they're
scene.
weapons.
Yeah,
Pick 'em up.
projectiles.
I didn't realize that. Imagine that. Not choosing,
Yeah, who
thinking to
knows?
pick up I did pick up the raccoon though and threw it. Oh,
Right.
okay. So let's see. So Millhouse, you go by some cages. You see gorilla style Homer in the cage, pink gorilla Homer.
And if you get too close here, I think you get whacked, don't you? Because
see,
there's
I
a
didn't
power
realize
up. There's
that.
like a thing
Okay,
of
is there?
pineapples or something there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I didn't try it. I was fire adverse like in TMNT, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure if I get too close, I get punched.
I didn't
and
remember
wall
that, so I
splatted.
didn't even go up.
But I
there.
didn't
Okay.
test it either. That's like
Well, they
that's a
knock
childhood
like
memory.
They knock like an ice cream machine at you from across the screen, don't they? Am I nuts here?
Well, that's when the bear comes out of the cage.
Oh.
Yeah. So beside Homer is another cage with the bear. The bear does break down
Great
the
show in
cage and
FX. Just going to
escapes.
say it again right
Oh,
there.
excellent
Oh,
show.
dude.
Everybody, please.
It's fantastic.
Real quick, the Christmas episode.
Amazing.
I'm not going to spoil anything, but the Christmas episode is one of the most fantastic hours of television I've ever watched, and I can say with absolute certainty, I never want to watch that episode again.
Dude, it is
I
literally.
watched it twice.
You're
There's
insane.
so much anxiety
The
packed
whole-
into that one
Yeah,
episode.
it is literally like that is watching a panic attack.
It is.
It's.
Is Michael still holding the fork? Okay.
I just loved the end of it. You son of a bitch! That was
Yeah.
a welcomed laugh when
Great
he finally
show, but
threw
not,
the fork.
not like the relaxing, wind yourself down before bedtime type of show you want to be watching.
No.
It's the you go to bed and you're holding your thumbs all night
See,
show.
My
'cause
my
you
wife
can't
and I are two
relax.
different people. Like when I can watch anything to fall asleep. She's like, any time that I turn on It's Always Sunny, she could be dead asleep. It wakes her up because everyone's always yelling. But I'm like, you're asleep. How do you hear this? She's like, I don't know, but stop turning it on. I turn it on, I can immediately fall
You
asleep.
can hear from an adjacent room, just Danny, who's like, what do you want? Always Sunny's on again.
Just one question. What is FX?
Oh boy.
It's short for effects.
It's they're owned by Hulu now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Who are
It's
owned by
got what,
Disney? Who owns The Simpsons?
It's got Brian Dennehy,
Brian Dennehy, famous character actor, dead for almost a decade.
and who was the other guy in FX?
Oh, the
first
movie. The movie
yeah,
FX
I was
is.
gonna-
FX.
Do not get me started on that.
It's
I
a
can tell
great
you
movie.
a ton of stuff about the. Did you see the movie Argo?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, the character John Goodman is playing. He also built Spock's ears and the Planet of the Apes mask. But he also did work for the FBI, like faking in CIA, faking cadavers, and exactly what is happening in FX. I'm relatively certain he is the guy in the Bigfoot Patterson whatever film.
Oh, okay.
In a Lost in Space outfit. Because shut up, everybody! AI can make that 4K tomorrow, and it doesn't look like a thing other than a guy in a suit.
We
Right.
talked about conspiracy theories earlier. We're getting to our first conspiracy.
There you go.
Bring it
Yeah.
back.
Move over, Joe
Yeah.
Rogan.
Brian Dennehy is Bigfoot. Write that down. That's where I was going with that.
Print it. FX2, pretty good sequel too. Anyway, that answers your question, Jerry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jared.
So this is where we get to the bear breaking out of the cage.
Yeah, and so that foreshadows the future boss and gives you.
I don't
so
think it
what was your
does.
problem with that?
Okay, so we'll skip ahead a little bit. When you defeat the bear boss, what happens?
It's revealed that he's a goon.
It's a dude.
He's fat
guy.
henchman. He's
Yeah.
old man, fat henchman.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean if it's the same bear, then that guy's been living in a suit in a zoo?
Yes.
Stalking Homer.
Because
What-
that would be what that means if it's the same one. It's
just
just a
tusk.
bear that runs off, and then later you fight a guy in a bear suit.
And he wore the bear suit like for miles.
Well, if it's, I don't think it's the same character. It can't be,
Well,
right?
if you
Otherwise,
look-
there's just a guy living in a bear suit.
If you
in a
look
zoo.
in the cut sprites, you can see why it was cut. Did you see it? There's a baby bear.
well, it's actually in the game.
Is it?
Yeah. So you don't see the full
Well, it-
sprites; you just see the head of the baby bear
You
in
would
the
be
background.
killing a big mama bear, so it must be revealed like this guy was kidnapping baby
Yeah,
bears.
but they're fine imprisoning the mama bear.
yeah, for our entertainment. But my favorite thing about it is like I love the game Castle Crashers.
Yeah.
And there's a big bear moment, and that a lot of that comes from this sequence. Except the bear does not like. I've been trying not to curse. Shit his ass off in the Simpsons version as opposed to Castle Crashers, but it's a direct reference to this bear
Okay.
because
The bear that was a man in a suit.
Man, bear, pig.
Yeah.
That may have been Brian Dennehy. We don't know.
And they might have just put him in the cage to set up The attack.
Okay, what kind? Okay, I was with you when you were like, birds aren't real. I'm not with you with that.
You were with him?
Well, I mean, it's with him that I
You heard that.
understood that he was
Clip
saying
it.
it.
Okay.
Not that I believe it.
Nope, clip it. Birds aren't real. Go
Birds
ahead.
are real.
I was gonna say I gotta go.
The birds and the bears.
This is eventually where we get to our weirdest. Well, weirdest outside of Dreamland boss.
Yeah, so in what would seem like, out of place, but I don't know. So here you actually go to Blinky Show Hall. So you get, or Binky, excuse me.
Binky.
So you get to fight these Binky characters, which had some reference in Simpsons, right?
Well,
In
that was
the
a life in hell.
I mean, I think that they eventually show up in The Simpsons, but not for years.
Okay, so they weren't shown at
No.
all in these first couple episodes? Okay, I
No.
couldn't remember.
This is just them bringing on his previous thing.
I have
into
to
the
imagine
game.
Matt Groening kind of owns those rights lock, stock, and barrel, because there's like not really a copyright mention of these characters, which, you know, as a kid you just assume are Simpsons characters. You've seen them before. They both look the same, but it's like Bender appearing in a Simpsons thing. It happens on very special occasions, and a lot of money needs to exchange hands, and papers need to be signed. So it's very odd for Blinky and Bongo to be here. Binky and Bongo.
Binky and Bongo. And they exit out of a big Binky head. So, like, obviously...
It's the theme park.
Yeah.
It's not a Krusty theme park. It's a Life in Hell theme park, which is just so cool.
So towards
Although
the
it is called Krusty Land, so
Is it? Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah, it does
very
say Krusty
confused.
Land.
I think it's just a traveling exhibit or something.
It should be called Krusty Wood. Like, it's way more of a Dolly Land.
Towards the end of that stage, Snowball walks by. I guess you can pick up
Snowball
the cat
2.
also. Snowball 2.
Unfortunately, not
excuse me, yes.
Snowball.
But you can pick up the cat also because I didn't try.
You can.
Yeah.
Pick up the
Throw it
cat.
at the balloon, it just doesn't do much.
It just does one hit.
And then the other sister, I'm assuming either Sherry or Terry, also gives you a
That
hot
one was
dog at
actually
this point,
SNL alum Sherry O'Terry. It was a very, very early
Well,
gift.
that's
for
what
the
they're
game.
named after. Okay, it all makes sense now.
so it's right before this boss fight. This boss fight is none other than the Krusty Balloon
Yeah,
naturally.
naturally, the
Oh.
animated animated
Never-
balloon.
with
Never
giant
to not
arms.
laugh at it.
I'm sorry.
The giant balloon basically tries to grab you with its big arms. When you
Hugs.
hit, it bounces.
Like a balloon does, slam down with the force of 1,000 fists.
Yes, 100%. Bounces around the screen. Using either the hammer or jump kick seems to be the best option
Oh,
here.
you can hold the hammer that long?
Yes.
I didn't
Whoa.
know that.
Yeah, so as long as you're not getting attacked, basically, as long as you keep from getting hit. I did not do it in my playthrough.
I
In one
have
of the
never
video
seen it.
playthroughs, I saw it being done. So
Yeah, this is dive kick the moment.
Yeah.
Do it all day.
Or butt attack.
Butt attack.
Just
I forgot
within the
about that.
balloon butt attack, going vertically, no problem.
let's see. So the other move that the balloon does is you have to be wary is when it floats to the sky, a bunch of red balloons come out and drop bombs.
I believe it's 99 of them.
99
I
Luft
knew it was
balloons.
coming.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a reference to nuclear stuff in this too. So
Yeah.
there's nuclear
Yes.
bombs in this.
I believe Laser Time did an episode about happy songs about the end of the world.
Oh, yeah.
And that was one of them.
That
That's where I learned that. I had no idea. Look it up, kids.
They're all the missile tails of all the nuclear ballistic
Yeah.
missiles launching.
Well, that's because we got the fun English translated version, not the original Luftballon version.
A happy German song.
Yes, exactly.
Those exist?
They are when they're translated to English for our market.
It was perfect because it had to be.
So after this battle, the balloon explodes, as you were saying, crashing down.
love
and
Probably
it
pops
breaks
is the
apart.
proper term.
It pops. It breaks apart the wooden planks, the boardwalk or
Such
whatever.
a cool transition.
Yeah. So Smithers is apparently piloting the balloon. It's revealed he's holding on to Maggie, and all y'all.
All in
just
all,
fall
aside from being a
down.
diamond thief, great babysitter.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
not
keeping
very
him
good
good.
attention to the kid the whole time.
Well,
Yeah.
we haven't gotten to the woods yet. So.
Well, but I mean, always taking care of her, always right there with him. He's not sitting around watching TV. He's not on his phone like most babysitters, not paying attention to the kid. So, you know,
yeah. So this cutscene has you falling off the face of a cliff, basically screaming,
400 feet down.
screaming all the way down. Luckily, though, you hit a tree.
Oh yeah, that always breaks
Luckily.
falls.
Yeah, and it completely breaks your fall. Into stage 3, which is Springfield Discount Cemetery.
I love the discount
So
aspect
cool.
of it. There should be more discount cemeteries.
There
I
should
mean,
be.
eventually, kind of running out of room.
So this,
That just means they're going to get more expensive.
Yeah, but they're gonna
They're exclusive.
start burying people standing up. That's going to have to start happening. Thanks, Kids in the Hall.
so this dark, spooky location for stage 3 is filled with none other than frogs. And I don't know,
Yeah.
does that have a reference?
Not yet.
Okay.
No,
I
because the
didn't-
Australia episode for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like not a big one anyway. I mean, there could be a frog in the.
Right.
We're the chat on
It's
this.
just
We
a
are doing this
spooky-
live for
yeah.
a chat, but it's more
but
like
not like a big thing that I
No,
missed
no,
or
nothing like that.
misremembered.
It's not Hoppy, the three-eyed frog. or
no,
anything.
which Blinky that's like years off, but Blinky is in the previous the next
one,
level.
yeah.
Jesus, I forgot where we were.
Next or
Well,
two.
and I
Yeah.
had to remember that too, because in my mind, we were like 2 or 3 seasons into,
yeah.
when this came out. But
You were
when I
13
went back,
episodes in.
I'm like, okay, the release date was like in season 2, I think, at some point. But I'm like, none of that existed when they were creating it. So this is solid season 1.
Yeah, I was even looking like the episode Homer's Odyssey, supposed to be the first, maybe like the 3rd episode.
Which wasn't ever written. It was always spoken in iambic pentameter.
Stop it.
Oddly enough.
No, or it's a Nintendo Switch game that Adam won't play. But
Sure, man.
but it's the one where Homer like one of the few episodes of The Simpsons where anything canonical happens. Homer works on the floor and gets fired and he tries to kill himself and is almost hit by a car, and then he's like, I should advocate there should be a stop sign there, and then blah 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 blah. Smithers, who is that man advocating for safety? I need to appease the board, and he becomes a safety inspector where he sits in a room, lies on his back. The rest of Homer's life. That's where he gets that job. But like I just looked and like that's where half of the non-Simpsons cast are introduced from this game in that one episode. Otto, everybody but Marvin Monroe, Chief Wiggum, the Blinky Fish. It's so many people. It's awesome to go back and watch this episode and see imagine seeing these characters for the first time. No other show introduces like 9 characters by name per episode. The Simpsons does.
It's crazy.
Sorry.
So, no, you're good. So this time,
I had a question here
Yeah.
too, because this was always kind of weird to me when I was playing it, when it first came out, because this establishes a supernatural element to Simpsons.
Yeah.
Which of course
Hasn't
didn't
happened.
exist then.
There were more dream sequences. There were
Right.
hallucinate. Yeah, anything
But you
like
see,
that.
you see henchmen dropping out of trees in ghost outfits that reveal to be henchmen. But then at the end of this level, not to skip ahead too much, but at the end of this level, you get like an actual series of ghosts to do it. You have zombies in this thing. So I remember this being really out of place for me
Yeah.
when I was playing it, because I was like,
Yeah.
this wasn't anything established in the Simpsons
That's so
universe
weird,
yet.
though,
That
but-
there was this supernatural zombie and ghost element to it.
Because it was an arcade game, I was, I didn't finish it for like 2 years. So by the time I finished it, I had seen the Halloween level. I had watched that Halloween episode over and over and over and over again. R.I.P. James Earl Jones, depending on when we're recording this. I just have him scheduled to die at some point this year. Don't worry, he signed his voice over in perpetuity to be your boy Vader.
He'll come back as a Force ghost. Don't worry.
Probably
They'll put him
it-
back in. They'll put him back
But yeah,
in
there-
its original trilogy.
It's probably.
I
true.
as
think-
a special effect where it's James Earl Jones now. instead of
If Adam's
Christensen.
better half was here, even she would agree. Like The Simpsons should be a Halloween tradition for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
and is almost synonymous with the holiday. But there's no ghost stories yet. This is all pulled out of Konami's hinder. This is all them, and with a little bit of course, Michael Jackson theft with the zombies, because they do the Thriller dance.
they do. And
And-
art style, though, I thought it fit really
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
it's
So,
amazing.
Is there? Do you remember? Is there any connection with those specific sprites that you can think of or anything?
There, I would say it is possible. I'm already no, I'm still thinking of Halloween episodes but there were a lot of hallucination and dream sequences, so it is
Yeah.
possible.
Or something they had sketched out, maybe like you were saying,
No,
Rob, because it's so good. I don't know, not that
No, it's very It's everything they make from. I think the goon characters in particular are better designs than some. Dude, the worst designs you'll see in Simpsons character history is in that first season, especially with crowds and extras. And they could have done anything. Instead, Konami made their own characters that look better than anything they were doing on the show.
it's just always it keeps surprising me
Yeah.
when I'm like, man, they didn't have this to go on.
And it
Well,
reminds me of
when
my,
you see that ghost, like the real ghost at the end, like, okay, that looks like come up with a ghost fast. I don't
Yeah.
care if it's crap.
Right.
Yep.
And
but it's definitely a ghost. It's not it's not a Scooby-Doo ghost. It's not somebody in an
it
outfit.
is though. It's
They're
just
floating. I mean,
it's a
that's
green piece of cloth with pink chains.
Like,
But it
Nan-
does
And it doesn't shout Simpsons to me,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
other
Yeah.
characters do.
Until
wonder-
later, but it reminds me of my favorite one-liner joke in Simpsons, and I'm pretty basic when it comes to my Simpsons stuff, but it was,
I'll let you know.
Flanders was a zombie?
Yes, you killed zombie
That kills me
Flanders.
every time.
Because the one I was thinking of is when the dead come back to life, but then have to go back to the grave, and one goes to the wrong grave. Is this Johnson? My mistake. My mistake.
I think it's weird. Well, I guess was this when like Thriller was at its peak?
It was like 5 years later, but like
Thriller's always been at its peak.
Well, no,
It's
because
not-
Namco did the same thing with Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti. They steal the Thriller dance at the end too, where you're like fighting the zombies.
yeah.
So it's very, very similar to that. I wonder if they kind of just riffed on that.
I think, but that you have to remember, like, other than horror fans, like your better half, like that's what represented zombies in the
Yeah.
public eye was Thriller, for the most part, because there weren't that many movies, and the ones that were too gory for most kids to be familiar with.
Yeah.
Plus, there are a lot, more choreography, or there's more choreography.
Yeah, they,
than,
do,
like
they,
a
they do
Romero
a thing.
zombie.
They do a thing with their
Yeah.
arms. They choreograph a dance, so like it is direct Thriller reference.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was also, and we'll talk about it, but I was going to mention some Smooth Criminal references
Yes.
in Moe's Tavern with
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the hat.
interweaving with the hat
Yeah.
up against the wall. So whether it was just homage or fandom.
And an odd job reference when the guy throws it.
This is true. A lot of money. Having to write a lot of checks.
So we mentioned, I always like to go over the new characters that are introduced. We mentioned the goons dressed as ghosts hanging with ropes around their waist from the
Dangerous.
trees. It is. A really fun new enemy comes in the form of zombies, as we mentioned. There's both male and female zombies. They climb out and return to the ground in their death animation. And then there's a section in the middle where you have the moon in the background, as you mentioned. It's a really nice scene, little just aside, I guess, where the four come out.
And
they do
in
little
the
bit of
Japanese version,
dance.
there's a mini nuke right in front of the moon.
Yeah.
There's mini nukes all over the place in that one.
Just struck me as, a weird juxtaposition. But
Well, how did the zombies reanimate all that nuclear waste laying around?
This is true. Well, maybe that is why.
Yeah.
That's why you got the three-eyed fish. Little Blinky.
All right. So at this point, you stumble across Krusty's grave. It's larger than all the others.
Do it, Chris.
And,
Whoa.
Thank you.
and then, as we mentioned, now there's real ghosts chasing not only you, but the goons. So everyone's scared. Luckily, the goons know that Krusty's grave is also a secret entrance for some reason.
it's the speakeasy entrance to Moe's Tavern.
Well,
We faked his
I know,
death
not
for
yet,
insurance
not yet.
purposes.
yeah, exactly.
See, that's another future reference for The Simpsons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
Krusty fakes his death.
Oh, yes.
fakes
Eventually,
his death
yes.
for insurance. Yeah.
See, yeah. Don't
So-
confuse him with Handsome Pete. He dances for nickels.
So inside Krusty's grave is a large freight elevator.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at
Take
this,
all the kegs down.
at this point,
Why was that so exciting in these games? I'm moving up and down now. Oh, my
It's
God.
in
Elevator
every
stages.
one.
You just turned this
yeah.
format on its ear.
I have in my notes officially making this a true beat 'em up.
That's right. The only requirement.
Giving you way more. And all it does is give you more ways to die.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, and I know that was a rhetorical question, but I've thought on this. You don't have to animate anything other than one looping background.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got the same thing going. You can put a whole level together where you have repeat enemies, repeat backgrounds. It's probably the easiest thing to do from a level design standpoint. And you got an extra level, and you're doing like 1/5, 1/6, or 1/8 of your entire game just using
That's why I imagine hearing behind the scenes of this might be boring because it seemed like there might have been a team that was assembling this as if on a factory.
It's like the intern. Hey, you get the elevator level. You're going to knock
the
this
easiest
one out.
one. We'll start you out with that.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
So the large platform moves its way downward multiple floors.
That is an elevator,
I
yes.
do appreciate the extra animation though. If you do hit the goons and
They
they're
go
close enough
off,
to the
yeah.
edge, they do.
And don't they
go
scream
off.
too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
do a little scream. So at the end, of course, it's the secret underground entrance to Moe's Tavern.
Naturally.
So you're at a boss fight. You can't just go straight into Moe's Tavern. The doors pop open, and the two goons that you saw previously, the brothers, we presume, the taller and shorter one, come out to fight you. The short one obviously is recognizable by his large, oversized suit, and he will climb on the shoulders of the taller one if given the opportunity.
They have their own team up attack.
Shoulder climbing.
Exactly. So basically, you have to defeat both of them independently.
It's nice to think if it's the henchman's little kid that you're killing.
I'm fine with
It
that.
was take your kid to work day. What do you want?
Yeah.
He needed a suit.
Put him in dad's suit.
Put him in dad's suit. Yep. Defeating them opens the doors to Moe's Tavern, and that's the intro.
It's like the same
to
way you enter
stage
the bar in
4.
Final Fight.
Yeah.
Almost exactly. Elevator, you beat up twins, and then head into a secret door.
So stage 4, Moe's Tavern. Here it's pretty much just a standard bar like in the show, except
Just like Final Fight.
the size of what the Hard Rock Cafe.
Kind of. And it's
going
got,
and going. and
it's
has-
got a lot of underground gambling
Yes.
going on.
It's got two Moes.
Showgirls on the big pictures of showgirls in there.
Princess Cashmere.
Oh, okay.
The woman Homer takes a photo with Bart's spy camera. When we went back and watched those first episodes of The Simpsons, life is unrecognizable as to how it is now. Bart ordered a spy camera that took film from a magazine which don't exist, and and then the photo goes viral with no internet, and Marge gets embarrassed. It's really fun to watch the first episode of the first season of The Simpsons.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in this bar, though, that is completely not Moe's Tavern, right?
Yeah, and
Roulette tables and everything. So.
Yeah, so right when you walk in, you get advertising of the different entertainment that they have going on. You mentioned Princess Cashmere and the dancers.
Space Mutants games.
Yep. So and
And you
and
get your second arcade reference.
yes, so you
Because
get
we forget to mention it, but in the arcade Noiseland, there's a Simpsons game poster
Yeah, coming soon.
coming soon there. And then you actually get the Simpsons game
yep,
and
arcade game.
Aliens. Is that what it is?
Alien,
Yeah.
Space Mutants. Oh yeah, it's just
No,
called
it's
Aliens.
just Alien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's actually the referencing Konami's
Alien. Yeah.
very real Alien game.
yep. Yeah.
Now
right-
all owned by the same company. God, this is cool.
Alien Queen's a Disney princess,
Yeah,
dude.
true.
For sure.
It's true. So is
Yeah.
Princess Cashmere.
Yep.
Yep. So right before you get to that, you get Princess Cashmere, the dancers on stage, and Bleeding Gums Murphy's there
Yeah.
performing.
Playing accompaniment.
Moaning Lisa, that's where Howard's from. That's the video game episode.
Okay.
You meet
Okay.
Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Gotcha. If you're playing as Homer, if you stand near the platform, apparently you'll do your victory dance like you do when you beat the bosses. So we mentioned the two arcade machines. If you do watch the screens on them, the xenomorph is actually Marge in that version of Alien. So you get a little nice
crazy.
Easter egg in that.
I guess they were all both Fox, so that may have been kosher.
Or ask
Well, I think
for,
in this
asking
case,
for
it was just
forgiveness.
Konami did both of them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And maybe asking for forgiveness is always easier.
True.
So when you get to the actual bar here, you do have to watch out for swinging doors as you've previously had. These are the bathroom doors. Mo is featured here answering the phone. Presumably he's
but if Bart's
gotten
on
a
screen,
crank call
how does
from
that
somebody. Maybe
it's not Millhouse.
a huge ass?
Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Amanda Hug and Kiss.
so Barney is also
Or
at the bar
the
nearby.
best line in history. Oh. Saw your head off, and I'll paint my house with your brains.
I think we're gonna do the butt stinks one again.
My butt stinks. Someone whose butt stinks right now. I didn't feel like it was my place.
So Barney is at the bar, but
Really rough
walks
looking
off.
Barney.
Yeah.
It feels like he should be doing. He was probably meant to do something.
He
at one
was. So
point.
one of the missing sprites is him holding.
Oh right, it looks like a
He,
tray.
he's got something above his head that it would have been like an item of some sort, and then he's like waving with his other arm to try to get the player's
And
attention.
it reflects back when he was an albino and his skin was the same color as his hair. Nothing funny about that, just an observation.
I didn't know he's an albino.
He's not now.
I couldn't see his eye color.
I think he's drinking again as far as the show's canon goes because he was sober for a little while.
Yeah, and then Mo was actually, you see him, he does follow you down the bar.
He's got
as you go.
season one black hair.
And he pulls out a bottle like he's wanting to hand you
Right.
something.
Because he
which-
was going to give you a pie.
gonna
Yeah,
give you-
so
yeah.
there is a pie on the counter, but I guess
Right.
on the cutting room
I thought he
there's
was-
an animation of
it
him
was the-
actually handing you the pie.
Like get players off the counter. So I tried to interact with it today. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, did the same thing myself. So, so there's as you mentioned, roulette wheels and pool tables, other things you can jump on. There's various items you can pick up: the slingshot, liquor bottles, things like that. The TVs on the wall are showing actually pictures of Maggie, presumably a report saying like missing child.
Which you
help
see
us
later at
find that.
Channel 6.
Yeah.
They have
Mhm, you do.
two stories.
Yep.
That's one of them.
A lot of thought put in this game.
One Night's Touch, as we mentioned, some of the characters, some of the henchmen are in the background, leaned up against the wall with their hat kind of down in a smooth criminal style fashion. Yeah, so another
Then the
little
floor
Michael
lights up when they walk on
Jackson
it.
reference. I wish that would be neat, but no.
This was back when you put Michael Jackson references into things.
Yeah.
This is
Not removed them.
pre-global pedophile.
I mean, when did Moonwalker come out? This is right around this time, right?
Yeah, it was.
90, 91?
Yeah, it definitely was.
Or was it earlier than that? Was it maybe 89 at
I think-
Moonwalker?
I think it was 89.
It's
always comes
difficult
out
to
earlier than
say
I think.
because I think it released in different territories at different times, or theatrically in other places.
Yeah,
and
because it was supposed to be a theatrical
yeah, it didn't.
release and then
And they
didn't.
a piece of it we saw it early. That's how I remembered. It's super vague, but yeah, the Michael Jackson probably used his Simpsons episode to sleep with more kids. Keep going.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's my belief. That's why they pulled that episode.
So at this point, you basically make your way to a second bar,
Hydraulic bar.
a hydraulic bar behind it.
Secret bar.
You can just make out a passed out drunk laying on the floor. The bar then lowers. He wakes up and the boss fight commences.
He looks related to Mo.
So
Looks
He's got
exactly
like the
Mo,
same face, just
with a shaved
huge.
head.
He's
this
just,
was one of
yeah.
my questions. The sprite looked very familiar, but I couldn't.
Like I said, there's a background character in the 6th or 7th episode that is this character.
And that's what you mentioned, but I'm like, was I really remembering that?
it's
or is
Mo
it
from
like-
Universe 616. It's
And that could have been.
yeah,
it.
it's a multiverse
I
thing.
promise you, I verified it. I should, to be
No, that's-
authoritative about it, had gotten you the episode. Just it was a long time ago when I found it, but like he's definitely there.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
trust
if
you.
he-
I just-
He's like this is the most insignificant character in the game put in a massively significant role.
Right. Well, and that's why I was like, there was no way, when you said that, I was like, there's no way I could remember it, but it really,
It
he
happened.
seemed familiar, like when I
Yeah.
when I went and replayed the game, and it might have just been
But
the
this-
fact that it was Simpsons art.
This is
And so
all
it was-
back when they would like even redraw like you go into Moe's and there'd be like 2 people and they would be drawn from scratch for that episode. Moe's bar was a completely different color, looked totally
Location.
different, different location. Yes, Moose stepped it on up, but like, yeah, you're not kidding yourself if you think you saw this character. And it's one of those things. Google it. Like no one seems to have an answer, but I'm positive with that jacket, with the way he looked, with his posture, that character is in the show for 6 seconds, and because I did the same thing with DuckTales. Like when I bothered to go through like an entire watch through of DuckTales, characters that appear on screen for like 4 seconds are like pivotal moments of that game, and and it does happen. And yeah, this is only weird just because like you have to start asking questions about Simpsons characters, characters of color, because he's like the only non yellow version up until
the Kabuki samurai.
Yeah.
that's when they brought it. Yeah, he looks like a real white guy now. Yeah. But it just, you see what looks like African American, or let's just say black, because not everybody is from America. Hands, the non-playable hands in the next mini game, because you don't see Lenny, Carl. I'm confusing them now. Dr. Hibbert. They're not in this game, so you don't know.
Yeah.
This is the closest thing you get to someone with not the same pigment as everybody else.
And Smithers.
No, he doesn't have his blackness in this, but he has his blue hair.
Yeah, it's got the wrong hair.
So he doesn't seem to move as fast, presumably
He's got that
going
fire.
with
He's got
the
the yoga
drunk,
fire.
but he's got the yoga fire. He packs a decent punch, and then he's got the fire-emitting breath. These boss description, I mean, it's rinse and repeat basically for
Yeah.
technique-wise at this point. But once you defeat him, it opens up a second elevator, because of course it does. And we did see where Mo was talking on the phone, there was an exit behind him also there. So presumably...
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so presumably there's 3 different ways to get in this bar. I guess that the one behind Mo there looked like an actual door like we would see in the series. So I guess that was street level somehow.
Well, no, I mean, it's all underground, right?
Not that part.
Not that part.
That was an interdimensional rift.
There was a sharp incline that you weren't
okay.
perceiving as you were walking. So this elevator takes you up into the next stage, which of course is
Springfield Butt, which I guess is referring to March.
We just got to Springfield Butt.
Yeah.
This podcast is taking like 9 times as long as
What we do,
difficult.
Welcome
playthrough.
is we
welcome
take
to Podouken, buddy.
quick 30-minute arcade playthroughs and expand on them for 6 hours of conversation.
Oh my God! Maybe we get some food.
That's our
keep going,
formula.
Keep going.
Okay, we'll hurry. We'll hurry. So
No,
this,
no, I'm not. I was
is-
saying I was going to go steal some food from the.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
So I guess this is like what would be Springfield National Forest.
Yeah.
Yes.
In canon.
Where they camped in a Call of the Simpsons, Albert Brooks's first uncredited appearance. He
Isn't
sells
this
an
also
RV.
where Homer gets the mud on him, which is the reference? Yeah.
This episode is like, I think, one of the only episodes to get like a series of Burger King toys. Like there is just them camping as toys. Like there's a great Treehouse of Horror line, but that's from like multiple episodes and multiple segments of multiple episodes. This is a very famous episode of The Simpsons.
Yeah,
that-
this I marked it down specifically, episode 7. I marked it because of all the references that were packed in. They got like presumably either saw this or had like the full storyline of this, and they were like, okay, let's create.
If you had to bank on Konami employees having seen one full episode, it is officially this one.
Yeah. Here you're greeted right along with the grizzly bear. I had noted that he escaped from Krusty Land, but obviously we've disputed that. We're not sure if he has or not, or if it's a distinct separate bear. Right then and there, it causes Smithers it charges at Smithers, causing him to drop Maggie into the river below.
Oh my God, so much more could have been done for this worth of this one diamond. Everyone's wasting their time.
Yes. Luckily, there was a rubber duck flotation device waiting there for Maggie,
Adorable.
and she's able to safely float or
Serendipitous.
safely float downriver. Let's see. So, where am I here? All right, let's find in my notes. As you can imagine, more young and old goons abound in this stage. Basically, the difference here is you've got different levels of the cliff face, and
You
then,
learn you can jump higher than you ever thought you could.
Exactly, and then there's rubble, different boulders and rocks that you and the enemies can pick up and throw at each other. The 2 new enemies that we are kind of introduced, one's kind of an enemy and one's a quasi-enemy. One's the beehive. As you mentioned before, it's fallen out of a tree.
Does nothing to the bear. Don't try and
Don't mess with
protect
it.
someone to take it to the end of the level.
The bees do swarm.
You learned that lesson one time.
Oh yeah, if you mess the hive, they just come for you. There's no way to get away from those bees.
There is. I
There
was
is?
able. Yeah, I was able to actually run to a certain area, and I think they attacked the enemies. So if the enemies are right there, they will do damage.
Huh.
I stayed up top, and similarly, it got hit, and then the bees eventually just took a beeline off the screen to the left, but it didn't hit anything or anybody.
Jerry
so-
Seinfeld's beeline. It's
I was pretty sure that
It's a bee.
it killed one of the enemies when I.
It will if it makes contact. I think just on my playthrough, it didn't
It
happen
didn't make
to
contact,
make
gotcha.
contact with
Yeah.
anybody.
So that's kind of an enemy. The other is the Homer look-like Bigfoot creature that we mentioned, living in caves.
Oh, it's real.
it's real. It's not John Goodman or
It's not like birds.
Brian Dennehy.
Brian Dennehy. Brian Dennehy.
So he comes after you. Nelson is here to make an appearance also and brings you a slingshot.
How nice of him.
He's your best friend at this point. No.
That's one thing they definitely got wrong.
Well, they had united at one point, but if
Yeah.
that episode, Bart the General, is crazy because it is him like fighting Nelson, like it's a plot specific battle about beating up Nelson with water balloons.
As you make your way out on the outcropping, there's a waterfall behind you. We've mentioned this before, but that's where you have to watch out
Weaponized
for
Blinky.
falling rocks and also for Blinky, the
Little
three-eyed
Blinky.
fish. Yes, you can pick him up and use it as a projectile. And then
Or cook him up and ruin Mr. Burns' gubernatorial prospects forever.
that's the secret ending.
I'm a Mary Blair guy. No, not Mary Blair. Mary Bailey. Mary Bailey. I remember that. That was the first episode I recorded. I watched it every day until a new Simpsons episode came out.
As you make your way towards the end of the stage, Sideshow Bob makes his appearance, as we mentioned previously. He brings you a full turkey on a cart.
Yeah. Not even under any tires. No. Which is what you're used to in arcades.
Couldn't get Kelsey Grammer for this.
No.
This is where you also got the loggers, right? They're just straight up swinging tree trunks.
Yes. So right at this point, you do have loggers who are
Not
upset
in the
with
Japanese
you
version.
for some reason. Yes, they swing full tree trunks at you and get in your way. There is a stack of logs at this point in front of a cave. This introduces you to the boss fight. Out from the cave bursts the bear, who is not happy to
On
see
effects.
you.
The beef.
He is using his large claws and also his ability to roll, apparently.
Yes, as all bears do.
Well, maybe he was trained kind of like Krusty Land. I know it's not circus directly,
True.
but maybe he was.
You mean the man inside the costume was trained
If
to roll
Krusty
around?
can cut a corner, he will. And doing a barrel roll. I'm leaving. I'm just gonna get up.
Oh
and-
my
No,
God.
I'm sorry. Really, just wanted to show people I have the original bald animated superstar on my shirt, so I can see it. It's made of carpet, if you can see.
Yeah.
it.
That's unique for sure.
That's only for the video, exclusive to the video.
So after defeating him, it's revealed that he's actually an old goon. During your victory dance, Maggie floats by in the river. You realize it and jump in to save her, just in time for Smithers, who's now in a helicopter.
Krusty helicopter.
Yep, Krusty Toys is what I think it's branded. So he grabs her. You realize that there's actually the edge of a waterfall here, so you start to swim.
You think you're going to get it. I mean, when you're playing it through the first time, you think you're actually going to grab onto the helicopter on
Oh, yeah,
there,
totally.
and you're going to get it, and I think you would have if you didn't chicken out. Your character chickens out and then tried to swim upstream before it goes over the waterfall, and that's
Exactly.
your mistake. If you just gone for it,
You might
you would have gotten it. You would have gotten it, I'm convinced.
Does any game have this cool of it, like a transition between level sequences? Like
There's definitely more falling in this game.
than any
Yeah.
other game. So yes, at this point you plummet to the bottom, falling
It's
unconscious.
like right out of The Fugitive.
and die. They just look like death images, like the end of Pinocchio, face down in the water, death. But you're alive.
You're unconscious,
Yep.
but presumably alive. This is your intro to stage 6, which is Dreamland.
Dreamland.
A little bit of an odd departure level. This one, you're in a black and white cloud world, as we had mentioned before.
Based on the second Bart the
Yep,
Genius dream
episode 2,
sequence. Cool.
Bart the Genius. Yeah, so I guess it confronts different characters' fears and things like that.
Mostly Homer's.
Yeah. Starting with large walking and fighting donuts.
Homer.
That shoot things out of their middle section,
Yeah.
which you would think, if you
Donut
applied
hole.
logic, should be donut holes. But no, they're just smaller donuts.
Or branded Munchkins, because I love Munchkins more than a regular donut.
Munchkins are pretty damn good, dude.
Awesome. I don't have to make any decisions.
Yeah.
Assorted, give me 80, and it's $2.
So this is when you pass by the cloud Marge heads that are popping up from the ground.
Skip
which
'em.
I was
Not
gonna
the
say,
photo. Skip 'em.
You
Yeah.
can.
You can't
just
skip
run right
them.
past.
I don't even think I noticed them on my playthrough. So
Yeah, I walked back just to, I hadn't played it in a while.
uh,
Oh, homie.
So soon you arrive at the Springfield Elementary School, where you battle a couple of evil saxophones.
My
that are
favorite
floating.
So
character
cool.
in this game.
The
This is-
saxophones?
The saxophones are so well
It
done. in this.
demands a dive kick. You don't feel like you're cheating. You're cheesing anything.
It's got multiple note sprites. It shoots different things at you. It's just super well animated. I love it.
Yeah.
And there was extra animation that they ended up cutting. from
Because they had too much. They made too much saxophone animation.
Too much for this one random enemy that only appears in this one section of this one level.
And I wonder how if once again, The Simpsons was a hot button issue, just not as hot buttony as a lot of stuff we see nowadays, or nothing
Yeah.
like Mortal Kombat.
Didn't have a Tipper
I
Gore
wonder-
congressional meeting about the Simpsons arcade
wonder
game.
if they might have, if they set a playable area in the actual school. It was cool to have the school acknowledged, but like maybe you don't want to go beat things up through the hallways of Springfield Elementary. So this playthrough, I'm like, oh, I'm happy I got to see it.
Yeah. Well, and reminiscent of episode 2, in the background, right at this point, you see a floating Principal Skinner spray painting a sign for Santa Fe. So it's the reference to the math problem where he's like being told he's got to figure out the train times or whatever.
Very specific.
Leave it to you to spot anything vaguely educational, like your Voyage of the Mimi or anything else.
Well, it was one of those things where it's like the sprite was so out of place and it was just in the background floating in the sky. And I'm like, this has to be a reference. So I looked up the episode to refresh my memory and everything like that.
I mean, spray paint was such a massive part of early Simpsons.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember. El Barto, holy crap. The adjacent Simpsons book led you to believe that was a huge thing in the Simpsons show, and it just isn't.
Yeah. Or the aforementioned NES game where you have to
or
spray paint
Bartman.
everything.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I love your subconscious at work here. So Konami actually gets a little psychological, right? You're in a dreamland, right? You're knocked unconscious in the real world. And what happens on this level? Letters drop out of the sky spelling Maggie with an exclamation. It's your
Maggie.
subconscious trying to remind you
What you're
that you
supposed
got
to
to
be doing.
rescue Maggie.
That applies to everyone. Everything else is Homer's. He hates Lisa's saxophone.
Yep.
He likes donuts. Marge doesn't care about donuts. Marge doesn't care about hitting her own face. It's all, but the Maggie thing is great just because, that's the most clear reference that it's from Bart the Genius, that all the letters in the background. Very cool.
Yeah. So the letters, you can pick those up. I was using them to kill the enemies, so that was a good projectile. Then you end up at the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, where you fight quasi-headless power plant workers. I mean, they don't end up having bodies when you defeat them. Some of them are holding rods. Like I saw one that was,
did it do
but like
anything?
most of them weren't, and I was trying to figure out if it did anything different.
Yeah, this inanimate carbon rod.
Yes, exactly. So that's power plant workers. Finally, you arrive at the Simpsons house, and you have 3 Devil Barts are here to poke and prod at you. They also will try to electrocute you with lightning bolts.
Try, they succeeded a lot.
Yeah. But
A
again,
lot.
Dive kick, baby.
Dive kick all day.
These I found pretty difficult, even with dive kicks. They're much higher than like the
This
saxophones.
is where everything, there's no patterns here. The hitboxes just get larger, and everything gets more unfair. Because everything else has an interrupt cycle, and I just didn't see a discernible one here. And I was getting hit from there were entire continents in between me and that boss, and I'm still taking smacks.
Yeah, so this is where we get to the bowling ball boss.
Oh, yeah.
He has multi-forms. It's a giant bowling ball. I think there
Don't-
was 4 forms in total. technically.
Adam, by the way, considers this the most well-animated boss in the entire game.
Do
we know
I?
how he likes his bowling ball, cannonball type animations.
Dude, I love it. Like Vector Man, balls.
Balls.
It's so rad. Like it looks so good. I do like it.
Is this an inside joke?
No, I genuinely, I always liked that as a kid. Like,
Well, but
Okay.
it's also kind of so. Going back to our TMNT episode where you had the elevator and you had the cannonballs going in the elevator.
He thought that
We
was
did-
the best.
Yeah,
right?
we then had our Bucky O'Hare episode where you have legitimately animated columns that are all kinds of robotic stuff, different sections on fire, and he's like, no, the cannonballs are better animated than that. So
they run at way faster frame rate. It just looks better.
Oh my God. All
you
these
like your
interesting
spheres,
takes.
you know what you like.
Love
the
'em.
spheres.
So the other technique I saw with this boss is it seemed in between any of the forms you could get a good
Yeah.
number of hits in. And at first I thought maybe it didn't do anything, but it seemed to weaken him and actually give you hits for that next form.
Butt attack all the way through, not a problem. I got hit twice.
You gotta throw
See,
some
I
ass.
Yeah.
I still was hesitant to do it because I'm like, oh, surely it's causing damage to me. It's just something in my head when I get that thing and I'm like, oh, I can't get in the fire
mental
on
block,
TMNT. Like I still don't gravitate towards the fire, even though now you've told me it doesn't do any damage. I can't do it.
There's 3 attack patterns with this boss, but they left so many more on the cutting room floor. There's
Yeah.
like they made 6 or 7 attack ones.
Yeah, it's crazy.
including one that was really weird. It like came out of the bowling ball's mouth and then entered his eye. It just went, it was like looped back into himself.
Well, that's nightmarish.
Yeah, because on here he's the original form. Then he grows arms. Then those ball arm things become his legs. I guess they're mini bowling balls.
Yeah, don't think too much about it.
I'm looking at the picture. I'm trying to decipher it. And then when he has legs, he also shoots missiles out of his mouth or pin. They're pins,
yeah.
but they're
It looks like a
bowling
dream
pins.
sequence from Big Lebowski.
Yes. And
Right
then
on the bowling.
and then the final sequence, it grows into like a whip or some kind of tail whip
Yeah,
or
it just
something
spins
like
around.
That.
It's
So once you defeat him, you are lying unconscious on the riverbank, and it's time for a second bonus stage because you have to wake yourself up.
okay. So, yeah, I think
That
you're
is
going to
so-
say the
I
same
thought
thing.
that was so neat.
How many times has a bonus stage or little level made sense within the context
Yeah.
of the game?
Never.
I mean, in Street Fighter, you beat up a car and break some barrels. You know, it's-
Someone else's car.
right? Oh,
Shouldn't
my
parked it
car.
there.
Oh my god.
But this actually fits within the story. So kudos to them, including mini games that actually fit. You know, one is blowing up the balloon, and this one is slapping to get yourself away.
And this is the
So-
point where like the hands are black if you're playing by yourself. In the Japanese version, I should qualify. I never noticed that before. There's not a black character anywhere else in the game.
It almost seems like they would have had that for contrast.
Yeah,
you know, like
maybe.
on the face. You know, so it kind of.
Could have been any color.
Yeah.
They chose that one. Naughty Konami. What are you saying? Black people are non-playable? Huh? What? Is this a controversial take? I was trying to make a non-controversial take, and everybody on the video can tell everyone's hanging their head and ignoring me.
Very much.
I'm just thinking of my edit points in the episode.
It's out there already. You invited me on a video.
Yeah, and it's called "Hey, Wake Up and Find Maggie." That's the little bonus stage.
Okay.
That's into stage 7, which is channel 6, the Springfield news station. Yep. So you enter the news station and you're immediately battling goons. Oddly enough, there's also apparently a live broadcast going on right behind you at the same time. Yes. You can jump onto stage and right in front of the newscaster, who, as we mentioned, but it's in my notes, is not Kent Brockman. On screen, you also see reports that they have been interviewing Mr. Burns about the diamond heist, and then they also are saying a report of Maggie being missing. So,
I, for one, welcome our goon overlords.
yeah. So apparently there is some I don't know. I always try to come up with like canon on these things of like, how does this fit in? Of like all these people, the firemen is like battling you, but then there's like the news that's like, we're honest and we're telling you that Mr. Burns is a bad guy and he stole this
Well,
diamond.
see, this was back when news was still honest.
Okay.
That's why.
Fish, yeah.
People won't get it nowadays, but
Yeah, we got deep
There's some
Springfield
credibility.
trying to tell you some BS.
Exactly. So in addition, let's see, where was I?
I mean, Burns would own that station
Well, yeah.
in both 1990 canon and now. Probably did.
yeah, then the next thing I think is the Mars stage, which I've
Yeah, so-
always enjoyed. There's just a studio there where they're filming, alien and robots.
Which, every local channel does that. No, just this one and Pee-wee's Big Adventure. That's it. That's the only time that
I
happens.
don't know. So like where Adam and I grew up, we had like Channel 44, and they had a lot of stuff kind of like that, where it was just like
But they have live.
So I
Various sound stages kind of set up.
yeah,
for
down there
doing
they
things
also
like that.
had was it Dr. Paul Bearer
Yeah.
and some other ones that were like actual horror introduced ones. But not the wrestling one, but the actual. So the one like Svengoolie and stuff like that. He would introduce the horror movies and everything. So they had more like independent stations that would do things like that.
Definitely.
We had David D. TV where I grew up. He'd like, that's right. Your brain moving?
David D. TV. The company?
No, it wasn't David Duchovny.
Good old Double D.
That would be awesome. No, it was like him and a puppet called Smedley. Yep. And they would go do stuff. They would do like adventures around like the Tampa and Orlando area.
Wow, we had surprisingly little of
Yeah.
that. But I know what you're talking. I know about local horror hosts.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
like this town was so poor and lazy, they just farmed in stuff from other communities.
Yeah.
But I met some newscasters before, but that was kind of it in some food shows.
Yeah.
But I couldn't help but think of Ace Attorney because I love the great lengths that they go to localize Ace Attorney, but he is still going to a local station to investigate a samurai murder plot on a local samurai TV show, and you end up in the same place.
So yeah, as you mentioned, the first sound stage or whatever you want to call it is the outer space / planet set.
That's like the hardest boss. The
robot?
robot.
The robot?
Yeah, he just like fires right where you are, and that's all he does. Just like you want to get
it's
close
pretty tough.
to yeah.
You actually, that's one you just sit in the middle of the robot and attack.
I mean, I think it was trying too hard to pick up the space alien and throw him at him. Is that only the Japanese version? Please tell me. Okay.
It's a world version
Okay.
too. Yeah, green space alien. You can use them as a projectile.
And yeah, and a lot of people try to attack the alien instead of the robot because they think that's it, but just use that. And then once the robot is destroyed, you can use the robot head as a weapon as well.
And the robot, love all robots, so I'm not talking a ton of poop here, but it doesn't look like anything that would even be on The Simpsons.
No, it doesn't.
No, but very traditionally, like robot. Like,
Yeah.
You know, if me around that time, if you're like draw a robot,
true.
it's like, you know,
Or
those
if
are
you're
the
watching
features.
a black and white movie with a guy with a Mylar suit, and like, this will
Yes.
destroy the entire country. He's a robot. Looks kind of like a piece of cleaning equipment, but trust me.
It's two
Crushinator.
cardboard boxes and ducks.
Trust me, yes. You've never seen Slinkies do this before. It's a robot.
So after this battle, you're back onto the standard like backstage TV area, where you find some corn because apparently that replenishes your
so
health.
hungry. We have
Which
any
in
corn
the
here?
Japanese version was replaced by a hamburger.
Where
And
do
or
they get
maybe
the
a hot
idea?
dog.
America, that's all we eat is corn in some fashion or another.
It's true.
Eat it or use it to fill our gas tank.
Subsidize
Yeah.
it.
There's a broom there that you can also pick up. You're quickly on to the next sound stage or area that is supposed to be stylized, I guess, as feudal Japan.
You've entered East World.
Very, very popular in Springfield, feudal Japan.
Though
Sorry.
they do try to make the details where you can see it's like a sound stage because in
Yeah,
the
it is a
corners you
big
can
set,
see,
like you're
it is
going
a big
through-
one, but you can see kind of like the rafters or like the
You can see
the
light rigs
backing of
behind
it.
behind the doors.
Lots of ninjas.
So you walk along this. Obviously, there are now ninjas apparently all over the place trying to go after you.
You know, there's like a pickup that is it supposed to be a ninja star? Because it looks like a dead starfish.
Yeah.
It's supposed
Yeah.
to be shuriken.
Does it?
It's
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Yeah, a little yellow
Oh.
shuriken.
It could be a Cheez-It. I'm not sure.
So at this point, you set foot into like a traditional Japanese style house with wooden floors and then the cloth line
Yo.
doors. In the background, the doors open to reveal Simpsons style kabuki warrior,
Very-
I guess.
Very
Not-
cool.
I would say very not anything Simpsons related.
I'm just
Well-
glad Konami's to blame and not anybody on The Simpsons. 'Cause
Yeah.
The Simpsons has a lot to atone for in terms of cultural insensitivity, but not this.
Yeah. Well, I did do it in the Simpsons style in
This
quotes.
is a podcast, and yes, we're live streaming this one episode. But normally people wouldn't be able to intuit the
That's why I
context with
mentioned
that.
that I did it in quotes. Yeah. The character was yellow.
I don't.
Simpsons.
I'm insensitive.
Is he?
enough.
Yellow? He didn't look yellow on
I
my.
think he's yellow with kabuki makeup on him.
that makes him paler, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think
Is
so.
he still a yellow
The-
shade?
The hands and stuff are yellow.
Are they?
Yeah.
I think they are.
Notice.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
So I could, colorblind.
Oh no.
Is he still yellow?
Buddy.
I know. I've had some time to deal with it. Is he still like a pale shade of yellow, or is he
It's
another
hard. The
color?
one thing I noticed is that like certain parts of his body don't have the black outline that Simpsons cartoons and the game has somehow. I should have looked at it more closely, but I honestly did not know. Right, see, like his eyes aren't outlined as like the other characters are. No, that doesn't look like white paint either. It looks like he has Doc Brown's hair.
Or Gary Stern.
Yeah. So
All right.
It's Konami's problem. You tell us what it is.
It looked like a whole nother palette when I was playing it.
And he's holding one of those traditional Japanese sticks. I'm surprised I have no terms for this, despite
The knife staff.
knife staff.
I got nothing.
Yeah, but it makes
It starts with an N.
the drum noises and the yo, and I
Yeah.
call it, which I have called professionally Okami sounds. I don't know what I don't know what any of that is.
Or Naruto sounds.
It sounds like a cartoon version of Samurai Showdown.
I was going to
Yes.
say it was very Samurai
Yeah.
Showdown. When,
Okay.
when I
Nippon,
loaded it.
shoot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, doesn't this predates Samurai Showdown, right? A couple
It
of
does.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the one we do 30 2010? I think that might have an anniversary, a 30th.
I think 93 is Samurai Showdown 1.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Is that one?
Plug for 30-20-10.
Or is that 2 that 93 was?
3
That's
hours
what
into
I'm
the
thinking
show.
Is like 2. This was.
Oh, no, we did a
this-
whole episode on it.
We
Don't
did,
ask
but
us to
it's been a
remember it.
while. I was thinking it was around the same time or a little after. So we're at the warrior. He uses this staff. He spins it around. The standard ninjas that you've seen previously also do come in, so that complicates this boss fight.
Ugh.
Yep. So that's basically where the difficulty lies. After your victory dance here, you make your way off the set and see Smithers again with Maggie, and they hop onto the Krusty Toys branded helicopter.
But you learned your
This
lesson from last time.
Yes, you're able to
You
grab
go
onto the
for it.
landing skid and make your way, of course, to the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. Stage 8.
Oh, wait, let me do the sound. There's always a crow noise every time they cut to it in The Simpsons.
There you go.
Where you fight through a whole slew of workers and more of those hazardous rod holders and everything. Nope, you
Nope.
just get right
Rod
to
holders.
right to Smithers.
Yep. You drop in
Another
from
rod
the
holder.
sky with a thud. You are kind of dazed. Smithers goes inside, and you follow him into the power plant. Here you wander for a short time with no enemies. You go past caution signs. You hear alarms blaring. And
It's a
machines
Sunday. What do you
beeping.
expect? Nobody's working.
Exactly.
The nuclear power plants just run themselves on the weekends.
Basically. And then you're right into Mr. Burns' office at this point. You see his portrait on the background, and you're there fighting Waylon Smithers.
Or as he sounds in the game, welcome to die, or whatever he says.
Calls you
Welcome-
X
he
chickens.
says,
and
"Welcome to
then-
my world." Is
Won't
what-
you
Under
come on
glass.
in? Miracles happen every now and then.
Yes, I said Smithers confronts you with an odd, but I guess menacing, "Welcome to my world."
There's a series of very just little cherry bumps. You have your own helicopter, man.
Exactly.
Show up with better equipment.
That, and I even know this. He's wearing a button-down shirt, bow tie, lab coat, and then
coat.
a cape over top of all
Layers,
of that.
man. It gets really cold in the mornings and it heats up in the afternoon. Layers.
I think he's wearing a lab coat in his first appearance because he's
Yeah.
given like the dinosaurs speech from Jurassic Park about the nuclear power plants.
So
This
this
is Mr. DNA.
It is.
this cape is adorned with a nuclear
It was
symbol,
a
and then
Fusion Joe. That's sorry. He's
No,
in
you're
a lot
fine.
more games.
Not just his cape, the inlay
Mm-hmm.
of it. It's when he opens it up, you've got this. So, I mean, that's, again, that
That
takes
was
money.
pretty cool.
Yep.
He's got a good fashion sense. I wonder
Yeah,
why.
exactly. So his cape allows him to hide a bunch of bombs that he throws all over the room. Luckily, he also drops some without
Right.
lighting them on fire. So the blue ones you can pick up and hurl back at him and use that to get.
In the
Over
Japanese
I guess
version,
his
they're
first
only blue
form.
ones.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So normally, well, in the world version, or which one I play, basically he's dropping a bunch of bombs that
Two
are
times.
exploding all
Yeah.
over,
Yeah.
and then
It was-
randomly he'll drop one that you can go pick up, but you have to avoid the
I
other ones.
knew I was playing the Japanese version, and I didn't. The other ROM is unstable. Sorry, I was trying to hide my emulation here, but
You're fine, man.
I was shocked by how easy it was.
Yeah.
And because I played it before, it was a long time ago, but like this was the easiest boss in the entire game.
Yeah, and I noted that it's a fairly short battle regardless of the version you're playing.
Yeah, which is nuts compared to what happens next.
Yeah, so at the end of this little battle, you actually don't defeat him. He accidentally, I guess, lights all the bombs
yeah.
in his cape on fire, effectively.
It's the Disney principle. You can
Exploding and
violently
killing
murder.
himself.
They
The bad
they
people.
can violently murder themselves,
Right.
And we'll show it. But
Yeah.
we can't have Tarzan or Snow White do it.
He does give one last menacing laugh when I think before he realizes, yeah, and then he
Which
looks
is the
down
same
and
laugh
goes like,
that's shared from every other enemy in the game, by the way.
Yeah.
So then you get what do we call it, Adam?
Mecha Burns.
True last boss,
Yeah.
right? The TLB and Mr.
Yes.
Burns. So you stare at the portrait for a moment, and during this time you've seen the eyes kind of watching you in the portrait, which is a great touch.
Get in the robot, Montgomery.
Exactly. So the wall kind of begins to rumble and shake, and then starts to crack and outburst Mr. Burns in a robotic, I guess presumably nuclear-powered metal machine suit, since it's got the nuclear icon ography on the stomach.
there.
You know, it's just steam. Nuclear power is just steam.
Yeah.
It's just steam powered.
You're not wrong.
That's all it is.
tell that
Everybody
to
wants to romanticize it. It's just steam.
Tell that to the people of Chernobyl. Oh wait, you can't.
Get him on the phone.
He says another odd thing. Welcome to your grave, suckers. Which
Say it like Burns.
Welcome to your grave, suckers.
Suckers.
Ogre! I'll grind their bones to make my bread.
at this point, he immediately tosses Maggie, who the sprite has a regular pacifier in her mouth, so presumably he's gotten the diamond at this point, and he has no use for the baby.
And a blue hair tie, which is also out of character for her. It's been there the whole time. I forgot to mention it.
And he's got a little, accessory arm on the robot that's holding her.
Yes.
Not any of the main stuff.
The inefficiency of the hover skirt, though.
Yes. So
I mean, so it goes through the stages. What's the first stage that you're on?
three
Oh, he has treads
phase
first,
boss
sorry.
fight. Yes.
Yeah.
So the first one, it's just like a person. He's got actual legs.
Yeah, you can call them legs.
Yes. And then, well, they're robots.
They're
not-
robot
they're-
appendages.
Yes.
Look at my Ava.
That'd be the coolest version of this game ever.
So in each phase, he uses the extending metal arms and then like a nuclear, one of the bombs that you could previously pick up in the Japanese
Yeah,
version.
like poops out his
He-
stomach.
Yeah, exactly. He uses those in the world version. And then each time you defeat a section or a phase, his basically lower half blows up or changes. The second one, he gets like tank treads.
Yeah.
And then
It's like
he
Bone
seems to have
Breaker.
a little
Yeah.
faster movement at this point. And then the extending arms do come out also in some of these animations. So he's got presumably 4 arms, if you will.
You knock the skin off of them, and then they become like way faster. I don't know. Again, I'm very confused. I should have played more than one version today.
Yes. So the last phase you talked about is the weird hovercraft bottom phase. I think that was just like an early 90s thing.
Yes.
I feel like hovercrafts were
What a
like
cool
the new
vehicle.
I
form
still
of
think hovercrafts are
transportation.
really cool.
They are
everywhere.
absolutely cool. Okay, wait a second. So, Mr. Burns invests all this money
Yes.
into Stark Tech or whatever and gets this robot suit made. And he builds into it fail safes, right? Like, you got legs. Okay, great for mobility, all purpose mobility, right? Then, backup tank treads. Great for like on the road, dirt, whatever. But guess what? What if a final battle happens around a body of water, Jared? You got a hovercraft. It can go over anything.
That is the only time you have an advantage in a hovercraft in terms of steering is on water. Because if you're on a hardwood floor, you may as well be Tom Cruise in Risky Business. Because like you have way better traction.
Well, you just don't have the stopping ability. That's all. You got to really commit to your first momentum.
You can see it in the game. Like it's just so hard. I know I've driven a hovercraft, but I couldn't tell you where. But it's like a like a bumper car version of one. Some theme park. Which basically I was probably riding on an air hockey puck.
Didn't they have those at Fun Station at one point?
I think they.
I thought they had bumper boats.
Those were bumper
Celebration
boats.
Station.
But they had like the
Clearwater bumper
skirting
boats.
that made them look
Oh.
like hovercraft.
I
Maybe
don't
it
know.
They were
was.
in- yeah, but I don't know.
I just
if
know
they
I've done.
were.
I've been on a giant thing that is keeping me up with fan.
You weren't in the
engines.
British military at any point, right?
I mean,
That'd be awesome.
I was saluting Kenneth Branagh.
It was
but still
SAS
might have
at
been
one
Fun
point.
Station.
Dude, the
It's,
the coolest hovercraft ever, like in a movie, has got to be Rumble in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
Because not only is it a rad hovercraft, it's also a Lamborghini Countach.
Oh, of course it is.
And when I was living in San Francisco, they were talking about taking people across the bay in a hovercraft,
There's like big ass ones, right?
like a big one, because like we have one bridge, the boats are slow. This, and I remember looking out, like watching them practice with this stuff, and it still seems super unwieldy. Sorry, I got us off track.
No,
But,
that's fine.
That's what we do.
Yeah,
that is-
you're fine.
Spot on. And that's what I'm talking about is it was all over the place in the
Yeah.
90s. I remember having
Yeah.
an RC hovercraft.
Didn't they
like,
race them
yeah.
on
my
Wild
kids
and
had-
Crazy Kids on Nickelodeon too?
Yes, I think they did.
Yeah,
Probably.
like in a
Wild and
field.
Crazy Kids.
But that was something we
Donnie
had. Like my
Jeffcoat.
dad liked having RC cars, and so we had a couple RC cars. And at one point, I was like,
Yeah.
I want an RC hovercraft like that.
Oh yeah,
so cool. It
Tycho
was in
made
the
them, didn't
thing.
they?
It
Yeah.
did, and of course the
Or
battery
Nico, whatever.
lasted even
Yeah.
less than like a normal RC car.
And they were loud as hell,
So I
yeah.
got it in like the middle of the lake in the neighborhood, and they're like,
The
and
battery
that was like
power went
it.
out.
It like went.
Those weren't lake hovercrafts. Those
don't work on water.
are puddle hovercrafts.
Yeah. And so luckily, I think we got it back at somehow or something. I think I threw we had a golden retriever. I think I threw like a tennis ball out
Did
there.
you
and,
trick
like,
it into
she
retrieving
got
the
her to,
hovercraft?
like,
Picked it up like
push
Santa's
the-
little helper. And just,
Yeah, just threw it into the lake. Fetch!
It was not like that, but somehow I got it back. But the battery life was atrocious. But it was a neat premise. It was
right.
like it can go on the
I
on
have
the
a
hardwood
replica
floor
Back to the
or
Future
on
2
the water.
hover board
Yeah.
that can hover with 6 AA batteries for about 2 minutes. So I've never used it. I just need this to sit on my shelf.
Yeah.
Don't overshoot yourself, Mattel.
So as you damage the final form more and more,
Yes.
though, the armor does start to break away. The glass helmet does crack, eventually, breaking away completely. In this form, he does have purple laser beams that shoot out. Basically,
In somebody's birthday at Cyberstation, it was the first time we'd ever done that. Like you can pick one arcade game and get unlimited plays on it, and clearly, like what I now know is the incompetent teenager who does not care about anything didn't really know how to set that in the game. So like we would just have to shout bloody murder, like come open this thing and flick the coin slots.
Yeah.
Before the continue screen, it's 20. We got 20 seconds, so it was panicky, and it happened like that, like 2 times while we were at the Burns boss. He put in what he thought was like surely 100 quarters and four children can finish it. And it's really hard. It's really tough to this day, and it's chaotic, and without Harry Shearer, it's a lot less fun.
yeah, 100%. So definitely take your quarter moment. But once the armor breaks away and the glass is gone, you're kind of close to the end of things.
Yes.
At this point, when you do finally defeat him, the armor shakes, and Mr. Burns is basically left standing in the middle of the room. Suddenly, he collapses to the floor. Maggie
this.
apparently drops from the sky. From
Yeah,
the
she
throne.
lands safely from the original throw.
Yes. She lands
High
on
ceilings
Mr.
in that
Burns,
office.
which at this point finishes him off because his head kind of goes to the side and he has X's over his eyes. So-
Well, that's only after she puts her pacifier into his mouth.
yeah.
Before
Right,
that, like to transition, he's still got eyes, and then she puts the pacifier in, and then when she comes back, it's revealed as X's.
okay. Well,
So
I
that was
see-
the last
She
thing
killed
that he
him.
knew.
She suffocated
The last
him.
thing he felt in that world was someone else's pacifier being entered into his mouth,
the
taking him
second
back to an
time.
infant stage.
It's not the
it was his
time.
rosebud.
Second time she tried to kill him.
Yeah.
And she gets Smithers in the cartoon, so
Yeah.
I mean, in her defense, she was kidnapped. and
Yeah. Right.
dragged all over creation.
Eye for an eye, man.
Yeah. You
It's
know
all fair.
how long of a distance it felt like for a baby. It felt like she went around the world.
and that's where you get the final. You
Yeah, so
you defeated Burns
yeah,
in the U.S.
the
that's
family
just
reunites.
Murdered your
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, and I didn't realize until you mentioned that. And I looked up the sprite. That
Yeah, it's a much cooler, more
I think it's one of the cooler endings in any
Viable
arcade
room.
game I've ever seen.
I did think it was odd though that you don't get like Grandpa and Patty and Selma like they were in the game. Like how
Yeah.
hard would it have been to put them also
I think
part
they
of the
were
family in the ending screen
Probably
too?
using existing model sheets, so had to use the end of
Yeah.
the Simpsons therapy episode.
Yeah.
But still looks very cool.
Yeah.
Like Ryu walking away at the end of Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, and so as we mentioned, at this point, the night sky is in the backdrop, and the family's walking away with the iconic theme music playing and the credits rolling. At this point, Homer does turn back to the camera momentarily and tosses the diamond away, which I thought was
Pretty cool.
odd and
Pretty badass.
could have brought so many Christmas presents for next Christmas.
exactly.
A great Christmas tree.
Simpson, you dropped your pork chop. Squeak, squeak.
Or since this was all in the news, like somebody's going to want that diamond back too.
It's true.
'cause,
Another baby's going to swallow this. The irony.
The high score table entry table appears and has Bartman in the background and marching Maggies along the bottom, and then you can enter your very low score if you're playing
yeah.
the world version.
JIZ #1.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I love sending Adam my Donkey Kong high scores because I just had to see how many horrible things I could imply in just 3 letters, and I really challenged myself.
It's impressive, yeah. You're pretty good at it.
Challenged myself.
It's crazy. So that's basically it. That's
It's a pretty
that's going through
overall.
the
It's a
game.
pretty short playthrough
Yeah.
considering some of the other beat 'em ups that are out there. And it's really short if you play Japanese version because it's a lot easier. But so the main criticism about this game when it comes to other places to play it is that it didn't exist on consoles, right? We didn't get any of the TMNT love where we got the arcade version of the game.
I don't know what happened,
NES.
but I feel like somebody in the European publishing department signed some deal because you only got Commodore and DOS,
MS-DOS, yep.
version, and that was way later, by the way.
And
like it's
no,
years
actually
later.
same year.
Oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
like '94.
It came out the same year, but what happened there is the video game console rights were signed away to someone else. I think it was LJN, maybe not LJN, but somebody else had gotten the actual
Just
console
dropped the
rights to
ball?
it. Well, they Konami couldn't get it, so they got the arcade, and then they got
Acclaim would have had it at the time.
the home computer rights for the ports. That's why you see it on the Commodore 64 in MS-DOS.
Actually, the Commodore one is adorable.
So when this one came out, this was the first, in my head, the first one that was like, oh my God, I can own an almost arcade perfect port with the MS-DOS version because everything on that art packaging of that box made me think that this was exactly the arcade game in home form.
Did they call it the Simpsons arcade?
It was just
Yeah.
Simpsons,
Cool.
The Simpsons, and the arcade hit classic in your home. And so they marketed it all like that. It came in a big box. It was blue, just like the arcade cabinet. It had the front design of like them all stacked up like the side art. It was 100% that, right? So again, this is I'm 11, right? I see this in my local Walmart. It is way too much for me to afford. This is where I pull a
Oh no, you're
thing I'm
copying
not
the
proud
floppy?
of. I'm not proud of. I do not condone this.
I do, by the way, listeners.
This was back when you could swap price tags on things.
Yeah.
I believe the price of this game in 1991 was $39.99. Way too much for me to be able to pay.
Wow.
I found a $14.99 sticker and put it on top of the $39.99 one. I took it
coming
to the
out
front
now.
counter. They rang it up. It rang up as $39.99. And I go, oh, well, it says $14.99 on it. 11-year-old kid, wallet open, showing like $15 or whatever it was, that I had.
Please, sir, can you pay the
And they
tax
mark
for
it
me?
down and give it to me. Again, not condoning this, not proud of this moment now.
When the normal cashier at Walmart could just mark something
Yes.
down. Which
Yeah. No
now
manager
it
override.
takes like an act of God. They're like, well, I don't know if we can dig up Sam Walton and maybe get an override for you.
He was still alive then, by the way. He was still alive.
Because
They could have faxed him.
Sorry, guys. I've had really bad Walmart experience in the last week. Adam heard my rant about it.
Is there ever a good Walmart experience? I don't think so.
Usually not.
No, but tell them, like, don't I always come in with like above and beyond with Walmart? Of,
Yeah.
like,
You've got a pretty bad record with them.
yeah.
No, they're the worst. They're the
Well,
worst.
I'm not sticking up for
Jared
Walmart.
may appreciate this.
I'm not
though.
either. And I have just a dickish story. Because I currently scam Walmart out of whatever I can. Sometimes they make me be a cashier, so I don't scan as much money I think a cashier would have made having to do this job that I don't want to do.
I hate self checkout with a passion.
Yes.
I get it. It's convenient sometimes, but I hate it.
So yeah, if you're an American, you live in America, remember your taxes subsidize the people Walmart won't pay enough money to live while giving their stockholders billions of dollars. Don't feel bad for anything that happens. I was such a jerk. One time I was there, it was a game or a movie, and it was in like a $9.99 box. But it was a movie thing, so it was Detroit Rock City. Who
Nice.
cares?
Hey,
Okay, great. Like, and it was like $9.99, and it rings up, and it's like $29.99. So I just showed you how much I hate Walmart. Part of these scams work because nobody hates Walmart worse than their employees, and I made such a stink, like, and I'm like a teenager. But it said $9.99. I would have brought it up here if it was $25. It said $9.99. I want to give her $9.99. And I just kept doing that, and like I was like, fine. And just like didn't have to switch a price tag. Just like knocked off like over half the thing because Yeah, I don't care. Sam Walton's a little poor at the end of the day.
This is also where I experienced karma for the first time. So after I get the game for $15,
Uh-oh.
I take it home.
Uh-oh.
I have an MS-DOS based Tandy 1000. It is an MS-DOS game. I put it in. For 3 days, I cannot get it to work. It does not work with my
Gotta
Tandy
wait for that
1000.
patch.
Does not work. All my floppies, all my 5 1/4s, in and out on my dual floppy drive on my Tandy 1000. Nothing. I have to take the game back. Right. I take the game back. It rings up the original value.
Oh, no. Oh, cool.
And I get a Walmart credit.
Yeah.
And I know I ended up using it partially for a CD holder, like one of those, about a 4-foot CD holder tower that was like molded plastic that held like 120 CDs. And I had that CD holder easily until my 30s.
I use mine for coaster storage.
I finally got rid of it, but still, I know that's part of where that money was. But not a good story. Related to the Simpsons port, obviously, but not something I'm proud of.
Ask me
as a child.
Find me online and ask me how I got all those arcade one-up machines for sometimes $25, and I'll tell you more scamming Walmart stories. But yeah,
I guess I shouldn't be too down on Walmart. I did get my LG OLED from Walmart at a very, very steep discount.
They have
Yeah.
So certain locations
will ship to.
They have them in store, but it's only certain locations.
I bet I can guess the locations.
Even within markets, it's only certain stores will
Right.
have those, and then the other stores will have just the cheap. So they
Congrats
you
on
have to
your
go
LG
to very,
OLED. They are wonderful.
very specific stores. They were redoing the whole TV section.
Oh, get this out
so
of here.
That was it was an open box. It was on the floor, but LG also has a very good warranty policy for screen burn and other stuff. So
We need to talk about this right now. So after the show, so never mind. Now I'm the most excited.
And it suddenly turns into slick deals.
Well, let's just say you have an LG OLED with Mad Burn in and haven't been able to figure out what to do with it, and the warranty is still valid. Yeah, but I don't know what it is. Never mind. Let's keep going.
All right, so I think that's pretty much it for Simpsons, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, great game, and it's
Sadly, we are just shy of 4 hours of.
Are we? Oh yes. Oh my bad. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
I've loved being on the show and listening when I can. But I'm a person who makes more podcasts than I listen to, and but I've always liked the flavor of the show a little. It's different. It's not. You guys are surgeons who get inside games and have a different relationship with them, and it's
You make it sound way more romantic than it is.
No,
what happens is we get them running, the public breaks them.
Yeah.
We yell.
We
Behind the
order
curtain.
more parts.
Yeah, we
But
buy
we
bleed
parts
on them.
Hang on, we fix them. Repeat.
yeah, but you end up learning so much more about like
Obscure, obsolete technology.
Yeah, you're
Not-
forced. You're forced to
underselling
learn.
it. You're underselling it.
No,
but
we're
like, the interesting history, especially with stuff like pinball and the mechanical nature of all that and how it evolved and what does what. Like, I had my cousin in here, my 10-year-old cousin, and like, he was already like, wow. And like, I think Rob was about to fix a pinball problem. And I'm like, do you want to see what the inside of a pinball machine looks like? He's like,
Do you want to become
Yeah.
a man?
yeah, because he's
Isn't
never
it crazy
he's never
we
seen
all
that.
look like that on the
He's
inside?
never seen that. And you
Just miles of wires and electromagnets.
yes, it normally doesn't have that much pubic hair. Don't tell your parents. What? Okay, Adam's wincing at me. I forgot we were live.
Yeah,
Come on, give me an Adam yikes.
not
Pass
yet.
blaster
You
yikes.
gotta earn it.
Whoa. See, I did one for you, but like he was astounded to look inside of a pinball machine in 2023. It blew his mind. It was like a bigger reaction than seeing some of the games. And that he's like, what's he gonna do to it? And like, I have no idea. Do you want to watch him? He's like, I'm scared. It looks like a lot. Anyway, yeah.
It is neat for the kids because I mean, most of the modern games too, you open it up and there's like a PC inside,
Yeah.
so it's like okay,
yeah.
but yeah, it's still pretty magical. Looking,
It is.
looking
It is.
inside the
And-
pinball machine
and
for sure.
Sometimes when I ask Adam in particular about a hardware part, you have a story of why it's there, what it does, when it breaks, who made it. I've been having dorky conversations about games for years. Nobody, at most, I've talked to a developer who knew how to program it. Nobody knew how the hardware worked and why this exists. It's nice information to have a different kind of podcast out there. And I'm giving you your due on your 100th episode, and I don't care if you've heard me say it before, drunkenly or soberly. It's worth saying. It's worth saying because that's why I dig the show, and I was excited for you guys to start it. So I'm glad you're still here. Don't quit yet.
Well, there is only 100 arcade.
Yeah,
games here.
that's it.
Yeah.
There's only 100 games ever made, so
Yeah.
this is
that can't be
we don't have anywhere else to go.
That can't be
There's
true.
no more games to do.
There's 100 versions of Pac-Man.
Don't.
We already covered those. We had a whole pack.
That was the first 84 episodes. Dude. Pac-Man and
I feel like my dad now because I almost believed that for a second. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Before we go, I think we've got one listener question to address.
Sure.
I think very fitting on this one. Bizarro AIDS asks us
yeah.
technically two questions. But the first one is, how did you come up with the intro outro music, and how many did you go through before finally agreeing on the magnificent set we now know and love? So I don't think we've ever covered what our intro and our outro is on the podcast. So I think for the 100th episode, that'd
Poker
be
face?
pretty good to cover. Close. It's actually Umbrella by Rihanna.
We probably should have done that. Or Fergalicious.
Ella.
Yeah.
That would just be our closeout
Yeah.
fade. No, so when we were originally looking at the podcast, and I think finally came up with the name, we're like, okay, we got to do something that's like production quality here to.
Yeah.
So I don't know when we stumbled upon it or what phase, but I was seeking songs that had something to do with the arcade, and I was I am a Lemon Demon fan, and so Cabinet Man from Lemon Demon has this really cool riff that is what is now the Podouken one, but someone else had turned that into an instrumental and changed it a little bit and kind of remixed it. And so we took that version of it and cut it down to sampling size and redid that. And that's what the intro is and what the outro is. It's different parts of Lemon Demon's Cabinet Man. So.
Yeah, and then the part where you say pod, I think we just
Oh,
threw
that
a
was,
couple
yeah.
of them. We just tried, I yelled Podouken like reuse super.
I literally think that was the first episode. I was like, okay, I need you all to give me like different takes of pod. Just everybody go.
Yeah.
And we all did it, and I selfishly chose mine, I guess.
It's totally fine.
But Ryu got in on the first take, so the Dukin part. So
Yeah.
he's all about the Dukin. Second part of that question is, will there ever be any possible Podouken shirts or stickers? I'm wearing a Podouken shirt right now, but these are ones that we just kind of make for ourselves. And of course, we do have a couple of stickers that we've made out, but we've sent them off to listeners before. We had a couple of different packets, especially with Pack from the Back limited edition once run stickers.
I have the original hanging in my room.
You do.
It is the greatest thing of all time.
Hollow Pack from the Back stickers. We did mail those out to listeners early on, those that requested it, and I think we sent out about 30 or so things to it. But no, we don't really have any for sale. I know some people are wanting some Podouken merchandise for some reason. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we're ever really going to monetize it, just because this is something cool we do. We're 100 episodes in. It's given me 4 years of excuses to come to the arcade, talk to friends about arcade and video games, laugh a whole lot, and just hang out. So I mean, to me, that's what this has been this whole time. We'll be happy to find a way to get people stickers if they want stickers. But
yeah, I mean, to me, it's never say never, but we kind of just make weird, fun stuff that we like and give it away. Like,
Rob
and I are terrible
Franklin
businessmen.
Gundam Roosevelt is not a marketable idea.
Well,
it's
you
just a
say
funny
that.
thing that we turn into a sticker. So
Yeah, I forgot about that. I do think, though, that the X Chicken thing you made has potential to be a very good shirt.
oh, I'm definitely putting that on a
Okay.
shirt.
Yeah.
But that's an X-Men.
No, I know,
So-
but it's very, very good.
Yeah. Well, it's got X Chicken and the X-Men logo, and then it's got a pop up of Magneto.
You gotta put it
saying,
on,
"Welcome to Fry."
You got to put it on the Discord at some point.
Yeah, sure.
But put a watermark on it so someone doesn't steal it.
It'll get stolen no matter what.
Yeah.
I gotta get on a shirt first, but yeah. So we have a couple. I think Soundboy made a shirt appearance.
Yeah.
He's on that. A couple of our graphics and all. So that's answering a Bizarro AIDS question.
And we might did we do a run of Soundboy stickers that we sent? I know
We did.
a
As a
couple-
matter of fact, just handed out a whole bunch of them at the convention,
Yeah.
along with some Podouken stickers for those that were local.
Yeah, there
and
were
came
some
to the
listeners
Infinity
that
Con.
came through. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, so we do occasional runs, when we Usually
do,
when
and-
we find something that we think is funny enough to create a sticker on, to create a random
And
sticker.
I had the time to put it onto some sort of design thing and get it sent to Sticker Mule. Yeah, we also take them around to different shows. So like Free Play Florida coming up at the end of the year. I don't know if anybody going to Southern Fried.
I wanted to. I might drive up for one day, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay. So we usually take some stuff there. If anybody spots us or finds us or anything like that, we'll hand some stuff out. But
Yeah.
that's about the extent of it. So always happy to help and get stuff out there. But yeah, I don't expect a store off of Podouken.com to happen anytime soon. So
No. Maybe.
It's a giant.
hey, if any of us loses our jobs suddenly, then maybe.
There's 14 new Podouken shirts coming out next week.
As someone who sold shirts and stickers, I'll say that it's an enormous pain. It's very little money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell me if there's a great way to I don't have to ship shit and give people something at a low cost because I don't care about the money off stuff like that. Probably why I'm on the more poverty-stricken side of the podcasting industry. I'm not. We don't have a new shirt to plug every time we start a show. But yeah, I hate hawking merchandise, and I hate having researching a shipping service is agonizing. So yeah, man, I'd say try and meet them at a show or something. Because if you live in the South, some of these things are I love going to arcade expos, and I don't know. I think I'm
Yeah,
going
we'll be at Free Play for sure. I'm not sure if Jared's gonna make it, but it's in November.
Can I be the shemp to Podouken? I'll go.
Sure.
with.
Sure, it's always a
Yeah,
good
we
time.
always
Just
try
curling.
to if we're going somewhere, if people listen and want to meet up, we're happy to do that.
I know I'm
as
doing-
long
I'm
as you
going
don't stab us.
I'm going somewhere with Larry, but it might be toy related.
Okay.
Soon. Huh. Gotta see where we're
We'll,
going.
we'll be hauling a whole bunch of games of Free Play this year, so you can just get back in the trailer. Bring a sleeping bag or something.
And when's this going up?
This episode, this will be going out next week as long as there's ample.
Well, I'll plug. I'll have stickers to give out in spring break, Panama City, last week. You just missed me. You just missed me.
51 weeks early for next year.
Yes, I'm gonna name a city I used to be in. Look for me.
This episode will be edited on a transatlantic flight, so
Wow.
hopefully I can get this done here
Wow.
and up in time.
Thailand
But-
again?
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
going on,
hey, can't tell you all the benefits. No, we've had some really good listenership. By the way, Bucky O'Hare, huge in Europe.
Yeah.
Huge in Europe. Had all kinds of great charting in that. Matter of fact, Denmark charted in top 50
Nice,
for
dude.
Podouken. So I'm going to fly over there and meet some of the listeners
Yeah.
here tomorrow. So I'll be in Copenhagen the rest of the week. So it'll be edited on the plane to Amsterdam. But yeah,
Wow.
that's the
Cool.
connector.
You gonna smuggle back any drugs?
No.
You're not gonna say that on mic.
Why? The show won't be up yet, and I'll be starving for drugs.
So that, I think,
I'm punch drunk from all the
He'll
Simpsons.
be editing the show, and the federal air marshal sitting in the seat beside him.
Why do you have so much shampoo in your carry-on? No matter.
I'm going to have
Lot
to
of
turn
hair.
my AirPods down really low so it doesn't bleed over. Yeah, I think that's going to wrap us up for crazily our 100th episode.
Yeah.
Shame on everybody asking for 100 more. That's 4 more years. We can't think that far ahead.
Crazy.
Miss Pac-Man.
But Chris, thank you for showing up on
Oh, yeah,
this
anytime.
episode. I really appreciate it, mostly because I didn't have to do any of the research on the cartoon. So much appreciated.
I cannot offer this with much else, but
And Jared, appreciate it, man. 100 episodes. You've been great through all of them. I know we always speak over you. I'm so sorry. We'll never learn that.
Yeah.
But you are tremendous in
the
everything
charm.
you do. And Adam, thank you so much. Business partner, friend, all that. It's extremely cool to do 100 episodes with you guys.
As I've said thousands of times, you are the one that does 98% of the work on this show. So anybody who listens to the show and likes it, really, I show up and make fart jokes. Jared gets talked over, and then you kind of do all the hard part. And that's pretty much the show. So again, if you guys like the show, make sure you guys give a thank you to Rob for pretty much doing everything.
yeah, you can find all these guys at patreon.com/lasertime. That's the best way to. That's so mean. I'm so sorry, guys.
Well, I was going to ask, where can I find you?
Yeah.
Video Game Apocalypse 30 2010 Laser Time. Good fun shows.
And maybe
Huh.
we get to Jedi soon.
Oh yeah, yes,
I'm
yes.
sick of Star Wars.
Yes, sorry.
Because I want to get to the fun ones to argue with you about.
It won't be Jedi though, would it?
No. We're not going to argue till the sequels.
Yeah, only the last two.
Yeah.
Caravan of Courage and Battle of Endor. Those are the only ones we're gonna have any problems with.
I don't think you and I are going to fight on those.
My favorite Star Wars movies start with the word Lego.
All right.
All right, Jared, where can they find you?
So 100 episodes. So I'm going to be streaming on Twitch.
Oh,
No-
wow.
Oh, this
no,
again. This
No,
chestnut.
no, I'm just kidding, guys. That's not happening.
You a mixer man?
He's a kick guy.
Kick guy?
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to come up with one of those early.
Justin
where you
TV.
Yeah, Justin TV. There you go.
All your stuff goes up on Chive.
Exactly. So no, Discord is the main place. I love hanging out there, and I can pop in and chat with you guys, and in between shows, that's pretty much it.
All right, Adam?
Well, if you're watching live now, you know that on Monday nights I stream at twitch.tv/PassBlaster. Sometimes jump on a show if Chris needs some help or if we're actually doing Star Wars stuff.
If Michael can record before midnight.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. And also just hanging out here. And Discord's the best place to get in touch with us. We always share stupid stuff and talk about stuff. We posted pictures of our wigwam raid, which I'm glad you found them. Jared had some good ones too.
Sure did.
That was the hottest day of my life. It was so
Up until recently.
Up until
I would
recently,
agree.
yeah. That attic was disgusting.
Wigwam?
So Wigwam doesn't exist anymore, but it was a business right around the corner from here.
I thought they just did the theme song for Peacemaker.
It's probably the same guy.
It's
But we pulled like 100 pinball and arcade games out of an attic in that building.
Whoa.
Yeah, through a 2 foot by 2 foot hole. And people
It's like giving birth.
it's hard to visualize,
Yeah.
but we actually got like pretty good pictures of it. It was a long weekend.
That sounds like a interesting little game of Tetris in and of itself.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
It was very heavy, very hot, and everything smelled like rat piss. The worst part of that hole, I'm pretty sure I said this during the Donkey Kong episode, is upstairs, bunch of pinball machines, somehow in pretty okay shape, right? I see in the corner, I think you actually saw it first, a cardboard box that says Nintendo, and it says like Donkey Kong Kit, and I'm like, I walk over to it, rat piss, rat bites everywhere. Nothing was savable out of it. It wasn't even like a thing I could like put in the sun.
What was it?
It was a Donkey Kong kit, like
The original box.
the original
for one.
cardboard.
Wow.
that
Oh,
you-
so like a Nintendo logo on it.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow. Okay.
like
Copyright.
everything, and it was just completely just gone. I picked it up, and it was just like piss.
He reminded me to clean my house.
If you find any non-pissy DK kits in there, let me know.
Rats aren't a problem, but man, the cat hair. I'm assuming it'll break something, and I do have to start worrying about. We did a show on our Patreon recently about like kind of upping your collector game, because I always say like throw away 90 pop figures and spend that money on one big cool one of a kind specific to you kind of thing. And in California, I didn't have to worry as much about sun damage, but like I feel like I haven't been here this long, even though I've been here through 100 episodes of Podouken. And things are starting to get real sun damaged, and I want to try a way and save that off. I should ask you guys off mic how to prevent sun damage.
Get blackout curtains and never open them.
Oh well,
Tinted
that's
windows,
already being done. That's part of the whole depression plan.
Well, yeah,
Then-
my house is a cavern.
I just didn't know if there was like infrared-y things.
You
'cause,
can get like film for your windows and stuff.
Yeah,
but, I mean,
something like that.
It's like pinball machines. Most of them have like red on the sides, especially like the older ones.
Yeah,
They'll fade
Fade
right
to-
out.
to nothing.
UV
Really?
will kill it.
Yeah.
So
Like, we have
anything you can do to block UV will.
that's what I was thinking. Because I got more animation cells than I do pinball games by like 100,000%. Because I don't have any pinball. Yeah, I got to keep the sun off of them. Yeah, I meant to ask anyway. End the show.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
if they're
No, you're
framed,
good.
it would be a certain type of glass for
Yeah.
blocking UV, basically. And that's
Which
it.
they have to make.
They do. It's
they
just
do,
more
and you
expensive.
might be able to buy
$200 a sheet.
Well, if you get that as your frame, as long as you can keep the oxygen out. So anyway,
Hermetically sealed. All right, with that, it's been an extremely fun run. We appreciate everybody who has listened to these past 100 episodes.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all the games. So normally I'd say join us next time and we'll talk about some other game, but
We might as well do 100 more.
yeah, ole ole ole.
It's up to you, man.
I was hoping that was a contract. I guess not, huh?
I thought it was.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go overseas for a while,
Yeah,
and I'll
think about
come
it.
back with
Yeah.
I'll think about it and could come back with an answer for you.
All right. On to the next 100, guys.
See y'all next time.
See ya.
Later.
All right, Chad. Thank you guys for hanging out. We just stopped.
There's
recording,
still
but-
people watching this.
Yeah.
There are.
Why?
Steve is still
Steve,
hanging in
thank
there.
you. Steve's been moderating for us.
Oh,
while-
thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, man.
Probably someone from a collection agency after me. There you
Yeah, so thank you guys for hanging in. Sorry we couldn't respond to you guys during there. But if you guys have questions or want to ask anything or whatever, feel free.
Yes, I will be right back. I want to, yeah. I just need to get my nicotine, man.
You're good, man.
Say
You're
it on
good.
a regular show.
No, hey, we do
No, I appreciate it,
long
man.
hauls on
Yeah.
this. So
All right, so on a scale of 10 to 10, how much do you miss and regret selling virtual on? Also, Oratorio Tangram episode when. Dude, we talked about it.
we did Voot. and
Yeah, we
all.
talked about it.
We
a
got at
little
least
bit.
some
We
meat
talked a
on the
little bit
bone
about
for
it.
other people.
Yeah. How much do I regret selling it? For me personally, it's a 0. The game is great. I'm not dissing Virtual On. It was really good, but one thing that sucks about games that are that big is they're that big, and that game took up the spot of essentially 3 games.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's really cool to play them and experience them, but when you own them, not only that, but that hardware is on a time bomb. Like, you've really got to keep them clean. Like, our fans started failing on it, so we had to replace fans, and it was just one of those games that I love the game, but I don't miss working on it.
Well, and for everybody watching, if you look over Adam's shoulder right here, that's where
Let me see that
turn
camera
that. Yeah, look at that one there. So I'm gonna. I can't put my finger on
Jammed
it.
on other cables.
Oh, hang on.
Anyway, where Mario Kart is now is where it used to be.
Can you let Antista? And he locked himself out. Welcome to the Trapdoor Arcade. Here, I'll just do this. Basically, where Mario Kart is right here. The virtual one was basically Mario Kart and
Demolition
Man, and
yeah.
a little bit past that, because it's 2 sit-down arcade, racing style games, plus the coin door thing in the middle. It was just really, really big.
So yeah,
We're
it
in
gives us
Virginia?
space to give room for more games. Plus, it was blocking our stair access, which
Yeah.
we really needed. I don't know. I don't really have any regrets about it.
No.
It was in the arcade for a while. It was cool for people who came here to play it. We gave ample time for that to happen. And it's hard to sometimes sell bigger format games. I mean, not necessarily that one, but we had a buyer we knew was going to go to a good place, good home, and we
Yeah,
did it.
it-
And made
it-
room for some stuff to cycle through.
It went to the right place for sure.
Are there really types of people you you maybe not entertain selling to?
If they have a reputation, absolutely.
Yeah,
if
if
it's
they
a, if it's a parter or someone we know is gonna
Hell, that's so cool.
part the game, or
Especially
something like that.
like a dedicated cabinet. I won't sell to certain people. Like,
Mm.
I've given cabs to people that I know are going to restore them versus selling it to a rando, because like certain things like especially like Nintendo stuff.
I love giving you stuff that, like, I don't know why I've kept this for so long, but I think you might like it more. I love making
Dude,
sure
the Space Invaders thing
people
is the
things
greatest
go
thing ever.
to people who like them.
Well, and we've had that discussion before with other stuff. It's easier to know that it's going to somebody that's going to take care of it versus somebody that's just trying to get a good deal to flip it and then
Yeah.
to, like,
Well,
not
it's-
reciprocate any of those good deals in the future.
Well, not
and-
only deals, but I don't want to see like I'm going to be building a Donkey Kong Cabaret.
what monitors were in that?
Those were Nano MS8s.
Duh.
So
Sorry.
So all I'm saying is in a lot of circles, the monitors are actually more
Those are-
valuable
those are the valuable.
than
Yeah.
the actual cabinet
Right.
itself. So it wouldn't be unheard of for somebody
Someone
to
to organ
basically
harvest something
organ
beautiful.
harvest that whole cabinet.
And
for
obviously
the
our whole deal throughout the years of collecting and offering up to the public has been to get games back to their original condition unless they're defenders, and and allow it
what he's talking about.
and allow it to be played. And then if we're going to sell it, we want it to go to a good home. Right?
Rob,
So we-
Rob's becoming Claw in human form. Goddamn cats living
I
in it.
understood that reference.
But so yeah, doing all that and having the game for multiple years, we don't want to just see it sold to somebody who's just going to part it out and destroy it. And like Virtual On, like you said, you could take the monitors, you could sell the monitors individually for more than we sold the whole thing without
Way
a
more,
problem.
yeah.
Without a problem at all. But the point is to keep them around. There's not going to be more made unless they're an extremely small toy form and Arcade 1-Up licenses
Yeah.
them. So it's just getting them out there, keeping them around, because I want my kids to play games. I want them, you know, hopefully their kids to play games. I want them to experience this stuff as well. And the only way that's going to happen is through just like everybody interested in game preservation from the emulation side, having the physical games available to play still.
Yeah.
Because there's only going to be a handful that ever get reproduced, and the vast majority of them, once they're parted, they're junked, they're in a landfill, and that's the last time you'll ever see it. And all the numbers in the world go down by one.
And I'm just a guest here, but like this place is magic. This where we're sitting right now, and I appreciate this place a lot. I show everybody who comes through town, and I love that, Kevin. If you've heard my podcast, right next door, same thing with movies, same attitude. So if you're in the area,
Cap City Video Lounge.
drop by and see like two of the cool. Like I took a bunch of Raleigh hipsters out here a little while ago. They couldn't believe like all this stuff exists, and they live in like the Austin of North Carolina. Like this doesn't happen. I lived in San Francisco. There eventually was a barcade, but it had like real corporate, like it had to be real millions of dollars behind it. This doesn't have that. This is an effort, a passion thing, and it's worth seeing and surprises everyone I take it to. So
Well, thank you. We're
Yeah, I
coming up on
appreciate that,
7 years.
yeah.
As unbelievably as 4 years into the podcast, 7 years with the place is even more.
Yeah.
Wow. So I've been here for half of it. Oh my God. More than half of it.
More than half. Next question was, where in Virginia is my buddy's arcade? I
I'm
don't
going to
know.
veto that question
It's
until you
in-
tell me, and I have ample time.
It's an. I did just buy. Well, really trade 2 arcade games to him for other games. I picked up a Polestar and a Prehistoric Isle 2 MVS cartridge. Yeah. So
is he interested in any Konami boards in exchange for X-Men 6 player?
what he said, and I quote, was it was a grail to him as well, and literally it's the first thing you're going to see when you open his arcade doors. Is the I was hesitant to to tell you about that because I knew it would chap your ass a little bit.
No, I'm
he's-
happy for him.
Yeah, I know it's going to an arcade
So much.
where people are going to be
He's a
playing it.
Virginia arcade owner.
Let's see here. You played Apollo 13 pinball.
That gets crazy with
Yeah,
multi-ball.
there's 13 ball multi-ball on it, and every one that I have played, the machine cannot keep up with the weight of the balls.
you know, like when you get 2 balls in a vuck,
yeah,
and it's like gunk,
Yeah.
gunk. Yeah,
It's
imagine that
basically-
times 13.
it's basically there to just be cool looking for 4 seconds and then drain on you. Let's see here. Magic started at Arcade Age. Yeah. So we talked about Arcade Age before, but before Rob and I opened Flippin' Great Pinball, we were basically a repair shop, and by repair shop I mean Rob and I would keep our shit in a.
And we had some other members. Steve was
Yeah,
in
yeah.
there, and
Well,
had
when
some
we
other
first
people.
started, we were basically in a closet behind a rock climbing gym, and it was cool. I mean, it was a great place.
it had no ceiling.
You had to go down an alley in
It's
an
where
art
Jared.
park.
It's where Jared tried to steal my candy cap from me.
And we would get people discovering our place by climbing to the top of the wall
Wow.
in the rock jam, looking over and seeing down into our place and go, "Oh, cool! There's a lot of arcades
then-
games down
and
there."
then they
Imagine being someone like you climbing in a rock gym and like,
Yeah.
the grails do exist. It's just behind these
They,
walls.
they would Batman rappel down. Yeah. But no, like we always say this, the worst part of that experience is the rock climbers would get to the top of the wall and they'd go, "Yeah, I made it," and all the chalk.
Oh
would
yeah,
just go on top
that,
of all
that
the
was one
walls.
bad thing. It didn't have any ceiling, so all the hand chalk would just come on down like snow and be on all the pins and arcades and
I
everything.
think I discovered it. I think you had posted on Craigslist or some kind of online thing.
It was like First Fridays.
Yeah.
Either a First Friday or something was for sale or something like that. And I was like, oh, gotta go check this out because there's other people in town. Because before that, everyone else, on the forums was Central, South Florida.
Yeah.
Most of that type of stuff.
And
so I would drive down.
I got to meet you guys through my friend Melendez, who was, as far as I knew, the only guy in town who would do that stuff.
Yeah.
And he was lucky. Like, I've known people way nerdier about games than anything you can imagine. But Melendez grew up in his dad's TV shop, knowing how to like solder, weld, fix monitors. I can see you guys are a rare breed, and it's just I'm glad you all found each other.
Yeah, and before I met him, I remember calling his dad's TV shop
Yeah.
and the other TV shops in town looking for like old Commodore monitors or other monitors that
PVMs
had
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that
SCART.
had RGB or
And he
SCART
laughed at you, but like,
inputs.
ha, ha, I know how much those are worth and how desirable they are.
No, at the time, no, they were like, "Oh, we don't see a lot of that." You know, it was more that kind of thing. Like, we've got piles of monitors, but most of the time we're not seeing, because they were rare. They just didn't come through. Most of their stuff was consumer stuff.
And if I may give further compliments to everybody at this table,
No, we may not.
I've never really seen you guys or no one's ever celebrated flipping something for money. Instead, I've just seen a lot of generosity with me and your time and expertise, and I've seen you do that with everybody else. So no one. It's really cool to see you guys. For COVID, it felt like it would never happen again. And then I went to a little swap meet with you guys. It was just great nerding out, and everyone, I got this, I got this. Well, just bring that over and we'll do this. I just never hear of money coming into anything. Just,
No,
Yeah,
we're
we're-
horrible business.
We're awful. Horrible. Yeah. We're just stupid.
We couldn't entrepreneur our way out of a paper bag.
No.
but you
essentially.
could eventually maybe but right now, while you're not desperate, you help out other people. It's cool.
Yeah, well, I mean,
got
knowledge
to,
has
man.
always been the biggest thing. That's what with Arcade Age. That's what it started with. Is how do you repair these games? Okay, well, I know some other people know some. Hey, let's get everybody together and crowdsource this stuff. Some people have different strengths and all, and
Dude, when
that's how you and I met.
Yeah,
so.
when I
How
moved
do you fix
here,
my website?
when I moved here, I knew a little bit about arcade stuff, but I knew nothing of pinball, and that's how I actually met Rob. Was I bought?
Really?
Yeah, I early on I liked arcades, and I'm like, I'm never getting into pinball. I've seen underneath, and I'm like, there's no chance in hell I'm gonna get into this. So then I got into it and bought a broken Street Fighter 2 or pinball machine.
That's the only way those come.
Wow.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Well, it's fitting because my first arcade was a Street Fighter 2. My first pinball was a Street Fighter 2. And I think it was
We
on-
bonded. My first arcade was a Street Fighter 2.
I think most people that are close to our age's first game was probably a Street Fighter 2 of sorts.
$150.
But I bought it, and there's a local website I posted on, and I think you and maybe one other person lived in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And our buddy MB, Melendez, he had just moved to Jacksonville when I moved here, so I missed him by a month or two. So I didn't really meet him until later on when he had come back to visit parents, and I met him through our friend Lawrence and kind of all that. But that's how I met Rob. Was I knew nothing about pinball. I still
Yeah.
don't know that much about.
I don't
pinball.
know how Melendez was doing it in the late '90s, fixing
Well-
up pinball machines and getting them for.
Well, that was the thing.
God,
My
oh my
first pinball
God.
machine. What was that? 11 years ago we met. 11 or 12, maybe longer.
More than that, yeah.
Well, my first
It was
machine,
pre-Arcade Age, and
Yeah.
Arcade Age.
I paid $300 for that Street
Yeah.
Fighter 2 pinball, and it was worth $300 at the time. It was very rough shape, but I wanted a turd. That's how I've always learned how to do things: is buy a turd, polish it a little bit, get it to run. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
The turds nowadays are $1,500 for a pinball. It sucks.
He brought a pin. We don't have basements here, but a converted garage that's lower than the rest of the house, different temperature. Just we dorked it out to all hell. It's where
Yeah.
we modded consoles, and he bought a Killer Instinct arcade machine and put a
Yeah.
Dreamcast.
We
in
had it.
We got it.
We
I
had
know.
his-
It's been the biggest slut with all of our friends. It's been with everybody.
We all pass it
It's
around.
been with everybody.
Yeah.
Well, we sent it to its marriage.
It's forever home.
Yeah, hopefully.
But he got. I remember he got a pinball machine. He's like, "You want to see my pinball machine?" Like, yeah. We're not where we are now in
Sure.
the 2020s. It was like the 90s, and he's like, "Oh, it's a Judge Dredd." And we make fun of him because Judge Dredd is a silly property.
Yeah.
Not the comic
game,
on which
though.
it's based.
That
Oh,
pinball
it's-
machine rocks.
I know a little more about the pinball
Sad
game
we had
now.
to sell ours.
Yeah, COVID.
Yeah.
Most people I know couldn't afford that machine that we were just not spiritually spitting on. Sure. and it was just so crazy how out of control this all got. Well,
And back then, that was probably about an $800 game that he got.
but I
for
think
or
he had to do
something.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
and he was learning on it.
Yeah.
So
Well, no, but that's what I mean. When I moved here, I think I had 3 arcades, no pinballs, and I bought the pinball, and from there he taught me how to do basic stuff on pinball, how to start here and kind of work your way through. And now I'm more of an arcade person than a pinball person. I know it doesn't look like that, but I prefer arcades way more to pinball. And a lot of people kind of go one way or the other. I like both, but I do way more work on arcade stuff now. But I've had to bounce ideas off him for hey, have you ever worked on this monitor before? Have you worked on this before? And sometimes you get so frustrated. The nice thing about having friends that do the same thing. Is you will work on something for 6 hours and it drives you insane. You cannot fix it. And you ask somebody like, "Hey, have you worked on this?" They're like, "Oh yeah, like 3 years ago I did this," and the shit works. Or like sometimes you're just so frustrated you miss something, and they walk over and go, "Oh, do this," and it's beneficial. So the knowledge thing is it's the best part of it for me.
Yeah, it's so I love being able to, because I tried Googling this stuff. When I text you, I text Adam a lot of nerdy questions. It's like, I have Googled this. It's just not, the answer isn't there.
Yeah, it's I mean, a lot of the information that we find is like, Jared's digging through Japanese magazines that people haven't translated yet. So we're using Google Translate, like, oh, okay, cool.
Wow.
So yeah, but the cool thing too about our show is we've been able to meet people like the guy who did Sinistar, and like they're happy to talk about this stuff.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they still make stuff. Some of them still work in software, but they're not making games or doing normal stuff.
That's one thing I wish we could get more of the people on air. We talk to a lot of the people involved with the games often.
Yeah,
it's part of episode research. So I might call them up and ask them questions and get stuff added to it. But obviously, with schedules and everything, you just can't get guests on at certain times. We're very limited in our schedules on when we can do this. Obviously, here on a Monday night at 11 o'clock. So it's even harder to be like, hey, can you guys come on and spend like 4 hours with us on a random weekday?
It's your cousin, Marvin Konami.
But I mean, to call up and talk for like an hour,
Yeah.
and they're always happy to talk about it. And the stories you get are fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's been it's been one of my favorite things. But being able to talk to some of these people who have created games that I've always enjoyed, and just be able to talk to them, be on the phone, and be like, hey, man, when you did this, what happened? And then there's people that like will give you like quote by quote recaps of a meeting that happened in 1983.
Yeah.
That, oh yeah, we were all at Williams, and we were all talking about this thing, and I remember Steve Ritchie said this, and then so and so said this, and John Newcomer said, and it just I recount beat for beat, and it's like, holy crap.
I worked in games, and even the worst one was somebody's, let's say, pleasure or nightmare for possibly years. So they are holding on to those, and then like you were pointing out, when they're promoting games, they're not promoting aspects that you or I might want to hear. They're promoting what a laundromat owner wants to know about a game, and and they're not going to tell you how, this mechanism is so complicated. Oh, you wouldn't believe how much it breaks. I mean,
So our next question here was
I'm talking too much for your questions.
You're fine, man. Hardest arcade machine to maintain.
It's the Simpsons bowling that you see right there.
Yeah, right now. Right now, it's Simpsons bowling is a pain in my ass. It's a Konami board.
I got one I could sell you.
Yeah, but it's made out of cardboard.
And a Mario Paint mouse ball.
It probably runs better than that one. That game runs on very weird hardware. It uses like an actual like SCSI CD-ROM drive, and it's in a boot loop, so it gets hot. One of the chips is overheating. I don't know which one, and it's a unique board, so it's the only board.
I have an alternative answer.
MAME.
Virtua Fighter. That's been our bane here for the last year and a half.
Sega Model 1 hardware can lick my sack. We're not recording anymore, so I don't care. But dude,
you are.
You are
recording.
We're on Twitch. It's fine. I'm not showing my butt. It's fine.
By the way, all our feet are in a hot tub, so don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But yeah, for the arcade, Simpsons Bowling and Virtua Fighter 1 have been a pain in the butt. Love the story about Burger Time. I love the story about Burger Time because I got a free Burger Time. It's pretty awesome.
And you can see the edge of it right behind Simpsons Bowling.
Yeah, it's over there. Actually, I'm fixing that too. That monitor's starting to frig up. You can kind of see it over there.
I was there. I was with you right when the Burger Time thing happened. I can tell you his enthusiasm was Christmas Day-esque. It was, and like, I'm telling Adam is this excited about a machine he may have already had, but just the idea. The how it came about was you were so lit up. It was great,
dude. It's the craziest score I've ever gotten.
Yeah.
Like it's a game that we all like. It's a game that like it's a weird dedicated cabinet, and just to, like, why did she turn down that road? Like, I know that you believe that you have a sense of like you can like smell.
Yeah, you don't believe. No, I don't think I can smell them. That'd be weird. I mean, I can definitely smell some games that I bought.
Yeah. Yeah,
no,
that Mortal Kombat 2.
It's not even a sense. It's an analysis.
It's
that looks like that used to be some sort of juke joint. back in like the 80s, and it's gone through a bunch of different things, but you know what? It just feels like it's got a big old window in there. I'm going to pull over there and just check it out. And sure shit, there's 2 arcade games sitting in the corner. Like, I knew it. I knew it.
I don't know why she went home that way. I have no idea. But she turned down the road, and I just happened to look up, and freaking Peter Pepper's right there. It's the weirdest thing. Why was it outside? It doesn't make sense.
Especially
It
that
was
close
okay
to a
you were with
child care. I
Christy,
thought he
but-
had a restraining order, Peter Pepper, but
You think so?
In my mind,
Peter Pepper, not me.
I really wish you were in an Uber and screaming at the Uber driver, "Stop! It's Peter Pepper!"
yeah, lifts only do that.
Yeah. I yelled at my wife, but she got it. She gets it. It's fine. Let's see here. Oh, Berserker, thank you very much. The Berserker gifted subs. Thank you very much,
awesome.
man.
Thank you.
Super cool of you to do that.
Thanks, Berserker.
Let's see here.
What's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, you're on chat? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Did someone already ask you what is the most rare, unique thing you could point a camera at, like right now?
Most rare in here?
I don't know, something no, even that someone might not know is a gem, something you can't find.
There's a
when
one of
other
a kind
places.
Cuphead custom game, but
That's
that's
true.
behind Turtles back there.
I don't know.
Actually, the rarest game we have is actually in a party room. It's
Oh,
out
yeah.
out of the camera.
The basketball game.
The block a shot.
Oh yeah, I played that last.
But
time
U-Beat we just got
that's
in.
been replaced by the U-Beat.
Yeah, U-Beat's here.
That's how you say that.
Yeah, it's
you-
U-Beat. It's
don't be
not
racist.
Jew-Beat.
Wow, I'm glad I didn't say it out loud. Oh my God, look at that, people.
So that's our DDR for your fingers game. And
So one question is Rob's
Konami
craziest
title.
score. Rob's craziest score is Funhouse. What is Jared's craziest score?
is Funhouse my craziest score? Is
It's
the
up there.
question.
Well, probably not, but it's one of your better ones,
You
I think.
also-
That's certainly one of my better ones.
You also
What's
should have
Jared's,
said
though?
your wife. You fucked up.
She's not listening. It's fine.
Jared, the craziest thing you ever?
So Steve asked the question. So the answer is 3 Neo Geo cards.
Well, no, you
Nice.
smelled those. You smelled the Neo Geo AES cartridges at Steve's house. That is still like I wish I had a fucking camera because it doesn't make sense. Like I have bad eyes, and I know you wear glasses too. I'm pretty sure we've told the story on here, but if people aren't aware, our buddy Low Tier Steve here
Hi, Steve.
is on chat moderating. We went to his apartment to fix a game or something, right? We were like
Yeah,
working on a
working
game
on
or
a
helping on a
game or-
pinball or something like that.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Jared walks in this house. The bookshelf had to be 20 feet away in a dimly lit room. And he's like, why do you have 3 Neo Geo AES cartridges on your shelf? And I'm like, Jared, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
And-
that doesn't make sense.
Like the most specific truffle pig you've
Dude,
ever.
it's the weirdest shit in the
Steve goes,
world.
No, I don't. Like he would know what's
Denial.
on his bookshelf. He was like, I don't have any. Neo
I
Geo
imagine in your
cards.
head the whole Kill Bill sequence went off where it's like wee woo wee woo.
It was the craziest thing. It was almost like a scripted television show.
So and I was like, no, you do. There's 3 of them. And I walked over there and grabbed them off the shelf. He was like, oh yeah, I guess I do have.
It was the weirdest thing.
All right,
But you
scores real quick. Is the $400 Funhouse score, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The best one.
But hang
or-
on, what was that game worth at the time? $2,000?
Yeah, at
Okay.
the time.
Yeah, now it's worth way more, but yeah.
Or $1,400 for the Bally Centaur and the F-14.
That shit was amazing. So that was in Georgia, or was it?
No, that
Florida?
was just like in Havana. That was
Okay.
just up the road.
So I think you would text me like, "Hey, are you doing anything Saturday?" And I was like, "I guess so. What are we doing?" I don't even think I had a truck yet. So you're like, "Oh, do you mind helping me go move these games?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I never ask what people, unless people offer it. I never ask what people pay for a game because it's whatever. It's not important to me, right?
I
Unless
asked
someone's like,
Adam.
"Yeah, you do," but no, like
We
I
ask each
just
other.
yeah, but like it's never like my focal point. Like I'm happy you got it, right? So we go there and it's like 2 pretty good games. Well, one pretty good game, one like holy shit, like that's crazy. So F-14 Tomcat, really good game, really fast.
But yeah,
it's
common.
More,
It's
more
not-
common.
Yeah.
Centaur, which if you know Centaur, like one of the coolest looking pinball machines ever. It's got like gothic art on it. It's like black and gray and white. It's really really cool. You don't see it a lot,
They're just doing a remake of it.
and it's an expensive game. I think
For
when you,
$15,000 or doing.
$15,000 for the
yeah, when you
remake.
got it, it was probably what, a $3,500, $4,000
Even
game?
then, I think it was higher when I.
Yeah,
it was
it's-
probably around 5.
Yeah, it's
Because it's an all original.
All
It's a
original.
standard. It's not Centaur 2.
yeah,
And it's like in great original shape.
yeah. It's
So-
it's honestly like an 8 out of 10. Like maybe a little better. It's really really good. And I didn't ask what he paid for it. You told me what you paid for it, and I was just like, oh,
Well, you were there when we were negotiating, right? Or did I come the day before and talk to him?
You came the day before.
Okay, that's what it was.
And then I didn't ask you, but when we were there, you told me, and I thought that was each.
Yeah.
And I was like I remember like coming to the realization that like that's what you paid for both of them, and I was just like,
that's how I was when I asked him how much he wanted for it, and he goes, well, $1,400. I go, for each? And he goes, well, no, for both.
yeah,
I go,
crazy.
all right, well, I will definitely take that deal, but just to let you know, those games are worth a lot more. So if you want to like take tonight, look it up, and then like give me a call back and let me know what you really want for it. Like I'm probably still interested, but dude, he's like, I've had them for a long time. I bought them for about that much when I got it, and I'm fine selling it for that. And I was like, well, then I will definitely take that. But I felt so bad about that price that you don't want to take advantage of people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of people to do, but when it comes to stuff like that, obviously this guy cared for these games. He kept them in great shape.
Yeah.
He
I had a
enjoyed
low
them.
end score, and it was during the pandemic, and I was just sort of like, if you want it back, let me know. Like I don't like this price.
Yeah.
I don't like this price at all. Yeah.
By the way, I got the most frightening text. Let me see if I can show this on the camera here.
Is that camera on? Oh, there it is.
It's a text from my wife, and it just says, "I am listening."
Uh-oh.
Oh no! I told you.
That's terrifying.
I told you.
Hi, honey. How's it going? Whenever somebody asked me what my best score was, it definitely was you.
Yeah, because that's something I can't seem to obtain.
To be
It's
fair, I
impossible.
said that doesn't matter. Rob did not say it. Bad Cat story. I've told the Bad Cat story. on
Oh,
here
that's
before, right?
so good. The first one or the second one? Because that was a game that boomeranged back, right? That was a game that I called you. I was like, "Hey, man, what you doing?" And you're like, "I don't know. What am I doing?"
Yeah,
And I
that's
was
when
like,
I first got my.
Hey, I
truck.
got a pinball just east of town here. Great. Can you pick it up for me? I'm at work. I can't get it right now. You're like, yeah, I'm off or whatever. So you head to wherever this was. It
wasn't very far.
It was probably like 30 miles east of here.
Yeah, it wasn't very far.
But it's pretty remote.
Yeah, well, it was outside of like Tallahassee. Like you give me the address, right? And it wasn't like far off the interstate, so it wasn't like super out there. But I go there and like my GPS is taking me like off road, and I'm like, this truck is not 4-wheel drive. Like I don't know if I'm gonna get back here, but luckily it wasn't like too bad. But I pull off this little dirt trail and like turn into this like it was like a house, and it was like in a clearing or whatever. And you never really know what
Was it
you're
a
gonna-
house?
It was like a mobile home.
Okay.
It was like a mobile home.
That's important
Sorry.
for the setting.
It
of
was
the
like a
story.
mobile home, and there was like a shed and like a screen room and everything. And I pulled off, and I knew I was in the right spot because I'd seen the screen room. The game was sitting like under in the screen room, but like outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's good because my fear is always like Google or Apple Maps or whatever is going to drop me. Like,
Yeah.
not only is it like you're going out anyways, but now they're going to drop you at like the neighbor over
Oh,
that
yeah.
like doesn't want anyone on their property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like,
Current militia member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I get there or whatever, and then like I don't know who I'm looking for. Rob just gave me an envelope of money.
I didn't know who you were looking for either.
Yeah, Rob gave me an envelope of money or left it or something. I'd gotten an envelope of money to go out there and get it, and I don't see who it is. And then like I like see the game, so I park my truck, and I think I was texting you like, hey, what's going on? All of a sudden, lady walks out covered in like blood.
Wait. Set it. Scene. Describe the lady and what she was wearing, and not in a creepy way. I mean, this is all.
From what I remember, she had like a apron on, like a. What do you mean? What she
I
was
thought
wearing?
you had like. You said she had like overalls.
Oh yeah. Sorry, it was like
so
overalls.
full on country.
Oshkosh.
Yeah, like denim,
just overalls,
like
just-
denim, like dirty overalls, but
yeah.
covered in blood, like red blood, not like old blood. Not that it matters. but
Fresh.
it's fresh, fresh
meat.
blood. And I guess she had caught a snake or something. It was like skinning a snake.
As you do.
Dude, it was weird because I'm like, what the fuck? Like you don't expect. I wasn't expecting to see like that, right? And I'm like, this is fucked. But like, there's a real pinball machine there, so I'm like. I gotta go for this, and it's a Bad Cats. It's not like
it's a
basic
rare
ass
one.
game. It's like a hard to find one. I'm like,
Bad Cats.
oh, Rob, if I die, I'm gonna haunt you in your fucking sleep. But anyways, so we wound up, I was talking or whatever, and I think I took pictures of it for you, and I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was still within cell phone range. So
I was getting texts from both of you. I think at one point.
Okay.
And you're like, oh, he's here, and she said something to the effect of, he's cute.
no.
He's got a purty mouth.
Anyways, that didn't happen. So
Rob's like, texting on, make the deal.
the funny part
Whatever
was
you
though,
have to do,
Yeah, whatever you have to do,
seal the
it.
deal.
Nah, man.
Close it.
$900 bad cats. Do what you need to do.
The funny part though
Pinball
was like,
hobbies for closers. Make
went-
it happen.
I went and I looked at it and I sent you pictures of it and you're like, yeah, it's fine, go ahead and grab it. So like we're going to load or whatever, and then like she like was totally fine to like help load or whatever, but we're like moving it to the truck and she's like, now go on and get your money now. And I was like, all right, relax. So I was like, here you go. Don't stab me with the snake knife.
Yeah.
It was pretty terrible. That was honestly, it was terrifying. Like I pulled games out of scary places before, but fresh blood on somebody's not good.
I'm not going to take over your pot, but like, I always have to clarify. We don't live in the middle of nowhere. It's a
Right.
metropolitan city.
Yeah.
20 minutes in any direction
Is-
you can find something frightening
It's
very
Texas
quickly.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes, because that one time my girl and I were sharing 2 beers on the way to the beach. I got to pee. Pull over. Pitch dark everywhere, and pulls over. She gets in front of the car, and I'm like, I'm gonna hit the lights as soon as I know she's peeing and scare the hell out of her. Hit the lights. 3 people in the woods, 10 feet from the car, scamper into nowhere. And then. And I'm like, God, get back in the car! Back in the car! And
the hills, they have eyes.
Yeah, and like this is a blue county, so then 20 minutes that way, I bought a Cobra beer holder alarm clock from a naked baby covered in mud. That's baby is could be 3 or 4 or 5, but like it gets weird. So now, but because of talking to you guys, every time I see like a closed general store or gas station, like it could be something, maybe something cool in there.
That's how you
especially that Adam just had this story recently where like, yeah, there's possible some dude's been sitting on that land, left all his stuff in there from 1982.
Yeah. That's how I hope to find the stadium events, because they ain't happening at a store or show. There was a loose one at a show recently. Now, granted, it didn't sell. Somebody was at, what do you think? Somebody was asking for a loose stadium events cartridge, real stadium events,
Okay.
no box, no manual, in very good shape, probably like a 9 out of 10.
4,000?
Way more.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So the
I was
last
gonna
time I looked to buy one, I saw one sell for $9 grand.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10, but you know me, like I don't keep up with any of those.
And I don't
pricing,
either.
but-
Like once I got Flintstones, I'm like, I don't care anymore. I'm done.
But I'm thinking
I am
loose
done
stadium
minus one. I'm fine.
events, But it may be more at this point.
$34,000 this person
Wow.
was asking for it.
Eat shit. God, I hate collectors sometimes.
It's
I'm
the
sorry.
worst. It's the absolute worst. So I'm never going to be doing that. Matt Soccer from Germany has been listening for a bunch of years. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, sweet, man. Yeah, give me any tips if you've been up to Copenhagen. Tell me where I need to go.
Yeah, he lives in. I don't know what part of Germany he lives
Yeah,
in.
Germany's a big place. I'm
Yeah.
just basing on the geography. It's a lot closer to where I am, to Denmark. So.
Yeah, game deals. They're few and far between nowadays. Like they still exist, and like the best thing is, unless none of my friends want something, I always try to like give friends dibs on things first. Like, hey, I'm gonna get rid of this. Do you want it? Or especially with like PCBs and stuff. Like the market for games is just. It's really the market for everything. I'm not going to just single out just games. It's cars.
Yeah.
It's whatever you're into. It's just gotten super expensive, and with the internet, more people are interested in it. It's gotten not fun. I kind of when I have a full NES set -1. The last 10 games, my buddy in chat here, RP Greg, he had to drag me across the finish line. It just got not fun. I really like started hating it, and even thinking about trying to buy these last 10 games, I was like, this just sucks. Like there's no fun in this anymore. I used to have fun going to game stores or flea markets or shows, and it just sucks. And that's kind of how I feel with PCBs lately. It's just like there's still a lot of games that I'm interested in, but man, like games that should be like $150, $200. And I know I'm an old man yelling at a cloud, but I'm not fucking paying $500 for this game. Like it's just not worth it.
I love Adam. If you don't really listen to him, like he's saying the nicest things angrily, because I'll be like, dude, I found a Miss Pac-Man, and I've always just wanted to have that dumb machine. I know it's ubiquitous, and it's like you can get it for this. And you're like, fuck that. We'll get you one for way less. Like,
I just picked up a good one.
Yeah.
and he always, every time I say something like, nah, fuck those, no way, no, we'll find you one for less than that. Being generous in a grisly way.
Buy the Japanese version of Stadium Events. Yeah, I've thought about getting like a PAL one, but even those are like $4,000. It's just it's
Should we
not
just
worth
like
it.
3D print you one? To,
I
like,
have a reproduction of it.
stick in
It
there?
looks great. It's just
Just
sitting
get a
on my
picture
shelf.
so you can lay in bed like Wolverine and just.
No, I had a chance of buying one like a long time ago for $4,000, and like even that is stupid.
Yeah.
If someone brought one to me today for $4,000, I wouldn't buy it for $4,000. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, we just did a bonus show on our Patreon about like upping your dork game, and like I'd say if you can sell your smaller stuff to get one cool big thing that displays well, but also like
I would have to sell all of my NES games to afford that one NES.
yeah,
That's like cutting my hair off to give it to you because you wanted hair.
complete hobbies are for idiots and YouTubers, or complete
no.
collections, and I mean I know that now, having
Yeah.
tried because like
sucks.
I have a Mystery Science Theater set, but like I love that since it started, I bought everything that came out for 30 years. My set is complete. I haven't had to I've had to chase one thing that I'm proud of because I've loved it and bought everything day one. But like, yeah, dude, that's why this place is like curated. Like I like this stuff, this specific thing. Why am I talking so much on your show?
That's what podcasts are.
It's not a show
It's
anymore.
your 100th episode. So celebrate.
Get out of your own head, dude. You're fine.
It's the after party, man. Woo! Is it? Do we have drinks? Or a drink? Water, baby.
Stay hydrated,
That's
Jared.
straight vodka.
So I'm
That's why you take the label off.
I'm going right to the whiskey pizza parlor after this.
All right.
It's right next door. Mm-hmm. Good pizza.
Again,
good
good
whiskey.
place to visit.
Mad Soccer said bonus points for the Alpha Dench shirt, Jared.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Is this the longest Podouken ever?
This actually is about a typical Podouken, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Really?
We usually do not. We usually bullshit at the beginning a lot more. We don't start recording till like 8, and we usually wrap up around like 11:30, and then we edit it all down to 2.5 hours or something.
Yeah, the X-Men, what was the runtime on X-Men?
X-Men was the longest. I think it was about 3:20.
This might be close, but probably not.
Wait till I come back on for the Roadrunner game. How could you talk about that game for more than 5 minutes?
Yeah, this is what you guys watched tonight. If for those of you that hung out the whole time, this is what a normal show is. We just bullshit, and Rob does way too much work to edit it down to something that's almost listenable.
Yeah, but think about it. Next time you're in the part with a cab, you should just find a podcast editor and like, you want a virtual cop? Edit the
I'll
show.
do that.
Edit the show for 5 years.
I'm going to change the monitor on it before I give him the virtual cop, though. All right, cool. Well, hey, guys, I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up because it's late here, and we got to go try to get some food and then go to sleep. But thank you guys very much. Thank you guys we had some new followers tonight, some new subs. Appreciate it. Hopefully you guys like the first 100, and we'll stick around for the next 100. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys. We'll see you on the
Later.
next one. See ya.